Good morning, Chatty House.
Oh, my bad. I messed up the camera. There we go. What's up? What's up, gang?
What's happening, everyone?
Congratulations to Russell. Russell Hunt gets the belt. That's big time. I'm not here for this take. You can now be a fan of Luca.
Yeah.
If you wanna despise Luca, like please. But he does not suck.
Yeah, I think we started to see it in the last series. He started to find his joy. Man, he's
Quite a player.
He's becoming unstoppable. He is. Like, wow, look at that. Pretty crazy. Let's test. I'm glad to be back in the building.
Same.
I did not feel comfortable at all on Sunday. I was like, are we sure we don't have a show tomorrow? I don't know. Do we?
I was abundantly sure that we didn't have a show on Monday.
Yeah.
Oh, Mac, what's good? What up, Drew Down?
Thanks to a lot of you guys for showing up yesterday when Brendan and I had the crazy podcast where he kept having guests pop in and out into the door behind him. It was comical.
Oh, here we go. Party time.
Oh.
Oh, good morning. See if we can remember how to do this on a Tuesday. I hope everybody had a safe and fun and memorable Memorial Day weekend. Thank you, everybody, for bearing with us. We were out Friday, and then we were out Monday, but we're back locked in now. What's up, James?
4-day weekend. I didn't even know what to do with myself.
Yeah, kind of a weekend, kind of a 4-day weekend. We had a little work to do on Friday.
We did have a little
powwow to get to.
Yeah, it was nice.
Shindig.
I enjoyed that too. Yeah,
that was a good time.
Yeah, it was
always,
good time.
Always good to sit around a table and throw ideas about synergy and workflow,
and to drink scotch.
I mean,
scotch all day long.
I don't want to name names. I'm not going to name names. I'm not going to. Well, that too, but separately. I'm not going to name names. I arrived early. I had to stop into the station real quick to talk to one of our colleagues here, and anyways, got to our meeting place early, and someone, I'm not going to say who, pours me up a glass of tequila at 10:40 in the morning.
Oh yeah, that's rough.
I don't get. I didn't know on my bachelor party wasn't drinking at 10:40 in the morning.
No,
I don't think I was awake at 10:40.
If I drink anything before like 3:00, I have to take a nap. Like I have an afternoon nap in my future. I like the second I have a sip of anything, I'm like, oh, all right. Yeah, like today's over. The rest of my nap.
Yeah, dude, I can't. I'm not one of those people that can have something to drink and then just like go about my day. I can have a beer at lunch or whatever, but if you're pouring me up tequila, bourbon, whatever,
yeah,
at 10:40 in the morning, that's setting a tone that I cannot get out of for the rest of my day.
Oh yeah, a beer at lunch, I need a pillow. Like it needs to come with a pillow. Like, oh, look at that, a beer at lunch. Oh, that's good.
And you're out. And you're gone. Yeah, man. It was a little bit different experience for me, but you know, we had a good time.
Yeah,
and we will hopefully see some of the fruits of our meeting come to bear here at the radio station. But you guys don't care about that. We have a ton to get to. NBA playoff stuff. The Mike Brown situation, contract situation, continues having news, which is bad. And we will talk about that. But before we get to anything else, of course, if you missed it, Bill Walton, NBA legend, college basketball legend, broadcasting legend, all around incredible person, passed away yesterday at the age of 71. And James, we were talking about this a little bit before the show. On the internet, there's always, when somebody passes away, there's always, the eulogizing and the support and RIP, and here's a memory, this person, that person, whatever. But then you'll have that little section of screw that guy.
Oh yeah.
Or I didn't like her. Here's a bad thing they did. And okay. And I kept waiting for that to happen with Bill Walton yesterday. But it was just all day.
Universal outpouring of love. Just absolutely. Like, I think if Bill Walton would be so proud of the reaction. I mean, and it was, the pictures were crazy. I mean, like all kinds of wild stuff, dating all the way back to the 60s. Him getting arrested. I don't know if you saw that.
Yeah, the UCLA anti-war protest. Yeah.
Yes. Pictures of him walking out to throw out a first pitch in San Francisco wearing some crazy Grateful Dead, like full 7 to 8 foot tall bodysuit. Yeah. Like just some incredible pictures. I mean, John Fogerty sent out something. Barack Obama sent out something. Like, it was one after another. Just really, really amazing to watch the outpouring of love for Bill Walton.
Man, did you read there were so many incredible Bill Walton stories, ranging from funny to heartfelt.
Uh-huh.
Did you read the one that Katie Baker wrote in The Ringer when she talked to Mike Breen?
No. So
Mike Breen relayed this story. I'm going to shorten it here, but Mike Breen's dad had started dealing with, I believe, Alzheimer's or dementia, one of the two. And he and his family wanted to take him to the USS. Oh my God, I had this story all laid out, and now I can't remember the name. But one of the ships that his dad actually served on was a museum in San Diego.
Okay.
They had that ship docked there, and you could go in.
The Maritime Museum
yes.
in San Diego.
Yes.
Yeah.
And you could go about this boat that his dad actually served on.
Okay.
Back in 1955 or whatever. And so Mike Breen had called Bill Walton to ask him about the San Diego kind of area. And Bill Walton offers to let Mike Breen and his family stay at his house. And then not only went to the museum with them, but called ahead and let them know, like, hey, a service member who served on this ship is coming. So the ship's like commander comes out and meets with their family. And then Bill Walton does this entire tour with them through this ship.
I cannot imagine being over 7 foot tall and trying to go through a ship like that.
Knee and back problems.
Oh yeah.
But did it the whole time. Hung out with his dad for 3 days. Became friends with Mike Breen's dad in the latter stage of his life. Just an unbelievable, like, who does that?
Yeah, he's amazing. Like the big story that I've always told repeatedly is how he blew me up and kicked me out of a media scrum. And then, like, the after story, which I tell every time too, was that he came over, apologized profusely, like introduced himself. We had a conversation, just super, super nice. Asked me what I did, asked who I worked for, like, and then later on in the evening, he saw me again, pulled me over, introduced me to his wife. And you know what? I think when Luke was here coaching the Kings, Bill showed up a couple of times, like maybe 2 or 3 times. He would sit in the media room. He would ask questions in the media room of his son. He'd raise his hand, get the mic, and ask questions. The outpouring of love that you could see from him to his son, to me, was amazing. Absolutely amazing. How much he doted on Luke, how much Luke, like, enjoyed his dad, who is a cartoon character, like, being there for him
in the best way.
Yeah, in like completely in the best way. And I even, like, I told Luke that story years ago, and Luke's like, that's probably the first story I've ever heard that was like somewhat negative about my dad. I said, but it didn't end up negative. Like, we had a good interaction afterwards, and I felt like he just didn't know that was media time for everybody and not just him and Jim Gray.
Right.
And like I never got a bad feeling from him. He was always so nice.
Yeah.
And just such a gigantic lumbering man. I mean, he had both of his ankles fused. He had a carbon fiber spine, basically. Like he had been through so many surgeries. I don't even know what the total number of surgeries are. Yeah, it's
ungodly amount.
It's more than anyone else I'd ever heard of.
Yeah.
And but he just loved life, and like
that
he embraced being Bill Walton.
That is why I know that some people didn't love him on broadcasts.
Yeah.
But I adored him on broadcasts because I didn't care. Look, dude, I'm watching, and is analysis sometimes nice? Like, yeah, for sure. But hey, such and such fell asleep on that cutter. Like, okay, yeah, we all saw that. I don't need that. When he would just start waxing poetic about a sheep native to the Rocky Mountains because they happened to bring up the University of Colorado. Yes, like that's a person who experienced so many things and who loved existing and who loved the world and just wanted to share it all the time. And that is something that even as a younger person who didn't have that kind of appreciation for life, person in my early 20s, I even loved it then. And I think that's a really good window into, again, the broadcasting lens is so small in relation to life. But when you see how Bill Walton brought his enjoyment of existence to that field in a way that nobody else does, I think it tells you a lot about him.
Yeah, I also wonder how many times did they try to go to commercial break and couldn't, and just like, all right, we're just going to go to commercial break. And then he would keep talking all the way through the commercial break. And then you come back from commercial break like 2.5 minutes later, and he's still telling a story. Yeah, I'm going to guess that happened quite a few times. Even when he was on the radio here in Sacramento, he spent a year. I believe it was 1 year, and it wasn't a full year. Like, I think he did like 15 games as like a third on the broadcast. Little did we know at that time, the Maloofs basically were planning to move the team to Anaheim,
right,
where they were hoping to employ Bill Walton and Jim Gray full time in that area. And so they had brought them in as like foreshadowing, which we didn't get the foreshadowing. That was my first season. And it was like, oh, well, this is weird. And
I definitely thought it was strange that he was around all the time.
Oh yeah, no, he was on the payroll. Yeah, he was. Yeah,
I thought that was.
Well, that and Jim Gray. I mean, like again, they removed their sideline reporter, who eventually came back, Katie Christensen, to hire Jim Gray, and it was literally, we didn't see it at the time as like, hey, why is this happening?
Right.
It was like, oh, we're trying to spice up the broadcast. It's like, okay, like whatever,
sure, man.
And then very quickly you realize that they had a plan in place to try to move the team to where those guys lived, into the area where they lived. And so very awkward situation. But again, I thought he was like, all of my interactions with him were nice. Like he was always very, very like kind and generous, and like just a gigantic human being.
And literally.
Yeah.
Like he just I've told this story, I think, on air before, where he asked me for a chair when I was interning over at another radio station. And I bring him a chair, just a normal like chair that they use on the sideline. And he looks down at it and he looks at me and he's like, son, I'm 7 feet tall with bad knees and a bad back. I'm going to need more than that. And I stack up like 8 chairs. And he's like, that's better. And then sits down on a stack of 8 chairs. Insane.
That's amazing.
Anyways,
I'll say this too. Like I was around Luke Walton a lot, and like I've had many conversations with Luke, both on like in front of the media and off the record, and just the love that him and his brothers have for their dad. Like he was a cherished man, and now like as like his son who had to grow up the son of Bill Walton, having that as like who you are is not easy, and it doesn't matter. Like they cherished him and everything about him, who he was.
Yeah, no doubt. I certainly did from afar. I know you did as well. Bill Walton dead at 71. We got to shift gears now, as I'm sure Can't talk about Bill Walton for 2 hours. I mean, we could. But
that would be very Bill Walton-esque.
Yeah. But no, we will talk about the NBA playoffs. Of course, the Celtics punched their ticket to the Eastern Conference Finals. Are the Mavericks going to do it tonight? But before we do any of that, we got to talk about Mike Brown and his contract situation, because some news came down, of course, from you, James, last week. And then Adrian Wojnarowski had some reporting. Mark Stein had some reporting. And this is now a much bigger mess than it needs to be. So we'll talk about that. Coming up next on The Insiders, we're hanging out with you till noon, and we are sponsored by Jiffy Lube here on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Center. Clear.
What's going on, everybody? Throw down, big man. Yeah.
One of my other favorite things is that time that they had Frank Caliendo
Oh, no.
in the booth. They had Frank Caliendo in the booth doing Bill Walton impressions with Bill Walton and Dave Pasch.
Oh, no.
And so he's doing his Bill Walton impression, and then, just being ridiculous. And Bill Walton, of course, just plays along immediately and starts talking. And a player makes a shot in the middle of it's just chaos. Like, Dave Pasch is just laughing, not paying attention. Frank Caliendo's doing his thing. Bill Walton's all like, and somebody hits a shot, and Frank Caliendo says something like, "Oh, somebody just hit a 3 or 2. I don't know. I'm not paying attention." And Bill, just player name, what he did. He was like, "It's a 2. It was such and such." Like, how did you see that? You were paying attention. You were watching.
That's funny. Somebody asked, Loki Trickster. I mentioned it many times. First round picks are available to the Kings. Sinking of trade package Barnes, Davion first for Mikhail. It's going to be multiple first. The Kings. Okay, so on draft night, they can trade the right to their 2024 pick. They basically can package that player that's selected. They can draft a player for another team. They're the number 13 pick. So they can trade 2024. They can't trade 25 or 26. And technically speaking, they can't really trade 2027 as well, because they could have to give up their 2026. But you can put in basically a rider in the trade that if their 2025 or 26 doesn't relay, that the 2027, it's just complicated how you have to do it. So you could do 29 and 31. So you can offer 4 first round picks, including this year's. So it would just have to be like a slightly complicated grouping of picks that have an asterisk. And the problem is with situations like that, people need to remember this, that if you can't protect those picks. Technically, you can protect them, but then they would roll over into the next year as like a different protection. So you can't keep protecting all of the picks, if that makes sense. Because if you could possibly give away the 27 or the 28, you can't trade the 29. Does that make sense? Good question, though. Yeah, Brendan was near Lake Havasu. His family has a boat down in Southern California, and they drive to Arizona.
Shams reported that the Pacers are expected to offer Pascal Siakam a max contract this summer.
Huh. Oh, man, that's a lot.
Thanks, Shams.
Oof.
Here we go.
That's just the truth, dog.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
That guy there is James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're rocking with you until noon on Sacramento Sports Center. A big shout out to Jiffy Lube and a big shout out to you, James, because your report in the Kings Beat. Subscribe today at thekingsbeat.com. I really got the ball rolling on the Mike Brown contract discussion.
Mm-hmm.
Adrian Wojnarowski on Friday reported, quote, after engaging in contract extension discussions, the Sacramento Kings and coach Mike Brown have tabled talks. There remains a gulf on a potential deal for Brown, who has one guaranteed season left on his contract. Mark Stein also reported, along the lines backing up what you reported on Friday, it appears that the combination of Brown's, this is from Mark Stein, it appears that the combination of Brown's desire for a significant salary bump and the Kings' postseason disappointments of the past 2 springs have given his bosses pause. Yikes, man.
Yeah.
I don't.
This is tough. Like, look, again, negotiating isn't a great negotiating in the press.
Sure.
Isn't a great thing, and like this has been brewing. It's been coming to a head for a little while, from what I know.
Mm-hmm.
And we're just now seeing it bleed out. Where initially you kind of understood what Mike was looking for.
Mm-hmm.
Like I think Amick and Slater wrote the number as like 10 to 12 million. We saw that's what they were hoping to negotiate around. We saw it from Jake Fisher last week, a week and a half ago, that they were hoping to have a contract around the 8-figure number, which again, whether that's 10 or 11 million, whatever it might be. But again, those were just what the parameters of negotiations were expected to be around. I don't think that that's where the Sacramento Kings plan on having those discussions be around. And maybe they've come up a little bit from their previous offers, and maybe that's a good thing. Maybe there's some momentum as far as the dollar amount. But I also think that there's I don't think the two sides are on the same page when it comes to years as well. And so the Kings are a franchise that multiple times during the time I've covered the team have been paying 2-3 head coaches at one time, because they've fired so many from the previous years that had 4-year contracts or 5-year contracts, or still had 2 years remaining on their deal when they got let go. And so you still have to keep paying those contracts,
no doubt.
And then you hire a new coach, and now you got 2 contracts that you're paying. Then you pay another coach. You can get up, it can get a little ugly. But at this point, look, I like ownership wasn't super happy about the way the season ended. And that's in general. That wasn't just aimed at Mike. That was in general. Like they're not super happy that they didn't get a playoff run, that they didn't grow from the previous year, that they didn't get to sell playoff tickets, and all that stuff, like in the way that they would have liked to. And so look, this is going to be a situation that I'm not sure, like there isn't like some super positive, like this is heading the right direction from everything that I'm hearing. And I don't know if it gets done or not. Like, and then again, someone could wake up today and say, you know what, let's just do this thing. Let's just get it over with. Because like it's part of doing business in the NBA. And I know there's a lot of conversation out there about how much the franchise has raised in value over the last few years. We had some people, in the chat yesterday when we had the Kings Beat podcast, who, pointed out that the Kings franchise valuation since making the playoffs has jumped like over $3 billion. And it's jumped up a ton. And so like the positive momentum that Mike Brown has something to do with that. Also TV contracts and everything else have something to do with that. But also just like there's a reality that has to be in place here, that if it's not Mike Brown, then who? And if it's not $8 to $12 million a year, then what are you doing? Because that's the new going rate for head coaches. And like at some point, whether it's Mike or it's someone else, that's what you're going to be paying. And the guys, again, we can keep saying this, but I don't think people in the back are hearing it. Like this team has been over 500 10 times in their 39 years in Sacramento. 8 of those are Rick Adelman. 2 of those are Mike Brown. Straight up, he ran an 18-game improvement over the previous year in his first year coaching the team. He took a 2-game step back in year 2, but still ran 46 wins. I mean, this is a team that should be on the rise. It has a positive vibe going about it, that has a culture that's building. And a lot of that is the Mike Brown culture. And I'm confused why that's not being embraced as much as it is, hey, X's and O's, or a couple of wins here, a couple of wins there, and this thing could have totally looked different this year.
Yeah, man. That's my problem with this. Is it's not about the dollars. It's not about the years. It's that the Kings at all would sit here and look at this because uh, uh, here's how I read it from the Kings' perspective. Everything you just said about, well, if you give a guy a 4-year contract and you fire him in year 2 of that deal, you owe him X amount of dollars over the next 2 years because you have to pay him out. You have to pay out that contract, which to me says the Kings are concerned about the direction the team is going or the direction they went this year, whatever it is. And instead of paying Mike Brown up front and saying, you are building a program, here is the going rate for an NBA head coach. Is a really easy comp with Mike Budenholzer and what he just got. What do you get, 10 a year?
You got a 5-year 50, 10 a year.
Right. So 5 and 50. Okay. You don't want to give him 10 because Mike Budenholzer has a title. So you want to make it 9 or whatever it is. I don't care. Like I said, the problem for me is the commitment, because this basically says the Kings are saying, we don't want to pay the going rate for a head coach. And if I'm wrong on this, please let me know. I'm viewing this from a space that you're not. The Kings don't want to pay a head coach because if they miss the playoffs next year, they don't want to move forward with Mike Brown. Or if they don't make the growth that they think they should be making, then they don't want to move forward with that coach, which is why they don't want to give him a sizable contract, because they don't trust him enough to stick around for the length of that contract.
Yeah, I would say that as much as it is about the dollar for year 1 or year 2, it's the length of the contract that is always going to be in question.
Which is asinine to me.
Yeah.
They're not, that to me says their concern and their priority is not building a program, is not having continuity, and is not saying, great, here is this. We have given Mike Brown and Monty McNair this roster, and let's see where this thing goes over the next 4 to 5 years. I guess if you include the last year, 6 to 7 years, and let's see what this can grow into. It's, I need success now.
Yes.
And if I don't have it now, then we'll find somebody else. And that in itself creates a whole bunch of other problems with players who signed up to play here under Mike Brown, and with players like Malik Monk, who may or may not be signing up to play here for Mike Brown.
Yes.
And that's, like I said, the dollars don't even necessarily matter. It's the unwillingness to commit to a coach who has had success. Like, what are you doing? Why is it here?
Yeah. It's the inability to commit to the plan. Like, you chose a path.
Yes.
Right? You chose a path.
They did everything right to this point.
Yeah, and look, there could come a point. I've said this before. There could come a point where Mike Brown can't get you over the hump, where he's a coach that you think, okay, like, let's just say the Kings make it to the Western Conference Finals once or twice, but you can't get over the hump. And you say, okay, I might need a coach that can get us over the hump. And I don't even know what that coach would look like, to be honest with you, but there might be some coach out there that you think, okay, this guy might be the guy who has a couple of championship rings and can push us over the top in the right situation. We just aren't there yet. We're not even close to that. Like, you're trying to build a program. And that has to be from top down. Like, there has to be an identity of what that program looks like, a way that you're developing players, a way that you're bringing in players for off season, the way that you're building your training camp roster, the way you're building everything. It has to be a program, a plan that's in place to have everybody moving in the right direction. And I don't know that we're quite there yet. I think that there's an idea of what a program looks like from a couple of sides. And then, this isn't just a coach and a general manager. There's also ownership involved. And so there's all of these different avenues, and they all have to be on the same page for the synergy has to work for this thing to move forward. And as of right now, I don't know how close we are to finding that synergy. And I think it's a shame.
Me too. My concern when as we talk about this, and we'll continue talking about this kind of throughout today's show, but I know Vivek comes from Golden State, and I know that there have been so many things where he's tried to kind of replicate what they did in Golden State. And my biggest fear with this is that he looks at Mike Brown as Mark Jackson in this situation, where the sooner they get out from under this coach, the sooner they can really take off.
Yeah.
And that, again, maybe this is a negotiation tactic, and maybe cooler heads will prevail in August, or they get together at Summer League and they hash this thing out, and Mike Brown's got a 4-year deal by the time the season starts. But there are just so many things that have led up to this point that make me really, really wary of being optimistic that that's going to happen.
I think that that's realistically the problem.
Yeah.
It's the history here. And like, look, you can compare yourself to the Warriors all you want. If you're willing to pay that tax bill and put that type of talent on the court, then you can start worrying about whether your head coach is the problem or not.
That's it.
But until you do that, which hasn't happened yet,
Mhm.
I don't think you got the right man for the job right now.
I'm right there with you. Let's keep talking about this. We got to hit a break. More Mike Brown contract stuff when we get back on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. Clear, by the way. Sorry.
Sweet. Yeah, I get some of this stuff, but like worst case scenario, the Kings miss the playoffs again. What you have to worry about is like I get this, I get this, but here's the problem. Like you have to invest in everything about the NBA. It can't just be like I'll give you an example. Like Manchester United, right? Like storied franchise. They're one of the most storied franchises in the English Premier League. They had this run of greatness that lasted forever, and then all of a sudden they've fallen on hard times. They're not bad. What they are is like a little bit worse than like a 7th seed, right? And the problem is that they have a coach that they're not committing to. They're not sure if they're going to commit to. They got a bunch of players that they're going to move on from. But on top of that, they have a training staff that clearly doesn't know how to pull their head out of their ass. I've never seen a professional team in any sport have to deal with constant injuries all season long to like 12 players. There's like, so again, when you look at like what the Kings are building, there is so much more than just a coaching staff and a front office and an ownership group. There are all these other pieces that actually matter. And if you don't put money into all of those things, then it doesn't work. If you don't put money into your PR staff, if you don't put money into your medical staff, if you don't put money into your training staff, then you might have players that improve. You might have players that are injured all the time. There are a lot of pieces to this that move around. And I think that right now it's time to look at how much the team is worth. Look at what the television contract. That's the other thing. Like the television contract is going to blow like not just the salaries, but the money coming in the door off the charts. It's going to blow everything up. So like, here's the thing. The cost of doing business is if you have to fire Mike Brown in 2 years because you don't like the way it's going, then you have to fire Mike Brown and you got to swallow the final 2 years at $20 million or whatever.
Yeah.
That's the NBA. That's the cost of doing business. And it's what you've repeatedly done to yourself, self-imposed like wounds again and again and again. I mean, Mike Malone was paid for 2.5 years after he left. George Karl, 2 years after he left. Luke Walton, a year and 9 months after he left, he was still getting paychecks. That is the NBA. If you fire coaches, the way to avoid paying out that big money is not to short somebody. It's to not fire somebody. So, I don't know. Save this content for the broadcast. Sorry, Lazy. You're right.
We're going to save money on coaches. What we're going to do is just let their contracts run out.
Yeah.
Brilliant. We're saving so much money.
Yeah.
All right, here we go.
This is completely BS.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
That's James. I'm Kyle. The Kings and Mike Brown have tabled contract talks, according to Adrian Wojnarowski. Is this here's something. I'm trying to stay measured here.
Yeah.
Because like you said, I'm going off of everything we know about the Kings over the last 20-ish years. 17-ish years. I'm going off of that. So that's the history that I have to go on here. But maybe somebody wakes up tomorrow or at some point in the middle of June and goes, okay, this is ridiculous. Let's get this thing done and let's continue moving forward with Mike Brown and De'Aaron Fox and Domantas Sabonis and Keegan Murray and stay on this path that has been charted for the last 2 seasons, 2.5 seasons. That is certainly on the table, and maybe that is what will happen. So I'm trying to stay measured here. Is there any thought in your mind that this is just maybe I'm dramatically overreacting and going, hey, Vivek, this is Vivek and ownership and whoever else in the front office, this is on them and they need to figure this thing out. Is there a chance that this is purely negotiating where they know that they'll get to whatever number? I'm going to go with 10 because that's the Budenholzer deal. I'm just going to say 10. They know they'll get to 10, but they're hoping he'll take 7. And yeah, okay, they'll get to 10 if it goes to July. But hey, maybe if they put the pressure on, they can get him for a little cheaper.
Yeah, here's my concern. My concern is that Monty McNair went into the season, not this last year, but the year before, in the same exact situation, and Vivek didn't pay him. He let this thing play out during the season, and then you get to like right up against a trade deadline, and you're allowing someone to make like massive plans that could impact your franchise for 7 years without a contract. And then in February, they decided to extend Monty McNair and like, hooray, it all got done. This is good, right? That's not the way it works with head coaches. It's different. Front office and head coaches. Front office personnel changes a lot less often than head coaches. Even like I can tell you during my time covering the team, there's an ownership change that happens in 2013. And at that point, Jeff Petrie and his staff goes. Pete D'Alessandro and his staff come in. That lasts a certain amount of time. Then Vlade Divac comes in, and now we got Monty McNair. So 4, right? This is Mike Brown is my 9th head coach. So, and some people say, oh, well, like some of those guys are interim head coaches. That's not the case. Only one interim head coach in the entire time that I've covered the team. Only one. And that's Alvin Gentry 2 years ago when Luke Walton was let go. Outside of that, Tyrone Corbin was given the full job. He was given a contract for 2 years to be the head coach of the Kings. He went 7-21, I believe, is the record. And then George Karl took over and finished the season that year and had 11 wins to finish the season. But that's kind of where we're like, we've been here before, man. And that's what I don't understand. It's if this is what franchises that are perpetually stuck in losing ways do. They keep stopping and starting and going in a different direction again and again and again. I don't know how you ask De'Aaron Fox to do that again. I don't know how you can. I mean, look at how many coaches he's played for.
De'Aaron Fox, who didn't sign an extension, by the way.
Yeah, and that's partially because of the All NBA stuff. But
that wasn't to say he didn't sign his extension because of this. It's just he's not extended beyond his current deal.
Yes, exactly. So anyway, I just think it's a difficult situation that the Kings are putting themselves in. And I guess you can get 2 years down the road with a head coach and decide that that's not the path you want to go. But at some point, you got to choose somebody and stick with it, right? And I don't understand why we keep spinning our tires here and starting over, because that just makes it really, really difficult. Again, look at people always say, oh, again, Luke Walton is in Sacramento. Everyone, oh, he's a horrible coach. Like, okay, Luke Walton, year 1, had a roster. Luke Walton in year 2 lost his starting shooting guard, and year one, he had his team primed to make the playoffs before the pandemic hits.
Mhm.
It's all coming down to this game against the Pelicans on that.
Yeah.
You know, it's like 8 games left or 10 games left in the season. It's all coming down to this one thing, right? And the Kings have this opportunity to make the playoffs and snap the drought.
Mhm.
You go into that offseason, and instead of bringing back Alex Len and Bogdan Bogdanovic and Kent Bazemore, they sign Hassan Whiteside and they sign Glenn Robinson the third or the second, whatever.
The third.
Yeah, the third. That's it. And so, and mind you, they also tell Nemanja Bjelica, hey, bro, you're not part of the plan. We're going to go with Marvin Bagley. Even though you've been a good starter for us for the last 2 years, we're not even going to use you really. We're going to put you on the bench and play out your last year. So Luke Walton goes into that season with literally like 6 players. That's it. 6 players. How do you expect someone to succeed? And that's where
can't.
I tell people all the time, I don't even know what to tell you about Luke Walton as a head coach. Look at the roster he had.
Mm-hmm.
It was literally like Buddy Hield and De'Aaron Fox and Marvin Bagley, who ends up getting hurt. They had Corey Joseph, the fastest point guard in the league, backed up by the slowest point guard in the league. One of the fastest power forwards in the league, in Marvin Bagley, backed up by the slowest power forward in the league in Nemanja Bjelica. Like, nothing really fit together.
Mm-hmm.
And so I don't know how to. And then Luke doesn't get let go in that season. He gets part of year 3. So they didn't have to pay a new head coach and Luke Walton for 2 years. They could pay an interim when they let him go 20-something games into the season. He wasn't going to be the coach for the whole year. No one really felt that at all. I don't even believe he felt that. But they didn't want to pay for a new head coach for 2 years while they're paying Luke Walton.
Mm-hmm.
So they did an interim tag on Alvin Gentry, had him take over the team. So it's really difficult for this thing to, like, you want to see them succeed.
Yeah.
I don't have any stake in this race, but as someone who covers basketball, I would much rather watch a 48-win team that makes the playoffs and has an exhilarating 7-game series against the NBA champion Golden State Warriors than the previous 12 years where your season's over basically in January or February, and you're wondering who's getting traded at the deadline to go help some other team. And then you're going to watch 3 young guys who don't know how to play basketball try to play 35 minutes a game the whole second half of the season, because that's where you're at as a franchise. You're playing for a draft pick. You're not playing for like wins and losses.
Yeah.
That's not fun.
It's not.
No.
As somebody who's done radio out here in 2018 and 2019 primarily versus this past year, the seasons like this past year are way better.
Yeah.
It's so much better.
Oh, it's so much better. And like, look,
so we're all rowing the same direction here.
Yeah, people will tell you how much season tickets have gone up because they're playing better, because that's what's happening.
A stunner.
And
that's what I, again, that's partly why I think that they're going to get something done here, because this is not, hey, this roster's a mess. This team is a mess. They're just going to change the head coach because they got to do something. So no, there's a very clear path forward.
Yes.
And I can't, as you were talking just now, this popped into my head. Mike Brown started saying a lot, at least at the press conferences I was at, started saying, like, we practice offense. We practice the offense.
Yes.
We practice the offense a lot. He started saying that in press conferences all the time. I don't know. I never got if somebody said something or whatever. I don't get why he started saying that. But it sticks in my brain, or just popped out in my brain, because I kind of wonder if they believe that the roster should be doing something different than it is.
Okay, so we got to the trade deadline. We had our post-trade deadline discussion with Monty McNair when the Kings they traded for Robin Lopez and then waived him.
Right.
So the second time.
Big time addition.
Second time Robin Lopez has been traded to Sacramento
Sure.
and then waived. When that happened, Monty was very much, hey, look, the offense isn't where it was last year, and we need to get back to where that was. We need to see the offense. We need to see that. Where is it? And so I get that Mike was catching the memo, right? That they want offense, offense, offense. And he's saying, like, that's fine. We're going to do offense, offense, offense. But at the same time, like, there's a reason why the Minnesota Timberwolves and Boston Celtics and even now the Dallas Mavericks
Mavs defense been really good.
are 3 of the 4 teams in the NBA, Eastern and Western Conference Finals. They're the best defensive teams in the league. 2 of those teams are the best defensive teams in the league.
Yep.
When you get to the playoffs, if you don't play defense, you're going to get bounced.
Yes.
And that's all Mike's trying to do is establish a culture that involves defense. Got them all the way up to number 13. All the way up to number 13 in the league and defensive rating by the end of the season. The problem is the offense took a hit. Now, you could say, well, the offense took a hit because you're working guys too hard on the defensive end or you're too focused on that. Mike was showing, hey, look, in my practices, 3 of the drills we're doing are offensive and 1 is defensive. 3 are offensive and 2 are defensive. 4 are offensive, 1 is defensive. Like, he was showing, like, this is what we're doing. We are really, really pushing the offense more than we are the defense in practice, but our principles are different. There's nothing you can do when players stop hitting shots. When players like deviate from their standard, who they have been for years as players, when they stop being that player and you don't have someone else who can step in and be that player instead, there's not a lot you can do.
Or if you don't have a second pitch and can go get a stop.
Yeah.
You learned that, and that's why this is frustrating. You learned that literally in the playoffs.
Yeah.
You learned that when Kevin Huerter couldn't hit a shot, and Domantas Sabonis was struggling, and De'Aaron Fox broke his finger, and Keegan Murray was in his first ever playoff series and kind of finding his way. You needed to have some kind of recourse when the shots weren't going down, and they didn't. And now the concern is they don't do enough offense?
Yeah.
That's the other piece of this that I can't shake when I go, of course they're going to get something done. Because I'm trying to talk about like they're the summer league, they'll get together, they'll talk about summer league, and they'll get a contract done, and everything will be fine going into camp. But then, do they look at this and go, "Wow, look at the Pacers, look at how many points they score. Wow, look at Boston, look how many points they're scoring. Look at Kyrie and Luka, and look at all the points they're putting," and going, "Hey, we need to do something different than whatever it is we're doing."
But Kyle, we learned in the playoffs. We learned just from the Celtics series that they just won 4-0. I kept saying, I said it in the previous series with the Knicks. Why are the Knicks trying to run with the Pacers? Don't run with them.
Right.
Slow them down. Put them in mud.
Right.
Game 1, they tried to run with the Pacers and they almost got beat and they got lucky to escape. Game 2, 3, 4, stopped running. Slowed the game down. No, we're not doing that anymore.
Yeah.
And they won. They swept. That's like the coaching adjustment that had to happen. And that's why you can't just be an offensive team in the NBA. Because there is a counter to just an offensive team. So
I don't disagree, dude.
Yeah.
I'm there. I'm trying to suss out my lack of confidence that something's going to get done. And I think part of it is it wouldn't shock me if it came out eventually, whether it's 2-3 years down the road and they move on from Mike Brown and they got somebody else in. And let's say, you know what, here, we'll do it this way. Let's say Mike Brown goes into this year without a contract. And the Kings don't do what the front office and ownership believe they should do. So they jettison Mike Brown. They don't re-sign him and they bring somebody else in. That person that they bring in, I promise, is going to be like an offensive-minded, forward-thinking coach. Okay. I don't think that's right. But when I'm talking about my worries with this, that's a worry that jumps out, is that that's the kind of coach they really want.
Okay, but here's the problem. This all happened once before. You had Michael Malone. They let Michael Malone go. I go into the owner's lounge at Arco Arena, and I sit down with Vivek Ranadive for like 15 minutes. And all he keeps saying is, I don't want a Sousa marching band leader. I want a jazz band leader. I want a jazz band leader. I want free flowing. I want this to be Like everyone's got their own, they're marching to their own drummer and it's a flow offense. I don't want this ritualized, like everyone has to play defense and this forceful. And so Malone, his whole like last part of his first year and the early part of his second year before he was let go, kept saying the word pace, but in a negative connotation. He kept saying, yeah, everyone wants pace. They want pace. But we have to play defense, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what you did is they had an idea to bring in George Karl, but things were getting a little dicey. They had Tyrone Corbin take over in the interim, but then paid him to not be an interim. And then they bring in George Karl, which is exactly what you're talking about. George Karl is one of the great offensive minds the game has ever seen. Like he uses Vance Wahlberg's like dribble drive motion offense, right?
Mm-hmm.
The same thing that John Calipari used at Kentucky and at Memphis. It's this very specific. It's what we see in the NBA. It's corner threes. It's get to the basket and either score at the rim or kick out for the corner three. Those are both really, really high percentage shots that get you 1.2 points per possession.
Right.
If you're 60% at the rim, 40% from three. No one can keep up with you.
Yep.
Right. Except for George Karl wins 59 games and gets bounced in the first round of the playoffs with his Denver Nuggets.
Yep.
Like that's what happens. And so we keep going through this same cycle where you bring in a defensive-minded coach who brings in an offensive coordinator. You had the number 1 rated offense in the league a year ago.
Mm-hmm.
It's not like you're that far away. Like you got to figure out what happened this year, but what happened this year is not that the Kings stopped playing offense because Mike Brown only wanted them to play defense. Sure. It's something as simple as your starting shooting guard had one of his worst career years, that your starting small forward like took a step back as a 31, 32-year-old and had one of his worst years. And so you're trying to bring along a Keegan Murray. You're trying to give some of these other pieces, a bigger platform and asking them to do more. And in year one, they didn't regress as much as they plateaued.
Sure.
And then they had 5 or 6 games where they blew because they couldn't hit free throws.
Right. And they plateaued because they had the same roster.
They did.
Here's the other frustrating thing about all this. If Malik Monk doesn't get hurt against the Mavericks, I'm of the mind that the Kings probably go to the playoffs.
I am also of the mind that they go to the playoffs.
And so we're deciding the future of your team and whether Mike Brown should be paid over 4 or 5 years or however long he wants on his deal. You're over a Malik Monk injury?
Yeah.
Like if Monk had stayed healthy and is everything hunky-dory now? Like everything is, they're all of a sudden happy with Mike Brown? Or happy with the way the season went? That's the other piece of this that I can't. It's like, you can do this 2 ways. You can be upset with the way the season went, which to me, that should have happened in like January.
Yeah.
Like January was the cutoff for like, hey, this is not the same team as last year. They're not, maybe they make the playoffs, but man, I don't know. This team is not it. In which case, like, make a decision then with your coach. If you believe that that's on the coaching staff.
Mm-hmm.
And if you don't, if it's simply, well, we didn't make the playoffs, so we need to see him make the playoffs again. Like, look at the injury stuff. Your starting shooting guard.
Yep.
And Malik Monk both got hurt at key points of the season.
Yeah, and I'll keep saying it. You didn't just lose 25 points per game. You lost almost 8 assists per game.
Mm-hmm.
That
was
was
spacing.
That was your secondary playmaking. Both of them were your secondary playmakers.
Mm-hmm.
Once you lost that, you became so singularly dimensional. Yeah, like you were not multi-dimensional. You were so one-dimensional as an offense, and it was like, okay, we know what's coming.
And dude, and I know De'Aaron Fox, clutch player of the year last year.
Yep.
All respect to him in those situations. Malik Monk was their guy this year. Was their closer.
Yeah.
Go look at all the clutch stats, everything. It was Malik this year, and you lose that guy with 10 games left, 8 games left.
Yeah.
And you just it was really clear they just did not have that extra gear to get where they needed to go.
Yep.
That to me is not the coach. And if you can't look and see that, if it was literally just, hey, if they had made the playoffs, he'd have an extension right now. Then give him the extension if you're that happy with it.
Yeah.
Because you could chalk up the missed playoffs to the injury stuff. So I'm
Yeah.
Man,
I get it, man.
I had a small concern in the back of my head. I forget what percentage I said, like 5 or 8 or 13 or something % in the back of my head, that this is the way this is going to go. But I was ultimately like, you know what? No, cooler heads will prevail. They'll do the right thing. This is a different new age, new page for the Kings. And now we're here freaking less than a week later at, yeah, hey, no extension, tabling talks. Till when? For what? You have all the time in the world right now.
What else? Yeah.
What do you have going on? Rather than just sit down and go, Mike, here's you sit down and you go, Mike, we want to keep you around. What's it going to take to stay? He says 15 a year. And they go, well, that's a little much. Okay, now you hash it out. You get to a middle ground. You sign a deal and you're good.
Mm-hmm.
And if you're not happy with them, if you're like, yeah, we need to see one more year, then just move on now, because that's not a feasible way to go about building a team.
Yeah, that's what my friend Sean Cunningham says on the podcast, on the Kings Beat podcast all the time. He's like, if you're not going to do this, which is your prerogative, if you're not going to bring him back on a contract, then fire him now.
Yes.
And go find the guy that you want to lead the team forward. But go ahead and hire him now.
Mm-hmm.
Because as of right now, like that's you can't kind of have it both ways.
No.
Like that you just can't. And so you
That's
figure it out.
Works.
And I would also point out, like, look, winning matters, right? Winning is a huge thing in the NBA.
It is the thing.
And that's how guys like De'Aaron Fox make All-NBA one year, and the next year they fall off the All-NBA because the team didn't win nearly as much. He was a better player. Statistically speaking, he was a better player this year than he was the year before. Like, you're super close to getting just like lost in the weeds with your franchise again.
Yeah.
Where you're not moving the right way. Like, this team should be looking at Denver, Minnesota, Dallas, OKC. Those 4 teams, and saying, we're not as good as them. How do I find a player and maybe a second player in my rotation, a top 5 player in my rotation, a starter to make me take the jump, and then a second player that can help me match up with some of these teams that can like help me make this jump.
Yes.
That's what the focus should be right now.
I totally agree.
It should not be on, we got to scrap this whole thing. Everybody's all in, but we don't really care. Like, again, when a coach loses a locker room, it's time to go.
Yes.
Mike Brown hasn't lost a locker room.
Very much the opposite.
Yes.
They were bought in defensively at the end of the year.
They were good defensively by the end of the year.
Very good defensively.
Yes. I mean, it's a very confusing situation, but when you're looking at the way your team is built and the way these other teams are built, like very specifically, go back to what Jokic said. The Minnesota Timberwolves were built to beat us.
Mm-hmm.
Same guy built both teams. Same exact guy.
Mm-hmm.
He left one team, went to the other, and he built the counter piece.
Mm-hmm.
He basically is playing chess by himself, where he just keeps switching the board.
Mm-hmm.
He's got the opposing team. You have to figure out how to get over the hump and how to get into that conversation.
Mm-hmm.
Stop playing checkers. Start playing chess like the other guys are playing, because that's how you actually compete for a championship.
Mm-hmm.
You're close. You're really close. You got a culture. You got it. Everybody's in line, but you have to improve the talent on the roster. This was not a coaching issue. I don't even think it's a player on as much as it is straight up. You got to have more talent, and you have to make a move not to make a move. You have to make a move because you're not good enough.
Mm-hmm.
And if you can't see that, if you're blinded by something and you think some other coach can do smoke and mirrors and get you to the championship, the Indiana Pacers just smoked and mirrored their way through 2 rounds of playoffs because superstars got hurt in both first and second round, got to the Eastern Conference Finals and got stomped.
Mm-hmm.
And they gave it a fight. But that's what you're asking, basically. Can we get somebody to smoke and mirror away to where the Pacers are? And
if they are of the mind, watching the Kings play basketball this year, that this is a championship caliber roster, that a new coach just needs to put the puzzle pieces in the right place, then the Kings have a way bigger problem than we are discussing now.
Amen.
So, the Mike Brown contract situation, I thought for sure that it would get settled at some point, but no, it appears it's going the other direction. but we will continue discussing that whenever news comes out, because this is now priority number one for the Kings this offseason. We had an interesting Kings trade idea come out from Andy Bailey
Okay.
of Bleacher Report, and it is the most obvious Kings yes I think I've ever seen in a trade proposal.
Yeah, the Kings already made that deal if it's out there.
Yeah.
Plus, Kyle, tonight at 5 p.m., we have Game 4, the Minnesota Timberwolves at Dallas Mavericks. Is it a sweep? Have it right here on ESPN 1320.
You, the organic plug. So proud of you right now. The Insiders are sponsored by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320. Second hour coming up right now.
Charlie wrote it on the paper. Do you think Kings players, agents will pressure the organization? You know what? This is a good question, Groovy Greg.
Oh, hey, I have a thing about this exactly.
Okay, so we'll discuss on the air.
Good question, Greg. Star that so we can get back to it.
Okay. Okay. Look, man, here's the problem with this idea, Patrick. It's May. If it's August and he doesn't have an extension, you all can worry. Now is not the time for hyperbole. Wrong. You are about to go into a free agency period where you need to promise Malik Monk everything under the sun, because what you can't do is compete financially with other teams for his services.
This is what I was going to talk about.
Okay.
Specifically.
So this as well. So we're going to start that as well. Sorry.
So my question for Patrick, because I totally get what he's saying.
Yes.
But my question is what have the Kings ever done that makes you confident that they're going to just do the right thing here?
Yeah.
Like that's if this was the Celtics, I don't think I would have the same level of concern.
Yeah.
I don't play MLB The Show.
I don't know what this means. Kyle, do you know what that means?
Oh yeah, golfer who took his own life over the weekend.
Oh.
Golfer, yeah. Very, very sad.
He's a professional golfer? Wait, I saw that. Oh, got it. Yeah, that's horrible. He struggled with alcohol abuse, and I'm assuming other things, but yeah. No. Obi Toppin, I don't think there's any way that they're going to. So they have to give Obi, because he was such a high pick, a qualifying offer, and a qualifying offer for him is going to be really high. And then if they give him the qualifying offer, his cap hold is even higher than that. And if they give him a qualifying offer and his qualifying offer is like 11 or 12 million bucks, he would just take it and play for that, because I don't think he's going to get that on the open market at all. So I think he'll probably be unrestricted. Maybe I'm wrong there, but with Isaiah Jackson and like less expensive players on the roster, I would be surprised if Obi is back.
Obi Toppin is a bad man.
That's right.
I think it was Aldrin J asked if I'm excited for the Euro Cup. Yes. I'm all in on international soccer. I'm sorry if my mother-in-law's watching. International football.
Okay, wait. Yeah, looking forward to the UEFA Euro tournament this summer.
It's the best.
Yeah.
It's not the best, but it's like the World Cup, but just Europe.
Well, I love Euro Cup. Like, I'm a big Euro Cup. Like, I was in Europe for Euro Cup soccer one year, and everywhere we went, we'd go to bars and hang out and watch it.
Hell yeah. That sounds like a great damn time.
We were doing laundry in Frankfurt. Are we coming back? All right.
I want to hear this next break though, so put a pin in it. Hour number 2. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're rocking with you until noon. Then we'll hand it off to D'Lo and KC, and they will hang out with you until 4 o'clock. 916-909-1320. 916-909-1320. How worried are you that the Kings are going to get a deal done with Mike Brown or not getting a deal done with Mike Brown? How much does that worry you? Hit us on the Farmer's Dog Talk line. A healthy life starts with healthy food. If you call this program, it will ring until we can pick it up. We don't have a call screener, so if it rings and rings and rings, just have a little patience for us. That's all. I want to remind you tonight, 5 o'clock, Game 4 of the Western Conference Finals. Timberwolves at Mavericks. The Mavericks looking for a sweep. Did you know, James, that there has never been 2 sweeps in a conference final since we've gone to 7 games?
Really? I did not know that.
Never, ever. The finals begin June 6th.
Yeah, like next Thursday, right?
We might get an all-time hilarious Timberwolves whistle tonight.
Oh.
Like,
yeah.
I'm pretty anti-conspiracy theory, league offices calling officials, going, hey, did I say something, or are you doing a ref thing?
No, I'm doing a ref thing.
Okay, I thought I said something. I'm usually pretty anti, like, Adam Silver's on the phone calling the refs and being like, hey, we need Team X to win tonight, so make sure. I don't believe that happens. But if it ever did, it would not shock me if we see that for the Timberwolves tonight, and then maybe even in Game 5.
Mm.
Then if the finals or the conference finals end tonight, there is not NBA basketball for like more than a week.
9 days. 9 days of no hoop.
Of nothing.
Wild.
And we'll have WNBA. Like, there's WNBA to watch.
Yeah.
But for the NBA specifically, what do you do? What do you talk about? By the time the finals, like, you already have, it's going to be Dallas or Minnesota with Boston. So they're already probably fretting the market size of the Western Conference team. But now you're just going to have 9 days where we're just dissecting the series front, back, upside down. I don't.
Yeah, it's going to be wild, man. That's a long time.
I think we're going to get a really, really friendly Timberwolves whistle tonight.
I also think the Timberwolves are going to come out swinging. Like, I do. I think that they're going to come out, but I've thought that every time. And it kind of feels like the Dallas Mavericks are just kryptonite for them. Like, I feel like so much this year, the Western Conference, right? I think the Eastern Conference, it's not just Indiana that got like a free pass to the Eastern Conference Finals. The Celtics did too. Like, Celtics, like, didn't they play the Heat without Jimmy Butler?
Yes.
And then who they play in the second round? Oh, the Cavs. And Donovan got hurt.
Yeah, and Jared Allen was out.
And then they like Harris LeVert. Like, they like by
that
the
was
end,
Game 4. That was
by the end it was like
5.
very thin roster, right? But the Western Conference, it feels like it's one team against another that's just a bad matchup. Like, I don't know that we're seeing the best 2 teams in the finals at all. But what I do understand is that we have the 2 teams that, for whatever reason, throughout the course of the playoffs, faced a team that was a bad matchup for that other team.
Yeah.
And, again, you can look at the Clippers in the first round. Without Kawhi Leonard, they didn't have the defender to slow down Luka in the right way, right?
Yeah.
And you just keep going through the rounds, and it feels like, okay, this is a matchup-based issue.
Yeah.
Which is, it's just random. If we would have jumbled up, if Dallas would have been number 2 and Minnesota would have been number 1, and and we would have not seen these teams until, like, they would have had to go a different path. I don't know that we would have the same 2 teams sitting here.
Yeah, I agree.
I like, Dallas was the 5th seed, and also Dallas missed the playoffs last year. And you know what they didn't do? They didn't fire Jason Kidd.
Well,
I'm just saying, like, just saying they didn't fire Jason Kidd, and this year when things were going great, they gave him a massive extension. And so for me, like, look, I think that it's very possible that if Dallas played Denver on the way to this point, that Denver would be the one representing the West.
Yeah.
And I also think it's possible that OKC could have been different. And like all of these teams are they just have matchup issues for the other squads. So
Yeah, and I think especially in this Minnesota series, so much of it has been A, just shot making, and
Yep.
B, experience. Because Luka hits the big three over Rudy Gobert.
Yep.
But then Naz Reid had a good look.
Oh yeah.
For the win on the other end. If he knocks that down, we've got a 2-1 series right now. And in game 3, that was a 2-point game with 3 minutes left. And then Dallas, pulled away at the end. But it's not. I think it's definitely a matchup thing because Anthony Edwards, in particular, has really looked bad. Particularly compared to how he looked early in the playoffs. But yeah, man, I wouldn't have looked. I don't look at Dallas and go, "Oh, this is just." Boston has very obviously been the best team in basketball all year, by every metric.
I totally agree.
But Dallas was never that. Like Dallas is good. Like you go, hey, you have Kyrie and Luka. You can get any series with those guys. But I wouldn't have. I would not have ranked them in the top 2 or 3 of teams I thought would come out of the West. Not at all.
Not at all.
So I've been super impressed with them. Luka is just a force, man. He looks like he is. I hate the phrase flipping the switch, but it looks like he's taken as big a step as you can make for a player of his caliber at this point in their career. It's like he's turning some kind of corner, and man,
I think it's crazy. I get
scary.
I have a wild theory on this too.
Ooh,
I believe that like I said this when they traded for Luka last year. Everyone was concerned that when they traded for Kyrie, everyone was concerned that it's like the Trojan horse thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
You're sending a guy in and he's going to be the reason why this whole thing blows up.
Yeah.
They end up falling apart completely, but it was for a totally different reason than what everyone thought. It was because once Kyrie stepped on the floor without Luka, everyone in Dallas was like, oh my gosh, this is the biggest breath of fresh air ever. Yeah. I'm having so much fun playing basketball with Kyrie and without Luka. And I think that momentary like blip where they fall apart to finish the season, they learn a lot. And Luka learned a lot about what leadership is and what being a teammate is. We get to the next season and it took a little while, but all of a sudden Luka figured out why Kyrie was so beloved by his teammates.
Yep.
And that in itself is the reason we are seeing Luka Doncic with joy. He has he's figured out, let go of what he thought basketball was and let go of his like egocentric basketball that he plays. And he's found himself as a player on the court with Kyrie. And again, it's really weird how it's kind of come full circle.
Yep.
Where they broke him down, the team fell apart, they came back renewed, and look at what they look like now. It's just crazy.
They look like a legitimate championship contender.
Out of nowhere.
Game 4 tonight. Mavericks and Timberwolves right here on ESPN 1320. Before we hit the break, it's time for everybody's favorite segment with Mitch in New Jersey. Mitch, what's going on, bud?
Hey, Kyle. James, have you guys had a good weekend?
Yeah, man, had a great weekend. What you got?
Days. It's good to be retired. Hey, first of all, Dallas, that is some front court they got. The combination of Luka and Kyrie, you're talking about a half a semester of worth of college games. Luka, I mean, we got to be kicking ourselves. Same thing with Phoenix. But no way you guys can let Mike Brown walk. You haven't reached plateau yet. There's more work to be done. You got to keep earning his money. You're earning a contract extension. Don't be a fool. Don't be a fool, Kings.
I'm right there with you. Thanks for the call, Mitch. Appreciate you, buddy.
Take care.
Mitch in New Jersey, everybody. I totally agree. He said it. Mike Brown earned his money. Give it to him. I just couldn't agree more.
Yeah.
Right there with you, Mitch.
Science.
My man. Thanks for the call. 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. If you'd like to join the show. Hey, real quick before we get out of here, I teased that Andy Bailey trade idea. Not a lot to discuss, so I'm just going to throw it out here in the final minute of this segment. Andy Bailey, Bleacher Report, proposes this trade for the Kings. The Pelicans get Harrison Barnes, Kevin Huerter, and a 2027 first-round draft pick. The Kings get Brandon Ingram.
Done deal.
Like, do that yesterday. I mean, you can't technically, but do that for sure.
There should already be like house searches going on.
Yeah, if
That's the case.
if that's the kind of deal that's on the table, I will God love Harrison Barnes and Kevin Huerter and that 2027 first. I will drive him to the airport.
Yeah.
Like start getting the Brandon Ingram contract ready. Let's talk about that.
Oh yeah.
Anyways.
That's an easy one.
Like that's a layup. Not a lot to talk about there for me. I got nothing.
No.
We've been talking about like, hey, would you give up 3 firsts?
Yeah.
Andy Bailey's like, no. How about 1 first?
1 first and $35 million worth of contract for 2 years straight. 35, 36 million.
Gone. For a secondary shot creator.
Mm-hmm. I'm in.
Me too. Good trade idea, Andy Bailey. All right, we got good idea or bad idea coming up next. 3 headlines. Are they good ideas or bad ideas, including Bronny James denying a bunch of workouts leading up to the NBA draft. A MLB villain, an all-time MLB villain, is retiring, and the Raiders did it good. We'll talk about it next on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Center. We are clear. I need to run out real quick.
That's fine. What's going on, everybody? Yeah, we're gonna get into this. Like, so the word on the street is is that Mikal Bridges could be available. Like, look, this is I could throw out a question here. I'll save it. But Mikal Bridges versus Brandon Ingram. First of all, Mikal Bridges plays every game. And we talked about this on the podcast yesterday, Java. That's the biggest difference for me. Mikal plays every single game. And randomly, he's actually played 83 games in one season and 73 games in a 72-game season. In his career, not only has he not missed a game, he's actually played 2 more games than are like humanly possible, but it is what it is, right? So I personally believe that is a huge thing for the Kings. But on the flip side, Brandon Ingram, although he does miss games, averages like his assist numbers are incredible. And I think the Kings need a secondary playmaker that makes the people around him better. Again, dude averaged 5.7 assists this last season, 5.8 the year before, 5.6 the year before that, 4.9 the year before that. So 4 years, he's averaged 4.9 assists or more. And I think that's something that the Kings like desperately need. Not only is he a guy who's averaging like, again, over his last 5 years, 23.8, 23.8, 22.7, 24.7, and 20.8. And he's a 36% shooter from 3. But I think the assist numbers are something that I would just keep pointing to and go, wow, like how do you like that would be a perfect fit, even if you found a way to bring back Malik and all of a sudden you have 4 top tier playmakers. That to me would be pretty crazy. Yeah. So advanced. The one thing I worry about is the usage. Ingram's usage is at 27.2 this year, which is why his scoring average was down. He's been over 30% he was over 30% the year before. And he's been between 28 and 27 for the last 5 years. That's a slight concern.
Hang on, we're back.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Tonight, 5 o'clock, Timberwolves-Mavericks, Game 4 of the Western Conference Finals, right here on ESPN 1320.
Bring your ass.
See you there.
Mm-hmm.
Tap in. I see Dawn on the line. We will get to Dawn here shortly. Good idea or bad idea real quick. Then we'll get to our caller.
Yeah, let's do it.
All right. Good idea or bad idea. 3 things happening in the world, and we determine whether those things are good ideas or bad ideas. Number 1, Bronny James is not working out for any teams except for the Lakers and Suns, and the Suns, according to a report, are considering taking Bronny James at number 22 overall. I believe that was Shams Charania who reported that. Good idea or bad idea? Let's not for Bronny, but for the Suns to take Bronny at 22.
Well, first of all, I don't think that if you're drafting him as the player, I don't think that's a good idea.
Okay.
If you're drafting him because you think that means his dad is going to come play for you, okay. But the Suns are in a really weird situation where their payroll right now for next season is at $206 million. And what that means is that unless the Lakers would, for some reason in some world, take Bradley Beal in exchange for LeBron James, which I do not believe that they would. But if they would, then sure. But if not, LeBron James would literally have to pay for the minimum. He would have to say no to a $51 million contract and play for less than $4 million per year.
Yeah, I don't think it's happening. I don't think that's what's going down, for sure. I think it's a bad idea for Phoenix. Even if they believe in Bronny James as a player, their window's very small.
Mm-hmm.
And all accounts, everything I've read and heard about Bronny James is that there's improvement required and growth required there for him before he can be a contributor on a title team. And like Phoenix, their window's what? The next 2 seasons?
Yeah, probably.
Kevin Durant, maybe 3 if you're super lucky.
Yeah.
I think that's it. I think that's a bad idea for the Suns. Number 2, Angel Hernandez, MLB umpire who has drawn the ire of fans, coaches, players, media, everybody, has announced that he is retiring from Major League Baseball. He has umpired his last game. Good idea or bad idea for Angel Hernandez to step away?
Yes, it's the greatest idea of all time.
It's a phenomenal idea. Congratulations to Angel Hernandez on a career. He definitely had a career as an umpire.
He did. He umped games.
Boy, did he. And now he'll never ump another game, everybody. Let's celebrate. That's so big time.
Is he the umpire that cost the guy the perfect game at first base?
No, that was Jim Joyce.
Okay, my bad.
Yeah.
All
Big
right.
Jim Joyce guy, by the way.
Okay.
Called him to get him on air one time. Nicest guy ever.
Nice.
Yeah. Big Jim Joyce fan.
Okay.
Yeah, great idea for Angel Hernandez. We commend him for retiring. Number 3, the Raiders renegotiated Max Crosby's contract. No extra years. Just gave him $6 million extra dollars.
That's brilliant.
And it's yes.
Hey man, look, you're really good. How about $6 million extra?
Yeah. Hey, this might take a year or 2 to really get this thing rolling with Tom Telesco and with oh my God, Antonio Pierce. Super blanking on their head coach's name. With Tom Telesco and Antonio Pierce. Here's $6 million. Appreciate you. Here's some money. Keep you motivated.
Yeah.
Although I don't think Max Crosby motivation is ever going to be a problem for him. He's one of the highest motors in the league, but it's a good idea. Pay your players. And Max Crosby has definitely earned it.
I agree 100%.
Good for the Raiders.
Good for the Raiders.
Don, you're on the Insiders. What's going on?
Yes, sir. Kyle, Hammer, what's going on? It's TC.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
What's up,
Call
TC?
screener said you were Don. What's up?
Hey, don't even trip, man. This is Don, man. Hey, look. Hey, that's my nickname, Kyle. Hey, no, but him. Hey, listen. So, Kyle, I'm gonna take a different approach with the Mike Brown contract. I'm gonna be like super optimistic, right? So, what if this whole situation, like what Mike said, if I'm not mistaken, Mike said in the beginning, he said, you know what? It's about the team first, and I want to get the players in. So, what if this is like a smoke screen? Like, hey, I know it seems weird, but hey, this is a smoke screen to throw other teams off of our moves we're trying to make as far as trades, but also make like Mike Brown's contract. Is it more important than the players that we're trying to get into the organization? So when you like the approach is what I'm trying to say is you're approaching people like everybody's like, well, Mike Brown's leaving. I don't want to get traded there. They're like, no, you want to get traded here because Mike Brown cares so much about the team and wants the team to get together and get the right pieces in here. He's not worried about his contract until later. He wants the team to get right first before he gets right. What you think about that, Kyle? Is that too much in the weeds, or what you think?
Thanks for the call, TC. Appreciate you. I don't think that's what's happening.
No, Don, you're in the weeds.
Yeah.
I mean, that's like 3-dimensional chess, and
I
I think
idea,
I
but
think we're
don't
still
think
playing
it's
checkers
realistic.
here. Yeah.
I think Mike Brown would very much like a contract, and then the roster can figure itself out.
Well, that, and I honestly think, like, if the reason why you don't wait, and I know some people have asked this question, the reason why you don't wait is very specific. It's that if you wait, then you can't pitch Mike Brown and his stability as part of the package for free agency. And for guys like Malik Monk, like, players want to know who's going to coach them. They want to know that their role, because look, you could have, again, Malik Monk play as a 6th man of the year. He should have won under Mike Brown. And you could also have him elevated in the starting lineup. We don't know what will happen there. But even if he's a 6th man of the year, you could have another coach come in and, like, he instantly falls out of favor with that coach and is sitting on the bench for the next 3 years.
Yep.
Like, that can happen. And that's something that the players are very cognizant of. Like, the coach that you're playing for now has brought a lot out of Malik Monk, has given Malik an opportunity. Malik has taken advantage of that opportunity, but he gave him the opportunity, put him in a role that's made him into a very, very valuable player, whether that's as a starter or coming off the bench for someone else. It doesn't matter. He's helped make him into that player. And again, kudos for Malik for taking the leap, but also the NBA is so much about opportunity. Opportunity, and whether you take advantage of the opportunity. But in order to take advantage of an opportunity, you first have to have the opportunity, Kyle.
That's
And I think he's given him the opportunity, and Malik has thrived under Mike Brown. And I don't know that that's going to be the case everywhere. Maybe it will be.
And in the YouTube chat, youtube.com/ESPN1320, one Groovy Greg, shout out to Groovy Greg, said, do you think that Kings players / agents will pressure the organization to extend Brown? This is something I've kind of wondered with the Malik Monk contract. Is that something where he's like, hey, I would love to stick around, but I got to know that I'm riding with Mike Brown for the duration of this deal, whether it's 2 or 4 years or whatever it is. Like, that has to be part of this for him and for any other free agent that is considering being here.
Like, look, I think the one thing about the Kings is that their 2-star level players are, like, relatively quiet. I would be surprised if they haven't had a conversation about this situation with the brass, or if they aren't going to. I mean, clearly, this is the off season, and I think anyone who was on social media this weekend, we all, at this point, that Rasay, De'Aaron's wife, is pregnant again. So congrats to the Foxes. Baby numbers. So look, they might be like, they've got their own things going on. This is the off season, and I know that they're working. I know they're around all that stuff, but there could come a point where these guys do need to say something. And if I'm Sabonis and Fox, I would have that conversation. I would go to management and have the conversation. If you feel that way, if you feel that Mike is your guy, and I would point out that, Rasay was a player development coach for the Golden State Warriors, like a player development intern with Luke Laux, and with the Golden State Warriors, while Mike Brown was a lead assistant there. Like, there's a relationship here, and I would be surprised if that conversation doesn't happen, because I think it should happen. I think if you're De'Aaron Fox and you're looking at the next couple of years and saying, should I lock up? Should I stay here or not? You should know what's going to happen. And with Sabonis, you just, like, sign the big contract, and you don't sign the big contract with, like, all right, I'm signing up. Whatever happens next is cool.
Right.
No, you're signing up because you believe in what's happening in the program and the way you're going.
Yeah.
And, like, this is, like, steps are being taken and all this stuff that hasn't happened in Sacramento for almost 2 decades, all of a sudden things are happening the right way, I would make that phone call.
Yeah, I 100% would.
Yeah.
Do you worry at all that it actually, you know what? Let's answer this next. Are you worried at all that Malik Monk's free agent decision may be impacted by this? We'll talk about that next on ESPN 1320, talking about the Mike Brown contract situation on the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube.
Meg, that number isn't correct for Mike. Just in all honesty, it's not. Meh, I don't know. Like, first of all, Dorian Finney-Smith doesn't make enough money to trade. Well, I mean, maybe he does. I don't think so, though. I think Dorian Finney-Smith is 13, 14 million a year. Dorian's getting older, and I'm slightly concerned about how much impact he'll have, like whether he'll kind of go the way of Robert Covington, where your numbers start to...
Damn.
And his numbers have never been great anyways. He's just a defensive-minded guy, which I think the Kings need someone like him, but I'm not sure that I would give up Herter. I'd also put this out there with you, Sack Kings Rock. If there's anybody who knows Kevin Herter and Davion Mitchell, it's going to be Jordi Fernandez, and he would have an input on a trade like that, as to whether or not you would kind of do what you're asking there.
Hey, shout out to Sack Kings Rock, by the way. I met him in the parking lot the other day.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Just like, hey, I watched the show. Oh, my man.
Yeah. And Meg, adding to this, I also think Bud's deal is a deal that Mike is kind of looking at as NBA coaches. It is on them. It is on the guys like Mike Budenholzer and Brown to cement the $10 million a year area as like the new standard for NBA coaches that are winning coaches in previous stops. I think that's kind of what we're seeing here, is like that Budenholzer could have done like $40 million a year, a $40 million deal over 5 years. So taking $8 million. But I think that the coaching consortium at this point, led by Rick Carlisle, is probably talking to each other and saying, hey, let's try to cement the $10 million mark as what a really good coach in the NBA gets. And that'll be the middle point, right? You'll have your star coaches, you'll have your really good coaches, and then you'll have your young coaches that are coming up who might take 6, 7 million. So there's no Mike Brown GoFundMe. Come on now. It's bigger than just Mike. And I think Mike knows that. And I also think Warren Legary, his agent, knows that this is a bigger deal for everybody involved.
Damn, Ramsey's behind.
Yeah.
I was wondering where Ramsey was when TC was on the phone.
Yeah, Ramsey, you're way behind.
Just delayed. Trying to fade TC. That's so funny.
Oh, that's a good question, John. I don't know Jordi Fernandez's contract.
Ooh. We have 5 seconds. Here we go.
I'm really surprised at you.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
That's James. I'm Kyle. We're with you until noon. Then we'll hand it off to D'Lo and KC. One of those two, either D'Lo or KC, will be in here in about 12 minutes. 12-ish minutes. One of those guys will be in here. We'll talk a little NBA playoffs with them. But we've been talking a lot about Mike Brown's contract today and the fact that Adrian Wojnarowski reported on Friday, a fun way to start off the weekend, that the Kings and Mike Brown have tabled contract talks for the time being. There is still a gulf between them on what that contract's going to look like. And one of the first things I thought about with this was if you're Malik Monk and you're thinking about re-signing with Sacramento, which I think is minimum 50-50 type of thing that he's going to do. This can't help. I don't know how much it hurts. I don't know if he's like, hey, if Mike Brown isn't signed long-term, I'm not signing long-term. I have no idea what level of dedication he has to Mike Brown specifically as the coach. But I definitely don't think it's helpful if you're a player like Malik Monk who's getting 4 years and $100 million from the Magic, and then something that amounts eventually to 4 years and $100 million. We're not going to go into the machinations of how the Kings could make that work, but
okay.
You're also getting that from Sacramento, and you kind of look at what Jamal Mosley and the Magic did this year, and you're looking at the Kings who can't decide who their coach is going to be for the next 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that helps.
No, I mean, I think that's a problem, right? I do. As a free agent, you want to know exactly where you're going to be. Now, I'll also point out that, like, in his exit interview, Malik was very clear, like, that Mike didn't make him a better NBA player, that he gave him an opportunity, and that Malik took advantage of that opportunity. He was very distinct to, like, kind of create that idea that it's something different. But I think it plays into a larger picture, right? So if we're going to, let's just say that Malik gets a 2-year contract, right? Well, let's say Malik gets a 4-year contract, but after year 2, there's an opt-out. So he's going to get 17.4 and then 18.5 or whatever. He's going to get, like, right around a 2-year 36, but it'll look more like a 4-year 78 on paper, and then there'll be that opt-out, right? What would make you think, if you're Malik, that any promises that the Kings, like, quietly could make to you, that, hey, look, what we're going to do here is we're going to give you a 2-year deal, but you opt out after year 2, then we'll have full Larry Bird rights, and we'll give you a much larger contract. Maybe we'll discuss a neighborhood of this amount of money.
Sure. What
would make you feel the confidence that the team is going to hold up their end of the bargain there? Because
zero.
And not only that, but, like, a lot changes in 2 years.
Yeah.
A lot changes in 2 years. If we're talking about 1 year of Mike Brown, and then you're starting over with a new coach in year 2, what does Malik, like, what does his value look like at the end of year 2?
Right. And what does new coach want to do with Malik Monk specifically?
Yeah. What if you lose value in your second year with the Kings?
Right. Because the Kings, trust, this is not a Kings thing. This is just any team in any sport thing.
Yeah.
If they said, yeah, hey, we'll talk about a contract north of $30 million a year after 2 years, and then Monk goes out and has a fine year this year, but then next year under a new coach averages 6 points and 2 assists a game,
or 11 points, or,
sure,
even that.
If his numbers dip precipitously,
yes,
the Kings are going, yeah, okay, hey, let's talk 35. They're going, oh, actually,
wait.
Yeah,
we're not quite sure. And, you didn't really get along with the new guy all that well.
And again, I don't want to put that on the Kings. That's what any team would do.
No, but I mean, that's the situation, though.
Right. That's
where
the door they're opening up.
Yeah, because when we talk about, it's just a clear path that, the Kings are going to continue to get better each and every year. We don't know that that's going to be the case. They just literally lost 2 more games than they did the year before. We don't know if it's a downward trend, if it's an upward trend. All I know is what I don't want to see is the confusion over this in the middle of a season, where coaches start coaching for their lives, start playing guys that, we get to January and you're coaching for your life and you're in Sacramento and you're like, all right, forget this. Let's start playing guys 38 to 30 to 42 minutes a game.
Yeah.
Let's try to go for every single win, which you should anyways try for every win. but opportunities shrink for other players. Things change. Like, that's why you don't do this, because it's not a motivational tool. Mike Brown has been in the league for 30 years. You're not going to use you got to prove it to me. Mike's already proven what he needs to prove.
Bro, that's the other thing that I can't shake with this is I think there's a lot of coaches who would go, hey, there's 30 jobs. I have one. And I will do whatever it takes to keep this gig.
Mm-hmm.
I think there are a handful of coaches in the league. I don't know off the top of my head which ones, but I think Mike Brown is one of them because, like you said, he's been around for 3 freaking decades. He's been to finals. He's taken teams to playoffs. He's turned this team around.
He's got 4 rings as an assistant.
He is chilling. I think he is one of very few coaches in the league that are like, but it'll come back around. Like, I'm not going to kowtow to whatever contract demands you're putting on the table because I need to keep my one head coaching job. Like, there will be opportunities.
Oh yeah. I mean, he'll be an assistant in the league if he wants that. He might not get another head coaching job like right off the bat. Maybe he will, because the performance he just did in Sacramento, where he turned around a franchise that hasn't been good for 16 years.
Yeah.
Like, there's a possibility he'd get another opportunity right away, but there's also a possibility that he could go on to be an assistant for another 15 years in the league
easy
and just be like, okay, this is fine.
And his name, and like you said, maybe not next year or the year after, he doesn't, but his name would be in every head coaching search.
Yeah.
Remember how Jordy Fernandez, every time a team had a head coach opening, he was on the short list?
Oh yeah.
Like, that would be Mike Brown. It's just that's why he was on the Kings list.
Yeah.
Good freaking coach. And I think he knows that. So that I could super be wrong. I don't know the guy, but I feel like the vibe for me is I wouldn't be shocked if he was like, hey, you want to do 5 a year? Like, all right, see ya.
Yeah.
Goodbye.
And that's the thing. Like, the Kings aren't around that range from what I know. Like, they're higher than that. It's not like they're being disrespectful at this point.
Yeah, I picked a comically low number.
I think the problem is a combination of years and dollar. And also, like, I think we got in this discussion while we were on break. Meg in the chat had brought up that, like, if Mike's looking for like 12 to 13, and Budenholzer just got 50, maybe he's looking for more. And from what I know, that's not the case, that there's not some like giant like margin here of craziness that Mike's asking for something over the moon. He's not asking for the 2-year 35 that Steve Kerr got. He's not asking for Popovich money or the 8-year $120 million deal that Spoelstra signed. He's not asking for that from sort of like what I've been hearing around the team. But what he is doing is he's trying to solidify, like everybody else is at this point, this marker around the $10 million a year range that coaches of his ilk deserve.
Yep.
That they've been underpaid for many, many years. All of a sudden, the television deal is about to kick in. All of these things are happening. The franchise valuations are skyrocketing, but NBA head coaches aren't going to get the bump. No, they're getting the bump right now.
It's happening.
And it's a bump that should have happened years ago, but it's on guys like Mike and on Mike Budenholzer to like secure that a really good coach in the NBA, a guy with a 607 career win percentage, should get around $10 million a year. And younger coaches coming in, maybe they get 6, maybe they get 7, but the great coaches, maybe they get 17, maybe they get 20.
Mm-hmm.
It's sort of on you as a coach to solidify what that means at this point. And it's why star level players don't take less than what they can possibly get, the maximum they can possibly get. They don't want to set a standard that star level players should take way less. So then the next star level player that gets up there, he feels like he has to take less so you can build the team. Like, no, like you should be able to get what you're deserved. And again, it goes down to if you have a $5 million house, at least you think it's worth $5 million, and no one will offer you more than $2 million. I hate to tell you, you have a $2 million house.
Yes.
Right. You have to set a standard though. If these players and coaches that like, no, the housing prices here, they moved up.
Mm-hmm.
We're now looking like everyone here is got at the minimum is a $10 million house. The maximum is a $17 million house. The low end is a $3 million house. Oh, I mean, a $7 million house. We don't really let anyone else in the neighborhood for under that.
Mm. Yeah, I'm. This comes down to this, and then we can move on.
Yeah.
For me, extend him or move on.
Mm.
You're either sold at this point or you're not.
Yeah.
That's it. One more year going to dramatically change your mind. You're happy with the progress or you're not. So, anyways, we'll continue discussing this whenever it comes up.
Yeah,
because this is now the number one offseason priority for the Kings is getting this done. If it wasn't already that. Speaking of contracts, just something I want to put out on the table right now. Shifting gears to football real quick. Something I would like to put out on the table now in case it becomes a big thing, just so it's on our radar. Christian McCaffrey not at 49ers OTAs. And it not a massive surprise because he's a veteran who doesn't need the additional work, but he's also a lunatic who takes practice very, very seriously.
Mm-hmm.
And given the fact that he won Offensive Player of the Year last year and he is the fulcrum around which the entire 49ers offense runs, I would be shocked if he's not starting to make noise about a new deal.
Mm.
And this is the first kind of volley in that.
That's intriguing because running backs they don't get paid.
Yeah, they don't. But at the same time,
he does.
Not every running back does what Christian McCaffrey does for an offense. So I wouldn't be surprised if that becomes a bigger thing, or if at some point the 49ers give him, a couple more years, give him some more guaranteed money, and keep him around in San Francisco.
It's intriguing, isn't it? What do you pay a guy now? Like, I don't know what the answer is to that. Like, how do you pay an NFL running back, especially you have like the best of the best? Like,
yeah.
And you're already paying him way more than all the other running backs are getting paid. Like, how do you manage that? And how do you manage what has become like such a steep decline? I would love to say Christian McCaffrey is going to play another 5 years at this level and just be like, oh my gosh.
Well, you don't have to give him 5. You can give him 2 more years.
Yeah.
Give him some more guaranteed cash. I think he's got $12 million left on his deal, $12 million a year left over the next couple of years. Make it 15 and call it a W.
Mm-hmm.
Anyways. But again, he might not even be holding out for a contract. That's just kind of my speculation. Western Conference Finals tonight. Timberwolves at Mavericks. We'll get to the handoff here with Kenny Caraway shortly. And Kenny, I'm glad that you're in the building for this. Let's get that microphone on, and let's get your camera in the screen. There we go. Kenny Caraway. It's time for the handoff.
Yeah.
Timberwolves at Mavs game 4 tonight, 5:00 right here on ESPN 1320.
Yes.
We'll see you there.
Oh man.
Boy. Hey, here's what I want to start off with, because James, I threw this at you over the weekend, and then said, don't reply to this. I've had some drinks. I just wanted to throw this on the table for Tuesday.
Okay.
We've talked about if the Kings use their draft pick. We've talked a lot about wings. 6'7" athlete, can play some defense, maybe knock down a 3 and contribute right away. After watching what Derek Lively has done for the Mavs in the playoffs, specifically in this series, and how impactful he has been, I know he's out tonight. He's got a sprained neck, but that was really bad. Would it be better for the Kings to look for that kind of player instead? Somebody who can be like a backup big and just, you can say, hey, go run and try and block shots.
Well, it's funny you say that, because before, we were doing some other stuff, me and Damian Barling, my man D-Lo, usually Monday, Wednesday, Friday is Kenny's days on the handoff. Tuesday, Thursdays is D-Lo's days on the handoff. He said, I'm going to go in there. I said, no. I'm going to go in there. I got to talk to these dudes. I got to talk to these dudes, man. I got to talk to them, because I was listening on the way in. And this ties into your question. I'm going to get to your question.
Great.
But the whole discussion that you guys had about the Kings offense and what we see now, you need defense. This is what Mike Brown has been talking about, all this other stuff. I don't want to say I disagree, because I don't, but I think you need offense in a bad way on this team. And this is where answering your question comes. If they can get that offense, then yes, you go try and get you a Lively at 13 if you didn't trade the pick.
Mhm.
I think those type of guys, I don't want to say you can find them easy,
Mhm.
but like Lively, Daniel Gafford, like they're there. Like you
Mhm.
can find them. Rashawn Holmes when he was at, his
Yeah.
height, you can find those guys. You guys, they need somebody that can give buckets.
Yeah, don't get me wrong on the needing offense thing.
Mhm.
That adding another shot creator, Malik Monk or otherwise, or even if they bring back Malik Monk, you need more shot creation for sure. Like not, hey, this guy shoots 42% from three, but he can't dribble more than twice. Like no, you need somebody who can create off the bounce, and maybe it's Keegan, maybe it's not. But I'm not. I am in on that. Their roster needs to be different for sure. I'm talking just from as a coach.
I thought that was a misstep from Mike Brown in training camp. I thought maybe there's too much. Maybe I'm putting too much into like there's power in the words and stuff like that. And we don't know what he was saying in like with the team. He could have been saying just this or whatever. But I always thought the notion, and he didn't say this specifically, but the notion that the Kings can take a step back on offense, but if they improve on defense, they'll be a better team. No.
Yeah.
No. You always have this. This is your for
It
better
is
or for
about
worse.
putting the ball in the basket.
This is who you are. And it kind of started with that. And I don't think the season is Mike Brown's fault, nothing like that. I agree with you. And James said it too. Malik Monk doesn't go down. I think when they lost that Mavericks game, they were like a game out of 6. When he went down. Like
yeah, it was a huge game.
It was right there if he would have stayed healthy. But with the whole Kevin Huerter, Chris Duarte stuff, I didn't like it when it happened. I understand he's not this great defender, but that's who you have. And that is part of what made you special last year. And you've got to empower that. You've got to find a way as a coach to empower that. I'll talk about it on the show a little bit because it's a funny story, but there's a situation with a little funny situation with my daughter right now.
Interesting situation.
She's got to take some medicine. She doesn't want to take the medicine. So what we have to do is we've got to slip this medicine into this applesauce that she likes so she can get better. She's not going to just take the medicine just in general. She needs the applesauce there. And you got to say, yo, you need this, but I'm going to let you get what you want too. I'm going to let you get your applesauce. And that I thought should have been the overarching message with this Kings team this past year. Keep doing what you do on the offensive end. And we're going to find a way to get that ibuprofen defense in there. Like I'm going to feed you some defensive stuff. But no, please, no steps back on the offensive end. None.
Sure.
None. Matter of fact, turn it up even more. And I'm going to find a way to get you to play defense. But the notion that it started out in the off, they could take a step back on offense, but if they improve on defense, that's going to be, no, that was never the issue. That should have never been the case.
Okay, so my rebuttal to this would be that as a coach and as a parent, you have to figure out the workaround. And for me, like maybe there was a misstep here with Mike and Kevin Huerter and the way he tried to reach him, because as a coach, you got to treat everybody the same. Like everyone has to follow the same rules, but you don't coach players the same way. Each player is totally unique and you need to find a way to reach that player. I think his misstep might have been that he tried one approach with Kevin Huerter and it didn't work at all. But that you can't blame a coach for trying one approach with one player and that not working out short term. You got to get back in there and you got to find a different way to reach the player. And I think there were times where we saw Kevin start to pull out of his funk. But you're also, as a coach, you're being graded on wins and losses. And if a player is not giving you what you need as a coach to help you impact wins and losses and to get you wins, you have to look other places. You can't make the 2023-24 season trying to make Kevin Huerter forget about the 3-point contest and his performance in the playoffs. You as a coach and you as someone who has got no contract after this season, you got to be so hyper-focused on moving ahead. If Keon Ellis is a better fit and if Keon Ellis is giving me a better opportunity to win, then I don't care how much Kevin Huerter makes or the fact that you gave up a first-round pick for him. you got to do what's best for the whole,
Mhm.
and you got to do what's best for yourself as a coach. But first and foremost, you got to do what's best for the rest of the group as a whole to move forward. And it's not always on a coach to say, "Man, I don't know why it is that that guy can't shoot a three anymore." Sometimes you got to hand him off to a training staff and say, "Hey, man, can you guys try to get him right?" You got to bring in a sports psychologist. Say, "Hey, I need some help because I don't know how to get him right." But there was clearly something broken, and I think what Mike did probably furthered the issue short term, but you gotta try everything as a coach.
You do, but my issue is, and like I said, Mike Brown should get his money. He should be back. This is not anything with him moving forward. But you do that with Keon Ellis this year. You don't do that with the sight unseen Chris Duarte. Like Chris Duarte had done nothing here to even think about he should be playing over Kevin Huerter or starting over Kevin Huerter.
But he'd been there for over a month at that point. Like, when that happened, like, Chris Duarte had been there since, like, early September, playing pickup games with the guys every day.
And they could have saw things that we didn't see. But I know when the lights turned on, it was like, why is this guy?
Yeah,
Why?
no doubt. But you have to try it. You have to give it a shot, right?
I would say you have to give
that's what preseason is for.
I would say you have to give Kevin Huerter a longer leash. Like I would try more Kevin Huerter before, like,
Yeah, but
doing
he didn't.
that.
It's that he was going to start a preseason game.
But
if Kevin Huerter's psyche is such that Chris Duarte starting a preseason game is going to derail him in March,
remember,
what are we doing here?
But remember, that wasn't the talk from all of us at the time. It was Mike is setting this up for Duarte to start. Like, it was not just a preseason. Oh, let's see what's going on. We talked like,
yeah, but that was like for 2 days because Chris Duarte went out that preseason game and got hurt 10 minutes in.
But the whole point is, if he doesn't get hurt, that
Huerter so they were trying something. Yeah, so they were trying something. Maybe it would have worked. Maybe it didn't. Or, I mean, based on what we know now about Chris Duarte, it wouldn't have worked. But you got to see it. You got to try stuff.
You can see it with him coming off the bench.
Well, yeah, but I also
see how he plays coming off the bench. That's perfectly fine. And if he balls out like Keon ended up doing, and in the situation he's in now, yeah, that spot is gone because he proved himself out there. That no, this guy is who we want. We're not doing that sight unseen with Chris Duarte. We can see how he plays off the bench.
Yeah, but I'd also say, like, we hear this quote all the time: "Iron sharpens iron." Okay. I don't see where the iron was in this situation. Like, I don't see where anyone got sharpened, and I don't know that either of them showed you that they were iron at all.
Yeah.
And that's a problem that needs to be addressed.
I know we got to shake it. One thing
we do have 20 seconds.
The Kings lost in the playoffs. I will die on this hill more because of their offense than their defense. Their defense was fine. Their defense was fine in the playoffs. To the point where Golden State was writing letters about how physical they were. Their defense was fine.
Sure. All right. What do you guys got coming up?
Mike Brown, Bill Walton, the Celtics, all the weekend, all that good stuff.
Bring your ass.
D'Lo and Casey next. Everybody have a fantastic rest of your Tuesday. Bye. See you, gang. Appreciate you guys.
This bag got its own seat and its own camera. Man. It's a little too much for us. Let's get that off the screen. Boy.
Are we on?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Hey.
It's a bowl game you want to play, pal.
I'm about to say, that's not what we're going to do
that's
today.
a bowl game you want to play.
That's not what we're going to do today or forever for that matter. I mean, that ship is sailed.
Will you stop?
Goddamn Tony Stark's Barling out here. No more.
Cap. Nonsense. Aldrin J with the wrestling questions is like Michigan Wolverines with the boxing questions. Man, we ain't even started the show yet, and Aldrin ready.
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top two, but we ain't two, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Hey, yo, baby, what's good? Hope you had a fantastic 3-day weekend for those of you that did. But either way, we are so happy that you are here with us for the Tuesday, May 28th edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barling.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
And we in here.
Yeah, man.
Appreciate you for being with us wherever you are at. For those on 98.5 FM HD2, shout out ESPN 1320, the TuneIn app, the Odyssey app. Big ups, extra big ups to those listening on the Odyssey app. And we welcome those in the Chatty House, brought to you by Matthews Mattress, who had an incredible Memorial Day sale jumping off. But the good news is when sales come and go, Matthews Mattress is still there.
That's right.
And you can head over there to one of their 10 locations and purchase whatever mattress you see fit for you. Just let them know the D-Lo and KC sent you.
That's it, man. Let them know you're part of the Chatty House too, man.
That's a good look. That's a good look. Boy, oh boy, do we have a lot to talk about, man. We take one day away from the show and, man, all hell breaks loose in Sacramento. We'll talk about the situation involving Mike Brown in the reports that came out both on Friday from Adrian Wojnarowski and over the weekend from Mark Stein. We'll have all of that coming up. The NBA and sports fans in general lost a legend in Bill Walton. Of course, he has an incredible place here in Sacramento Kings history for multiple reasons, which we'll talk about. We'll hit the latest round of rumors as well. We've got Game 4 tonight, which could be our last basketball game for like 3 weeks.
Oh, man.
Because the Celtics said, I don't give a damn what y'all say about us. We getting this nonsense over with. The Celtics are on their way to the NBA Finals. These goofballs are out here talking about, yeah, but, oh, it was too close. Oh, it should have been a bigger blowout. Okay, bro, 4-0. The Celtics are on their way to the NBA Finals.
Simple as that. Simple as that. Celtics going to
Oh, they should have won by more. Get your ass out of here.
Hey, man, like, it is ridiculous. Now, I'm not going to go as far as you and Jesse will go, understandably. I mean,
what?
They want to slander the Celtics. I don't care. But as long as they leave my boy Jason Tatum out of it. And they need to leave him out of it because my man was cooking in the Eastern Conference Final. I know Jaylen Brown got the Eastern Conference Finals MVP. That's the Larry Bird. Yeah, the Larry Bird. So I understand that. And it's well-deserved. Jaylen was cooking too.
Also, we got to be really more aware when we give Cedric Maxwell a live mic because
Cornbread Maxwell, his jersey's retired too.
I was if you had given him one more introduction to make, man, it could have gotten a
I missed it. What happened?
Could have gotten a little sketch. Well, nothing actually happened, but you could
saw
just
what could
sense.
happen.
You could just sense something. I think he hit us with a "How about them Celtics," which I've never heard before.
What does he think is the second round of the NFL draft? What
I've
are we
never,
doing here?
yeah,
Just give the award away. Stop.
I have never heard that before, but yeah, let's just be aware when we give Cedric Maxwell a live microphone.
But yeah, man, come on now. My boy Jason Tatum doing what he does, 26 points per game over the course of the playoffs. In this Eastern Conference Finals, 30 a night to go along with 10.3 rebounds, 6.3 assists. I need people to stop disrespecting my man Jason Tatum.
Led them in points, rebounds, assists, steals, and blocks, I believe. But he's
I mean, and look, to be honest with you, the question is, I'm not trying to start any dissension or anything like that. Why didn't he get the Larry Bird Award? Like, what did he do wrong? I mean, he even getting disrespected in that situation. 30, 10, and 6, and that can't get you the Larry Bird Award?
Let Jalen get that one.
He gonna get the NBA Finals joint.
Whoever can get that. All I know is season 5.
Season 5 of what?
Season 5 in the finals.
Oh, okay. Yeah. All right. Just making sure. Rory says in the chatty house, D-Lo low-key a C's fan.
Yeah, that's why. No, I saw that too. That's why I said, I mean, not to rain on both of you guys' parade. I see it.
Low-key. I've said I've got mad respect for Brad Stevens and the Boston Celtics. That ain't gonna change. I'm absolutely rooting for them to win the NBA Finals.
What did Cornbread Maxwell say? What did he say?
How about them Celtics?
Okay, how about them Celts?
Oh, don't try to.
You still said it too. That's your soundbite. That's your soundbite.
Don't try to project your fandom of other teams on me.
You're on my side. I got you. Don't worry.
I'm Damian Barling. Okay, how about them Celts?
This guy.
I'm just gonna cut the "how about them Celts" part. I'm gonna leave Dame's name out of it.
See,
Kenny the Celtics fan too.
See. Bunch of guys rooting for the Boston Celtics to get the dub.
I thought about the finals. I don't know who. I mean, it's a win-win and a lose-lose for me in these finals. If it looks like what's going to happen is going to happen.
Well,
because I hate both of these franchises, but they both have players that I love.
Yeah.
So it's a win-win, but it's a lose-lose. I think, to be honest with you, I think I'd probably want the Celtics to win more than the Mavericks. Sorry, Kyrie, you already got one.
Man, that is a conversation for another day.
Is it?
They let them take care of business. Let them take care of business. But man, a second ring on the second franchise for Kyrie.
Yeah,
they'll try to
NBA top
it.
NBA 75. Oh, my bad.
Not when you can get Dame Lillard on there.
Oh no, don't do that. Don't do that now. Dame Lillard is NBA 75.
Because Kyrie's not, I guess.
No, well,
wait a minute. That's not either.
Wait a minute. That's what we're doing here. That's what we're doing. Kyrie should have made it, and Dame should have been off.
Well, that's how lists work. You have to take someone off.
No, there's somebody else that can go off.
Well,
not
listen,
Dame
dude. We're not
Lillard.
going to take anyone from the 50s off the
What are we
list.
doing?
But...
Well, you're right. I would have put Dwight on it over some of the other people.
He probably should have made it over AD.
Yeah, and so who else you want me to take off?
I'll find somebody in this break. Dame is not coming off the NBA 75 list.
No one is coming off the All 75
nor should
list.
he. Nor should he.
Okay, well, if you're going to put Kyrie on, you've got to take somebody off.
Yeah, and it won't be Dame Lillard. I'll find somebody else in 20 seconds before Dame Lillard. Dame Lillard, one of the greatest point guards to ever play.
I said what I said.
That's crazy.
You have to take someone. Give me someone else. I'm asking you. Say me a name. Say a name.
I don't have it by memory.
See?
To be honest with you, Dame Lillard better than John Stockton.
Don't do that.
He is.
Don't do that. That's a
and
different
John
type,
Stockton,
that's a completely different type of point guard.
All right, but he's better than John Stockton.
He's the is he still the league leader in assists? Is there anyone even close to him?
That's not going to be broken, I don't think.
You gonna throw him off the all 75 list?
Dame
about to pass on his body. He's John Stockton.
Dame Lillard better than Jason Kidd. Did Jason Kidd make it?
I don't think so.
I don't think Jason Kidd is on that list.
I'm gonna find somebody right now. Dame Lillard better than Ray Allen. I'm looking right now, Ray Allen, and I love Ray Allen. You better than him.
Okay,
I don't know.
Based on my,
We about to lose the next. We about to
Jason
lose the
Kidd,
next.
Jason Kidd did make the top 75. Dame Lillard's better than Jason Kidd.
That's fine. I would have taken Jason Kidd off.
I think we need to take more time off.
Yeah, Jason.
Dame Lillard better than Paul Pierce.
Whoa. No, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. No, stop. You're going to make me mad.
Jason Kidd's on the all 75 list?
Yeah, he's on all 75.
Yeah, I wouldn't have done that. John, you can't take John Stockton off. Like I don't like him, but you can't do that. You could take Jason Kidd off. Like, what did Jason Kidd make it for? Like, what do you point to when you go
doubles, assists? I don't know. I don't know. Dame Lillard literally better than like all but 3 point guards on this list.
All right, I don't agree with that, but it's fine. He was the first name that came to mind, if I'm being honest. He was the guy I'd take off because I can't take Anthony Davis off for everybody. I've removed Anthony Davis for Dwight Howard.
Yeah,
that's who I've removed Anthony Davis for. And truth be told, and I had a conversation. I think I told you about this when that list was being made. I had a conversation about someone who with someone who was a part of the putting this together, and that person was like, "I got to put Luka on it." Because Luka already has more All NBA first teams than like 90% of the guys on this list, and then like it's so close to the start of his career that in like 10 years it's going to look weird that he's not on the list.
It's going to look crazy,
and I'd probably take a couple more people off to put Luka Doncic on the list.
He's one of the greatest we've ever seen.
It's like his, what was it, 5th All NBA first team last week. Which is more than like
in like 7 years or something like that.
Absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. Man, Julian saying Jason Kidd is definitely top 75. Maybe I need to watch more games.
He's not. Well, look,
I do not.
He's not. Jason Kidd is not better than Kyrie or Dame Lillard. So no, he's not.
And that's all
in that respect. Now, if you want to say better than Bob Cousy or Bob, that's different.
We went over Bob Cousy's numbers. I don't know that I do that.
if we're not taking those guys off and we just talking about current era,
we need to stop calling.
You can say Jason Kidd is better than John Stockton.
We need to stop calling these the all 75 list and the all 50. Like you have the all 50 list, you have the all 75 list. The next list just needs to be called the next 25. Because refresh my memory, no one from the top 50 got removed.
Yeah, I don't think so. Nobody's going to get removed.
So no one's going to get removed now. So just call it the next 25.
Or you could just say NBA 100 and add 25.
That's dumb.
Well, that's the same thing.
Because Dwight still going to get left off, ain't he?
Probably.
Kyrie still playing, so he might not.
In 25 years, you think there'll be 25 players?
That's what happened last time. That's what happened last time, and you didn't get all of the right ones in.
Yeah. Well, Dwight won't make it. I'm not saying he shouldn't, but I mean,
I know Rudy won't.
Oh, well,
Rudy, for those of
I tried to give him props, but it's real.
For all of the Rudy Gobert haters, good news: that man is never winning another Defensive Player of the Year award. Ever. What Luka did to him, what night was that? Friday night, Thursday night?
Friday night.
What Luka did to him. Man, that's tough to.
Poor Rudy.
That's tough.
Kendrick Perkinson, his biggest regret is voting for Rudy.
That's crazy.
Kendrick
a fool for that one.
Oh man! So who will the Celtics take on the NBA Finals? We may find out tonight. That game beginning at 5 p.m. here on ESPN 1320. We'll come back. We've got a lot to talk about. We're going to start with your Sacramento Kings. We're going to start with Mike Brown. And we're going to talk about the reports that came from Adrian Wojnarowski on Friday afternoon, and then the follow-up from Mark Stein over the weekend regarding his contract status, why it's not a big deal, and why it is a very big deal. We'll explain. Steelo and Casey, we're just getting started here. Brought to you by Sky River Casino on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Okay, I'm gonna be Aldrin right now. That edge thing was ridiculous.
Yeah, he fractured his fibula.
It could have been.
Absolutely
he could have shattered that thing.
He looked like, I didn't watch his video. He looked like he got up there and didn't know what he was going to do, and just
on
jumped,
his legs
and just jumped. I've never seen someone try to drop an elbow and land on their feet.
Oh my God, that was crazy.
I was going to ask a friend of ours who is a rabid AEW supporter if you have high spots in every single match, like crazy ass high spots, at some point, doesn't that start to like wear off the impact of them?
Yeah.
Like they set someone on fire at the end of the show.
AEW is a hybrid between ECW and WWE.
I agree with that. I was going to ask our friend if AEW is ECW, but it's not.
Mhm.
It's significantly better, but it is.
It's got ECW elements. It's got the elements there, but it's not ECW. Like tell stories.
It
and
feels
stuff
like
that.
there's
They're just
no
beating the hell out of
one.
each other.
It feels like there's no one there to go, okay, no, don't do that. Okay, no, John. You don't have to slice your forehead open tonight because we're going to set someone on fire at the end of this show.
Well, I haven't watched ECW in ages at this point, but isn't JR still there?
He is.
They kind of hide him because
he's just an announcer. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think he has a, and I think I don't know if he's on a part-time basis, but I think he's just an announcer who doesn't really have much.
I don't know. Those people, they're not very bright.
They hit Darby Allin with the shoe with the spikes on the bottom.
Oh,
that was wild.
Come on, they
and Edge climbing up there to jump off the cage, and he's covered in blood. It's like, so is there a match that didn't have like blood or tacks or cages or fire?
I don't know. I don't want to be mean, but
all right, man.
Jericho didn't look great yesterday. I'll say that. Or on Sunday.
Like I said, I don't watch AEW. If I would have known what was gonna happen on that Edge video, I probably wouldn't have watched, because I watched it thinking it was gonna be an elbow or something like that, and I still would have cringed a little bit. But to a certain degree, I've seen that before, right?
Mm-hmm.
I've never seen anybody jump from the cage and just land on their feet like that. That was so. What the hell? The hell was that? That was jarring to watch.
Sir, why are you jumping off cages at 50?
Well, can you imagine? Like the table doesn't even break either, just because there wasn't enough.
He
impact
couldn't decide
'cause
what to do. Yeah.
And also, Ed, you don't need to do that anymore.
Yeah, bro. You've done enough. You speared someone off a ladder. You speared someone hanging from like whatever in the middle of the ring. Just stop it.
Damn, it was a 5-hour pay-per-view. They tripping. They are bugging. Y'all are crazy if you think Jason Kidd is better than Dame Lillard. And I respect Jason Kidd as a ball player and what he brought to the table, but stop. No. He's not a player than Jason, than Dame Lillard.
All right, man. Let's talk about it. 916-909-1320. Phone lines are available for you. Of course, you can take part in the conversation in the Matthews Mattress Chatty House over on Twitch, YouTube, and Twitter as well. Late Friday afternoon, a report came from Adrian Wojnarowski that Mike Brown and the Sacramento Kings have tabled talks on a contract extension. That's interesting for a variety of reasons. Namely, no one knew they were talking. So the fact that the conversations were tabled, the fact that the conversations of a contract extension were happening very quietly and behind the scenes, and the fact that the contract talks were tabled very publicly, I think is extremely problematic. Now, before we get too far into this, we'll throw the spoiler out there for everybody. I absolutely believe a contract extension is getting done between these two entities. I believe Mike Brown will be the head coach for the Sacramento Kings for the foreseeable future. I just don't understand why we're going this route. And what I really can't figure out, maybe you can help me with this, I don't know where the report came from. Normally in situations like this, you can figure out like who benefits the most from this. This doesn't make anyone look good.
Oh, I disagree. Well, I don't think it makes anybody look good, but I disagree. To me, to me, I don't know anything, but this has Mike Brown's agent written all over it.
So, and that was my first thought as well. But why?
Because regardless of what progress we still think the Kings franchise has made in public perception or whatever, you can still make them look dumb in the public. And if you put if Mike wants 10 and the Kings are saying you can't get Coach Bud money, he's got a championship, but we'll give you 8.5. Like, oh, okay, well, we want 10. We know the reputation of your franchise and the situation that you're in. Matter of fact, we'll show you. Let me make a call to Mark Stein, and we'll show you. This is Woj. This is the Kings looking like idiots and just pay him is 100% approval rating in the court of public opinion right now. And that's and I don't like it. I don't like that that's the move potentially that an agent would do, but that's also what an agent should do.
You got to look out for your client.
Yeah,
but
that's the move.
My only pushback to that is that's a button you push, but is that a button you push on May 25th?
Well, see, and that's the other thing.
We're not close to this thing potentially going south, or boy, they just can't come. Of course, we don't know, but to the best of our knowledge, this is the first go round of contract conversations with these two. You don't have to push that button immediately.
I agree. I agree. I don't think talks should have broken down or anything else like that. Like you said, it's May 28th, and that when it came out, it was May 24th or something like that.
4th, 5th, yeah.
Like we don't have to go there. We can, unless they've had discussions way before this. We don't know if this is the first time they talk.
That's right.
So maybe they've had discussions for a month, and they got to earlier this past week. Like, all right, man, we've been talking for a month. You know what we want. I see what you guys are offering. What are we gonna do? And they're like, we ain't whatever side. It's like, we're not budging. All right, well, we don't have nothing to talk about right now. Like that could happen, and I think that is. I feel like that's pretty realistic to what's going on. I think there's a specific number that the Mike Brown camp wants, and if they get $1 below, they're not interested in talking.
So Bud was 5 years, 50 million plus. Man, I got to be honest though. If I'm Mike's representative, that's absolutely what I'm aiming for. And I'm pointing to, and I think we did this once where we looked at the win percentages of the two coaches. And the pushback will be, well, Mike has a championship. Sorry, that's not helping. Budenholzer has a championship. And like, all right, he has Giannis too.
Yeah.
Like I fell short with LeBron, but that's the number I'm fighting for. And that would be if the counter is 8.5. Yeah, I'd probably push back on that if I'm Mike Brown.
And I understand that. I understand that. And I would also understand the other side where it's not all right. Yeah, he's got a championship. It's not all right. No, he's got a championship. That championship is worth $2 million. Like it's worth. You guys got the same resume basically, but one guy got to the promised land. It's got to mean, to a certain degree, it's got to mean something, right? Like if we're doing this, like a championship has to mean something. It has to. Else, what are we doing? Like if it doesn't elevate you in status or money, then that's not the real world, right?
Does a trip to the NBA Finals do something for you?
It's not the same as the championship.
Okay, because Monty Williams got paid, I think, more than any of these guys.
That's what I was going to say right there. Are we looking at the wrong contract right now?
No. But that's also like saying Rudy Gobert went for four first rounders.
I understand that. I understand that. But it's still, how many teams held out for stuff like that? And I mean, KD, of course, it's KD. He got comparable
Mhm.
to that in terms of a trade value. It's not and I think we acknowledged this last week. It was like, if there's one that you probably got to kind of throw out, it's Monty's contract. But if I'm Mike's agent, I'm not completely throwing it out, because I'll look at it like, yeah, no, Detroit was desperate, but this is what they paid for him. You can be Detroit.
Yeah.
You could be Detroit. Your successor, potential successor, the guy who could be the next head coach of the Sacramento Kings, he's gone. He's in, I think, Canada. Where'd he go? Where did Jordy go?
Oh, Brooklyn.
Brooklyn. He's in Brooklyn. He's the coach of Team Canada. Yeah, he left and went to Brooklyn.
Right.
So even a potential backup plan for you is gone.
And that's where I understand, and it's a brilliant move. When you talk about leverage, you talk about timing. If I'm Mike Brown's representative, I'm gonna tell the Kings, what you gonna do? What you gonna do? You gonna let Mike Brown go? And then what you gonna do? It's gonna be a bad look, and good luck trying to get a coach, with the same type of resume in here as Mike Brown. Like, what you gonna do? You gonna and then, like I said, I'm just assuming, we're talking right now. I'm just assuming it's like the Kings want $7 or $8 million and they're asking for 10. Like, what you gonna do over a couple $1 million? Go to a different situation, go to a different coach. Man, if you don't quit playing around and pay this man what we're asking, and let's move on about our day. So I like that. That's definitely the move I'd do if I was the agent. And I'd probably go
Man,
to a Woj or a Mark Stein to put the pressure on him. Because to be honest with you, I want to get this done as fast as possible. It's already June.
Yeah, absolutely.
So like I understand we're looking at it like, that's what you want to do on May. Well, I want to get this done before Summer League, basically. So yeah, we're entering the fourth quarter of my timeline if I'm Mike Brown and his representatives.
I'm looking at a couple of things here, and I got J Kidd. This isn't, Spot Track or anything like that, but I got J Kidd at $8 million a year. I got Nick Nurse at $8 million a year. And this is where, and to be honest,
probably helps the Kings argument.
Well, I guess Bud's in the right spot. I guess Bud's contract is fair if because it says 50 plus. We don't know exactly what that means, but if we just work with what we have, that's at about 10 million per year. If you look at Detroit and Monty as desperation, and while you're Mike's agent, you tuck it in your back pocket, but you can't really do a lot with that. You have Steve Kerr at roughly 17 and some change, Pop at 16, Spo at 15. Those aren't just championship coaches. Those are multi-time championship coaches, right? And then after that is where you get the Monty Williams 13 million outlier. From Monty goes to Bud. That's 10. So if you throw Monty Williams out, you're going from multiple championships with Eric Spoelstra at 15 million to Mike Budenholzer with one championship at 10 million. Then you got Nick Nurse, who has a championship at 8 million, and then Jason Kidd, who might have the opportunity to play for one here coming up pretty soon, who I think they've already said, I don't know if they did a contract extension already. I can't remember if they did a contract extension or there were just reports that they want to do a contract extension.
Reports, yeah.
But that number, that 8, if that's the case, and I mean, given what's going on right now, it absolutely should be. As much as we get our J Kidd jokes off, he's clearly doing something right. That number is going to change. And I don't think that number is going to be 10 million either.
Yeah.
I think that number is going to be north of 10 million, and it might flirt with the Monty Williams number of 13.
I agree.
So again, it puts Mike Brown in the category of Mike Budenholzer, but of all of these names, he doesn't have a title, he doesn't have a championship, nor does he have an NBA Finals appearance. And you have to point to a win percentage if you're Mike's agent, Brown's agent.
I think just looking at everything that's going on, I think about about $9 million is fair. I think it's understandable and fair for Mike's representatives to ask for $10 million. I think that's fair.
I don't feel like you're tabling talks publicly if that's the difference. I don't know, but I absolutely feel like Sacramento is trying to be in the range of like 6 to 7 million.
And that would not be that's not good enough. That's
Rick
that's
Carlisle is at 7.5. Rick Carlisle, championship coach.
Mm-hmm.
This is a tough question just because we don't know their thinking and stuff like that. But just your guys' thoughts. Do you think Kings ownership or front office, whatever you want to call it, knows Mike Brown like is the guy going forward, or do you think this is just about money right now?
That's a good question that I don't know. I don't know.
Because my thinking is, if you think he's the guy, like, yes, Mike Brown is our guy. Like, he's changed the culture and all that. Like, if it's a matter of, we're just throwing out numbers, we don't know for sure. But if it's a matter of a couple million, like, you just
so that's a bigger problem. Like, if you don't think Mike Brown's the guy, this organization's screwed. Because you move on from Mike Brown, be it right now or next year, who's going to touch this job?
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Like you absolutely, you can, if you're Vivek or you're any of his stooges in his office that go out trying to make him look bad to the media on a regular occasion. If you're one of those people, you can be disappointed. If you're Wes and Monty, you're disappointed you didn't make the playoffs. But shout out TC. Let's be real with what we're talking about here. You were 2 games worse in the regular season, and you lost a play-in game to a team that beat your ass 5 times. 6, once you count that one. To me, it's magnified. It looks significantly worse that sorry-ass team couldn't even win a game in the playoffs. It looks that much worse. But you're going to decide, oh, yeah, this isn't what we're looking for. This ain't going to work for us. Nah, he's not the guy. We're too disappointed that we just didn't come in here and make the playoffs and see this exceptional growth. Despite the fact the general manager didn't add anything to the roster, no, we're going to be disappointed. Now, that's what we're going to do. We're going to be disappointed. Boy, this is going to sound some type of way, but I'll say it. We're in this situation right now with Malik because of Monty, not because of Mike. Y'all didn't sign a 3-year contract that would have alleviated all of this. Instead, you handcuffed yourself by signing a 2. If y'all want to be frustrated, you might be frustrated with the wrong people. This is a mistake on so many different levels by the Sacramento Kings organization.
I think it's a mistake too, but I just
I know out there you thinking. I can see when you thinking. Go ahead, say it. You don't agree with me. Go ahead, trash Mike Brown.
No, that's not the case. I just kind of remembered something when you talk about leverage. The Kings might have a little more leverage than we realize.
Tell me.
Because you talk about the guy that was the replacement is gone.
Mm-hmm.
That may not be who the Kings are talking about. There's a guy that, if you believe some stuff, even when Mike Brown was hired, no, this guy got to be on your staff. Doug is sitting right there. And whether it's fair to Doug, whether it's the right move or not, I'm not here to say any of that right now. But if I'm the Kings and I've got a long relationship with Doug through multiple coaches, all this other stuff, I could easily, now, like I said, I'm not reporting, and I'm doing a greenie here. I'm not reporting. I don't know how Doug feels about that or the possibility or anything like that. But if I'm the Kings and I'm at the negotiating table, they could move on from Mike Brown, and people may think it's the wrong thing to do, but nobody would have a bad word to say about Doug Christie being head coach. So you think you got me on this public play of, yeah, who you gonna get? I'll go get Doug.
And here's my response. You gonna play that card again? Okay. Do it, because you did it once. You did it to like scare Alvin or something. I can't remember exactly what it was. They wanted Alvin Gentry, I think, to fill in for Luke Walton.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, if he doesn't want to do it, well, we've got Doug Christie waiting right here. All right, big dog, you gonna play that card again? Do it. That's what if I'm Mike Brown, that's what I said. Yeah, do it. Play that Doug Christie card again.
I feel like
do you? Oh, go ahead, Jesse.
I was gonna say I feel like a functional and stable franchise too does not let Mike Brown out the door. Like they just stability matters and building matters. Like you're in the middle of a building, like you're trying to build some culture and all that. You don't let that walk out the door.
This shouldn't even be a question.
Exactly.
We shouldn't. This should not be a question.
Well, and this goes back to your original point. This was a norm. You guys get on me all the time because, in trade scenarios, I'm like, here, Kyle Kuzma, what you want? 3 first-round picks? We didn't even start talking yet, but sure, give us
make it 4.
we didn't even start the negotiations, right? Neither side usually gives outwardly what they're willing to do and where they're willing to go. That's part of the negotiations, right? We could have been in the negotiation phase. The Kings haven't told, I don't know. I don't want to misspeak. We don't know if the Kings have told 7.5 is our final offer. That's the max.
Which there's no reason to say something like that on May 20th.
Right.
3rd, 4th,
right.
5th, 6th, nothing like that.
We don't know if we talk about it shouldn't have gotten to this point. Well, if they just started talking, the Kings are like, all right, we're in the negotiation phase. Like, this is what we're thinking. This is what you think or whatever. And in the middle of the negotiation phase, maybe one side just like, no, we're out of here. I'm going to talk to Woj right now. Wait, what? Wait, why are you doing that? We were just talking. We were just negotiating. So, but it's already served its purpose though, right? Because now, regardless if that is what's really going on or not, people, the public, are looking at the Kings as, here go the Kings again, or you're not a stable franchise for even having this be a question. This wasn't really even a question.
So
we're trying to have a normal negotiation.
So can I present the other side of this?
Mm-hmm.
There are Mike Brown detractors out there. There are a lot of people that don't think Mike Brown is a good coach. There are a lot of Kings fans that don't think that Mike Brown is a good coach. If, and I do think it's again, these reports benefit no one in this situation. Like if you're Mike Brown's agent, getting the fan base to trash the organization, that doesn't help anyone in this regard.
Helps them.
How so?
Because they have, once again, they're showing like this will be a major mistake if you don't give us what we want. There's no risk to them. Like Mike Brown don't look bad. His representation don't look bad by most of the public. I'm sitting up here saying, so that should have never gotten out.
Let's try.
That's not right that got out.
Let's try this. Does Mike Brown in the end get what he wants from a different NBA team?
That's the other question I was going to ask too. That's the other
like,
question I was going to ask.
What's the end game in all of this? Like, what are you trying to accomplish? But from the other side of the Sacramento Kings, there are Mike Brown detractors, and Mike wants $10 million. Mike Brown wants it. Please. Yeah, you could get people riled up in the same way. I'm a huge Mike Brown supporter. I think you are too. It's probably going to be more difficult to find them here. I'm sure there's plenty out there listening or watching or whatever, but we can't pretend like it's been a love fest for Mike Brown this last 2 years, because it hasn't.
From my opinion, I think if Mike Brown, we're all talking about hypotheticals now and all that stuff, but like say it wasn't to work out or whatever, I think Mike Brown is a guy. He's let go by the Kings one day and he's hired the very next. Like I don't think
by who though?
Whoever's got a job open. I don't think he's a guy who's gonna have to wait long.
Mike?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't think I agree with that.
I don't think I halfway agree with Jesse,
because he's coming out. He'll come out of this Kings job looking
like
fine.
Will the Clippers hire Mike Brown tomorrow?
No, and that's my point. I halfway agree with him. I don't think those teams will. I think the Hornets will, and like you'll get your money. But is that what you want? Do you want to go to Charlotte? Do you want to go to Washington?
You help build up Sacramento. Can build up those teams as well.
Sacramento was a lot closer when he took that job than either of those two.
He also didn't do it.
I'm just saying that'd be
himself.
his thinking, I'm sure.
And
Like Monty, like I had to go at Monty there for a second, but it's not like he didn't play a part in retooling this roster. He was executive of the year.
100%.
Of course, when you get coach of the year, it's pretty much clockwork. You're going to get fired. And make no mistake about it, that's what we're talking about.
Yeah.
If this goes south, it's not south yet.
Mm-hmm.
But if this truly goes south, Mike Brown's fired. He's not coaching next year.
Mm-hmm.
You don't come back from this. It's over.
Right.
That's what we're talking about.
Right. And the other thing that I would say is, if I'm Mike Brown now, I'm a little different. I'm not saying Mike Brown is, but I'm not necessarily 100% money motivated. I want just enough money to be able to do whatever I want to do, where I want to do it. Right.
He wants to go to the Four Seasons without or whatever. Was it the Four Seasons?
Yeah. And Tahoe, right?
Without having to, beg them for a comp, like live on after getting fined.
Right. So like, if I'm head coach of the Kings, and I love it here in Sacramento, I love everything that goes on with living in Sacramento, the fan base, everything. The situation is good for me, and I want $10 million a year to coach. I'll take the 8 to stay in Sacramento over the 10 to go to Charlotte.
I'm with you,
and
100%.
And I gotta before this stuff. And once again, I'm assuming it is Mike's representation. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. But before those reports get put out there, if I'm the agent, I've got to ask Mike. I'm like, Mike, like, you want to do that? Are you willing to scorch the earth for this price that you want? Because if you're willing to do that, we'll do that. But if you're not willing to leave, if you don't get this, I think there's another way we could play it. So I don't know what that conversation was like, but
and it goes back to something I said to you. I don't think the difference is that, like, putting him at $8 million probably puts him in the vicinity. Like if we're talking, J Kidd prior to the contract extension, we're talking, and again, we'll say with the numbers $8 million per year. You're a little bit above Rick Carlisle. You're in the vicinity of, you're with Nick Nurse. You're in the vicinity of the really, really good coaches. You're not where the multi-time championship winners are. And you didn't get the please come coach us, no one wants us, Monty Williams money. And you didn't get the Mike Budenholzer money from the billionaire who's throwing money at anything, trying to get it to work. Mike Budenholzer is probably the toughest one for Mike Brown's and his agent to deal with, because it's like that's who I'm comparable to. I don't think the number is 8 or 9 million. I feel like the number is worse, and I don't know that we know for sure what Mike makes this year. I feel like James said it was 6 in the vicinity of 6 million. Going to 7 or 7.5 probably isn't enough.
Yeah, I don't think it is enough. Just times have changed.
And they change with every contract.
A lot has happened in the 3 years or 2 years that we had this initial conversation. I've been successful. Other coaches have gotten different contracts, so the market is different. I think we'll continue to talk about. I think this will get done. I think we're talking because we're having a conversation.
Yeah,
but
this will get done.
This hasn't. All the reports that came out over the weekend haven't changed in one bit how I feel this is going to play out. Mike Brown's going to get a new contract extension to be the head coach of the Sacramento Kings, in my opinion.
Daniel, Leezy, hang on. We'll get to both of you. 916-909-1320. If you want to weigh in on the conversation, many of you are in the Matthews Mattress Chatty House. We'll come back. Steelo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
And see, this is stuff we got to be careful of. That's not fair to anybody involved. Scott Recycle, the organization not willing to negotiate with Mike doesn't look good for Malik, and probably why the Kings getting free agents last year. Who said they're not willing to negotiate? Like, why do you just go there? Like, what?
Because you could believe it, probably.
Yeah, like what?
you can believe it.
How do we? Yeah, man.
People like, I think what people do is they hear stories and then fill in the blanks. And it can't be Mike's fault. It can't be his agent's fault. It has to be the King's fault.
So all
Because
this,
that's what we're conditioned
right.
to believe, is that the Kings screw up everything.
So
or
all,
specifically Vivek.
So all of a sudden, and what you said is 100% right. All of a sudden, the Kings are not willing to negotiate with Mike.
Nope.
What?
Completely.
It is this stuff, and I don't have no problem with Scout Recycler. It's just that he's not the only.
He's filling in the blanks.
He's not the only person who does. But these are the comments you get in the chatty house. These are the tweets that you see on King's Twitter and all this other stuff. Just, the Kings are not willing to negotiate. How do you know this? How do you just take this as truth? Listening to the news, what news? Yeah. Nobody said, not Mark Stein or Woj said the Kings are not willing to negotiate. You just threw that in there. 100%, Jay Cliff. 100%. That's the way I feel. D-Lo brings up a good point as to, maybe not so fast that it was the Mike's representation that put that out there. I believe it was Mike's representation that put out there.
I do too, for the record.
Pressure on the Kings.
I do too, for the record. I just don't agree with that move. But I do think there's a world, a very identifiable world, where the Kings put it out there.
Well, I didn't get the feeling that the Kings put it out there.
What do you mean?
All the people I talked to over the weekend, I didn't get the feeling the Kings put it out there.
I don't know who you talked to, so I'm out of the loop. Oh, you're talking about the picture you took. Oh, it just registered with me. I forgot. KC was hanging with the big dogs this weekend.
No, we
KC might have been the one who put out this story about Mike Brown. Kind of think about it. Think about it.
We could talk about it, because I literally didn't talk anything Kings.
Did that hit socials? Did you put that on socials?
Nah, I just put it to the group.
Okay,
chat.
All right.
Because everything that I'm about to say, so I was out in Reno at a basketball tournament with Reese, and Reese is about to play. His team's about to play the second game of the day, and all of a sudden, I'm just sitting there, and I'm a lot like quote unquote courtside Kenny.
Huh?
The way you guys see me at the Kings games, not that far off at Reese's games. So I'm there. I got to be on. I got to be right there. Got to have my seat. I'm not in my seat for too long. You know what I mean? I'm doing what I have to do. I'm getting ready for the game, and all of a sudden, guy walks by me. I was like, looks familiar. Hey, wait a minute. It's Wes Wilcox. We end up playing his son's team. And Wes stands next to me the whole time or whatever. And I said, what's up to him, dap up or whatever.
Wes, I'm the biggest radio show host on the planet. Can you tell me what the hell is going on with our head coach?
So Wes, was he was standing right there, and you say, hey, what's up, man? How you doing? Da-da-da. Show love or whatever the case may be. Mind you, this is Saturday morning. This was before Mark Stein. This was after Woj, yep. Before Mark Stein.
And Mark didn't add a ton to it, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
It was a small blurb in his newsletter. There wasn't a ton. It wasn't like, oh, wow, what didn't say? It was like, oh, okay, he's kind of piggybacking off what Woj said, probably checked in with a few of his people, and wrote basically the same thing.
Yeah. So we're just watching the game, and sometime in the second half, we just start chit-chatting or whatever. I already wasn't going to talk to them about this at all.
Coward.
I'm not going to do that. But then, we started talking, and we were just talking about, because I had never been to one of the Reno tournaments before. That was an experience in a good way. I loved. I was in heaven. And then I was talking to him. He's like, yeah, man, usually don't really get a chance to do this, getting ready for the draft and all this other stuff. And I got a chance to get out here for the weekend and watch my son play. And after he said that, I was like, I'm definitely not asking you anything about the Kings because that's it, man. Enjoy your weekend, man. Have a good time. But yeah, I,
So you got nothing. That's
I got nothing. I got
Wow.
nothing out of this.
Wow.
What do we even have these
Wow,
microphones
what are we
for?
what is this for?
Well, what the whole originator of it was, I didn't get a vibe that the Kings put that out there.
Oh, well, tweet it. Kenny didn't get a vibe that the Kings put this news out there.
Vibes tell Kenny
said-
Caraway that the Kings did not put this out.
Yeah.
Don't tweet that
Yeah,
out.
no,
Don't tweet that out.
no. Instead of sources, news story, vibes.
That's it.
Kings didn't.
Put that out there, vibes.
My
What-
God,
I wasn't
man.
gonna ask that man no Kings questions.
You're a
in that
coward.
setting.
James would have.
I'm not gonna lie. We should start reporting based off vibes.
Yeah, that's what I'm telling you.
Hell, a lot of other
Vibes.
people do it.
Do it right now.
Yeah, whatever. I'll do it right now. Vibes and hashtag King. Shout out to West.
Worst reporter ever.
Shout out to Walktown. Shout out to TBA.
Who won the
shout
game?
Out to All In. My Reese's team.
Okay.
That's what we do.
Oh, now we're never getting any news after you couldn't have told Reese, hey, Dad needs a friend in the front office here.
No, we
It's
had
all
to get the
cooked.
win.
Reese said Wes's kid with a hard foul.
Wow.
No pizza parties after that.
We need to win.
Wow.
We need to win. Now I think
Reese out there acting like Draymond Green.
we need to get a dub. We need to get up. We'd already lost once in the morning. We needed that win. And he had no.
Alfonso says, according to anonymous vibes.
Had to get the dub, man. But I
said source, just me, bro.
I saw Wes the next day, and their team went 1-1 the next day. So everybody had a decent weekend. It was all good. It was all good. It was
Except
good
for
vibe.
us, who we've got nothing out of this.
Oh, look, real quick. So we want to get to the phone lines, but I just got to tell you, there was a sports injury in the family over the weekend. Ryan got hurt.
Oh my!
Ryan,
did she jump off a ladder and land on, or jump off a cage and land on her feet?
Wouldn't be surprised. She'd be the one.
Yeah.
That second child
Did a
thing is real.
swanton out of the.
She'd be the one. But she was playing with a basketball, stepped on the ball, and the ball rolled, and that was like her right leg who did that. The right leg wasn't hurt. Her left leg kind of buckled under her, and she's like tougher than a 2-hour steak. She never really complains about anything. Don't want to put no weight on the leg, like immediately. Like, so we took her to ER. She got X-rays.
Microfracture.
Well, the funny thing was, I was like, because I was trying to explain to the doctors like what happened or whatever, and it wasn't like sensitive to the touch, but I was like, the way she reacted and the way she fell, it looked like an MCL sprain. But I don't know if 1-year-olds can have MCL sprains or any kind of.
Do 1-year-olds have MCLs yet?
I don't know. But
He's out there rehabbing with Kristaps Porzingis.
But so I was there was no swelling. I would like touch her leg. She wasn't like sensitive to the touch or nothing like that. And they took X-rays, no structural damage, but she's actually going back to the doctor because it's gotten a little better each day, but she still don't want to put no weight on it too much. She walks with a little limp. I was like, look at my little, oh man, my little mama.
Well,
so get well soon, Ryan.
Ron Caraway dealing with a knee will be reevaluated in a week.
Be reevaluated in 2 weeks. That's we won't know if she's ready, but reevaluated in 2
That's
weeks.
tremendous. That'll be about the time game 1 of the NBA Finals is being played, so she won't miss anything. Let's
almost damn thing.
Bro, what are we supposed to do for a week?
I have no idea. If this thing ends tonight, what the hell are we supposed to do?
The Office.
Okay. What about for those of us who've already seen The Office? Then what do we
Well, you guys will just watch
I
it
threw it
again.
back on the other day.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You guys just watch it again.
All right. I did, after you guys left on Friday, I did just kind of crash on the couch and watch Fresh Prince of Bel-Air episodes.
It took me forever to leave the grounds.
Oh, stop.
It was literally like
Hey.
Rick Ross, bro.
Yeah.
Like, it was for real like Rick Ross's house. That was
You
crazy.
can't even
Went home,
say
went
that
that
was
with a straight face.
crazy.
No, Chris, you'll never believe it.
It's nonsense. Let's get Daniel.
That was crazy on Friday. Wow.
916-909.
We got a new rail yards area for any stadium that needs to be built. It's the new rail yards.
Sacramento, don't worry. Things are coming.
Two are idiots. Let's get Daniel, 916-909-1320. What's up, Daniel?
Hey, guys.
What's up, man?
Hey, man. Hey, off of last season being the disappointment that it was, do you think the Kings know or have an idea that Malik's not coming back, and they know that they can't give Brown an extension? Because if they do, they're going to be worse next year, and the fans are not going to be happy if they're even worse than they were this past year.
That's a good point.
So.
I don't think that's
the
case, though. I think they're pretty confident that they'll get Malik back, or they have a good shot.
Mm-hmm.
Not that he's definitely going to do that, but I think
I got another team I want to. I don't want to throw them in. We'll talk about it.
Yeah. But also, I also push back a little bit on the notion that if Malik leaves, the Kings will automatically be worse. Not because Malik isn't important or anything else like that, but you don't know what other moves they might make.
Mm-hmm.
Like if they lose Malik Monk, and I know his money is specific to him, they can't just like go get money. But if they lose Malik Monk and go trade for Kyle Kuzma, Zach LaVine, or Brandon Ingram, they could be just as good, if not better, moving forward. Not because Malik isn't here anymore, but they went out and got another player that might help replace that production. So
yeah, we're operating.
We don't know that
under the idea that Malik leaves and nothing happens.
Right.
You have a right to be upset if that happens.
Absolutely, I will be upset.
It wouldn't be Mike Brown's fault.
I'll be upset. I don't care who they get back. I'll be upset if Malik leaves.
Oh, absolutely. It'd be cushioned a little bit if your boy Kyle Kuzma came.
A little bit.
It'd probably really be cushioned if your boy Zach LaVine came.
I mean, look, those are all my boys. So I don't want to say they're not my boys, but I don't like the way you're saying it.
What you mean?
I don't like the way you're saying my boy Zach LaVine in a negative connotation towards Zach LaVine.
What do you mean?
Don't do that. Don't
I'm not gonna lie. We lose Malik and Zach gets here. It's like, all right, bro. Like, there's your locker over there.
They're gonna treat him like Paul George in Indiana. Did you see that? Did you see that?
Oh, they're hating.
Oh man. Did you see the clip of
Jeff Teague?
Huh?
Did you see Jeff Teague?
I saw the Jeff Teague clip.
But did you see the clip of
the ESPN guy thing?
Yeah, what was it? Dan Dockage.
Yeah.
What Dan Dockage?
So
do?
Dan Dockage, not to take us on too far of it, but Jeff Teague has a clip of CJ Miles after one of the playoff games. Paul George, CJ Miles takes the last shot in game 1 or something like that. CJ Miles missed. And after the game, Paul George goes, I talked to CJ about that. I told him I need that. I need that shot. You know what I'm saying? I need that. And so CJ Miles in game 4 of the sweep, Paul George takes the last. CJ Miles had the ball, passed it to Paul George.
It was a hot potato.
Yeah, and they lost. I think he took the shot, or he might have missed the bat, or whatever the case may be.
It hit back rim.
Yeah, Jeff Teague goes in there. He's like, CJ goes, we in the locker room. CJ pulls out his phone and pulls up the Gatorade commercial, like immediately.
Oh, no.
So CJ says this, like 3-4 years ago, Dan Dockage is on Mike and Mike talking about, yeah, Paul George, he's a fraud. He's a fraud, man. Like, I'll tell you about the CJ Miles thing. Number one, he's either lying, he didn't talk to him, or when he said that, everybody in the locker room was laughing at him. Like, because they don't believe in him. They don't believe in him. And like, I think Dan got like destroyed for saying that when he said it. And here we are 6-7 years later
on Jeff Teague's podcast.
Jeff Teague is like, nah, we was cracking up at him missing that shot and saying all that stuff. So yeah, that all surfaced back up today. Jeff Teague is a funny dude.
I wonder in 10 years if we're going to look back on Stephen A. trashing Jaylen Brown.
Oh,
as look, Stephen
I kind
A.
of
was
missed
right.
that. Was he trashing him or did he?
So no, so this is where Stephen A. This is where punctuation is really important. Stephen A. said something on television about Jaylen Brown that he said was from a source. And he read something along the lines of, I don't remember. He's got a big head. He's not well liked, something along those lines. And Isaiah Thomas, your boy Isaiah Thomas, took exception to that and said, I've known, Jaylen since, a camp or something at Berkeley or whatever it was. And, Stephen A., tell your source like that he's wrong. but he didn't put a comma anywhere. So it looked like he was calling out Stephen A. Smith for bad mouthing Jaylen Brown. When if you just take time to read through the tweet, you could figure out what he was saying was, Stephen A. Smith, tell your source they're wrong about Jaylen Brown. Yeah. And Stephen A. gets, I don't know why Isaiah's tweeting me, but I guess that's just what people do right now. They try to get famous off of my name instead of calling me directly. I've never said a bad thing about Jaylen Brown. And it's like, all right, bro, that's not what Isaiah is saying. And then Kendrick jumps in and said, yeah, we've had plenty of discussions about Jaylen Brown and all this other stuff. And it's like, this is Dumb and Dumber right here. Like, look, Isaiah dropped the ball by not putting a damn comma in the tweet, but it was pretty clear what he was saying. And also, don't do that. Don't trash someone on national television. Go, oh, I was just telling me what a source said. There was no reason for you to be talking about Jaylen Brown that way in that moment, but you felt the need to do it. And he caught a lot of heat for that.
And he should. And one of those things, I think I haven't paid that much, but I feel like we try to do that. Like if we, even with this Mike Brown thing or whatever, right? We're presenting a side, we're presenting what somebody said, and then we'll be very clear about what we would do and how we feel in that situation. So if Stephen A. Smith, if you're getting that information, I think you have, and especially with the platform you have the responsibility to say, now look, this is what one person said. I've had great interactions with Jaylen Brown. I've never gotten that type of vibe from him, but this is what was told to me.
But here's my brain thinking differently. What's the purpose of this now? The Celtics are up 3-0 when this was done. Jaylen's playing out of his mind. What is the purpose of you reading something from a source that says he's not marketable, that says he's got a big head, that says what's the purpose of inserting this into the conversation right now with his team up 3-0 on the cusp of an NBA Finals appearance?
I do not know.
There isn't one.
Well, no, because this goes back to Shaq, Paul George. We do have to understand what the conversation was. And I don't know if this is the same one, but I think they were having a conversation the other day on First Take about Face of the League. And if they're having a conversation about Face of the League, Stephen A. could have been given reasons as to why some people don't think Jaylen Brown should be in that. Like, because you can hear the situation, right? I can imagine the situation right now. Well, people talking about Tatum is one of the face of the league. Jaylen Brown, the best player on that team. Why isn't he considered face of the league? And then Stephen A. Smith goes into, these are the reasons I'm hearing why he can't even be in that conversation. I don't know, but that sounds like I remember the other day, because I don't watch the show, but I see these clips. They were having a discussion about face of the league for some reason. So that could have been part of the reason why that came up.
Let's
I also could be wrong because I don't know, but I'm just thinking of reasons why that might have come.
The lower third on this edition of, I assume it is First Take. Mm-hmm. Is Jaylen Brown the most underrated NBA star? Mm-hmm. That's what they're discussing. Sorry, that's what the lower third said. Mm-hmm. The conversation was specifically about Jaylen Brown. Mm-hmm. Stephen A.
And I just want to say NBA star face. That's in the same. That's in the because, yeah. That's
but it's asking if he's an underrated player. That's what he's asking.
Mm-hmm. And it could be, like I said, those things go for like 15 minutes, right? So the caption, "Is he an underrated star?" can go in a number of different ways. Like, is he underrated? Why isn't he underrated? Why isn't he pushed more? All this other stuff. It could go in a number of different ways. I haven't seen the conversation, so I don't know.
Yeah, Stephen A. really got in his feelings over the criticism over it. Let's get
he got mad about Draymond saying something the other day. I remember seeing that.
That's understandable. Let's get Leezy in here. I don't even know what it was, but it's like, got mad at Draymond? I get it. 916-909-1320. What's up, Leezy?
Yo, what's poppin', D-Lo, KC? Hey, guys, I just wanted to call in with a quick comment and question regarding
Mike Brown. You sound like you got some bad news about the Miami Heat.
Who is this? Who is this guy?
You didn't like the Bad Boys 4 trailer? What's wrong?
Nah, I'm in office, man.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
okay.
button up, Leezy.
Wow.
Yeah, they getting me.
Even happy ass lazy on the
B-U-L.
thing at work. Man.
B-U-L, buttoned up, Leezy.
Yes, sir. I'm trying to be TL, telework lazy. That's what I'm trying to be. But
Yeah.
want to talk about Mike Brown, man. Hey, I don't know what's going on with this whole situation with Mike Brown. I don't know why they're delaying it. I don't see a better coach out there. I don't know James Prigio, however you say it, no JJ Redick. I don't want either of those guys. But my real question is, are you guys worried about the ripple effect? Like, if I'm Fox, I'm not starting back at square one. We got to keep Mike Brown, And if I'm Malik, this is my coach, this guy who's gotten me to this level, So are you guys worried about maybe that ripple effect?
Appreciate you, lazy. Whatever.
Leland.
Leland. Yeah, that was Leland. That's right. That was Leland. Right now, no. I'm not concerned about anything other than the fact I think this is dumb.
Yeah, man.
But I'm not worried about it affecting. Malik knows the game, like he understands it. I do have a concern if this goes on too far, because if June 30th gets here, and you're still in this situation, that's a month away. It's not inconceivable. What do you tell Malik Monk when you have that conversation with him? And what role does Mike have to play in all of this? Those two clearly have a very unique and special relationship, Mike and Malik, that I don't think every coach, I do believe there are some, Jordy, I'm certain is one, but I believe there are some, but I don't believe every coach in the league would allow Malik to interact with them the way that he interacts with Mike. So that is important. But if this gets to June 30th, yeah, like I do have a little bit of concern about how this plays out, because Malik's going to have suitors whether we like it or not. We could debate on dollar figures and fits and rankings behind. This team may like Klay Thompson more. They might like D'Angelo Russell more. Cool. Well, D'Angelo Russell goes here and Klay Thompson goes here. Guess who catapults to the top of their list? Like we could feel however we want to about these suitors, but he's going to have them. And if there's something lingering over this organization at that time, yeah, I'm absolutely concerned about that. I'm not concerned today, but I will be in a month.
Yeah, and that's the unfortunate part of this whole thing is like, who knows if we're even at that point? But now we're having these conversations.
Well, the Kings refused to negotiate with him.
That's what I'm saying. It's like, hey, what Damien's talking about is like, right after we went to break on the last segment, there was a report by our guy Scott. Well, once again, I don't know if it's a man or a woman, so I shouldn't say my guy, but our Chatty House member, Scott Recycler, trying to find it real quick. But basically, they were just saying, oh man, the Kings not being willing to negotiate with Mike Brown is ridiculous and da-da-da-da. And I'm sitting here like, who said that was the case? Why are we just jumping to they're not willing to negotiate or they're not willing to do this or pay or anything? Who knows any of this is the case? Nobody knows. I'm not here to tell you it is or not, but we don't know what the case is.
And I told you, I think what happens is we fill in blanks. And with the Kings, it's believable. So, because this is already painted as Vivek, and again, I've said this 1,000 times. I'll say it 1,000 more. If you're Rory and you don't like Vivek Ranadive, you could find out Vivek burned down an animal shelter and you'd be like, yep, I knew it. He's horrible. Oh, no, sorry. That was a misprint. Vivek actually saved all of the animals in an animal shelter. Psh, no, he didn't. No, he didn't. And if he did, it was probably outside cold. He ain't do it. Like, if you don't like Vivek, like, you hate him. And that's not going to change. So, like, there's nothing that man could do to change your mind.
So, and then you got in the Matthews Mattress Chatty House, you got AK talking about, so we are supposed to completely ignore reports, gaslighting us for reading the most trusted NBA source. No, AK. I need you to listen, first of all, just like you need to read, which in front of you, you need to listen to what people are telling you. There is no report that says the Kings are not willing to negotiate. That is what's being said now. Scott Recycle simply said the Kings not being willing to negotiate with Mike Brown is da-da-da-da-da-da. Nobody ever said they were not willing to negotiate. Even your most trusted NBA source never said that. So I need you to listen and I need you to read. Also, what I'm telling you as well is the most trusted NBA source, he's getting it from somewhere, right? I don't think he's getting it from both sides. I don't think the Kings and Mike Brown's representatives are calling Mark Stein and Woj to tell them this news. I think it's one side. I don't know which side, but one side is telling these people this news for a reason. They have an agenda. They're not doing it out of the kindness of their heart to give you, hey, here's an update on what's going on. No, they got an agenda. If it's Mike Brown's representatives, he's trying to get the best deal he can, and he's using the court of public opinion to smear the name of the Kings and put pressure on the Kings. If the Kings have reasons for putting information out and talking to reporters, they have a reason for it. It's the same as the coaches stuff after teams get eliminated. The team's putting that out. They've got a reason for doing that. Each side has a reason for doing it, and that's all we're saying is look at what's going on, try to evaluate it, and also don't just make up stuff that aren't there. Nobody said the Kings or Mike Brown are not willing to negotiate.
The only piece of news at all in the Adrian Wojnarowski piece is the single line at the beginning. Everything is Mike's accomplishments, the Kings' accomplishments, Mike Brown's current contract status. All that matters is the very first sentence. After engaging in contract extension negotiations, which I remind you, no one knew was happening.
Mm-hmm.
We expected they would.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody knew that this was happening. After engaging in contract extension negotiations, the Sacramento Kings and coach Mike Brown remain with a gulf on a potential deal and have tabled talks, sources told ESPN on Friday.
And right there. So with that being said, yeah, we don't know. We can assume, we can speculate or whatever. We don't know who said we're not negotiating right now.
Yeah, we don't. But man, I sure have an idea who it was.
Well, no, but look,
I'm just.
I'm telling you right now.
I think your original assessment, while I tried to present the other side, which I still believe is very feasible, I believe this came from Mike's side, Mike Brown's side of the negotiation.
And
if it was Shams, I might have felt different, but it wasn't. It was Woj.
But even with that, I don't know what you talk about who's got the benefit. What's the benefit of the Kings for putting that out?
I don't think there's benefit for anyone.
Yeah,
I don't think there's
that.
whatever.
I do think that the court of public opinion favors Mike Brown's side.
You're right, it does, but man, I just don't think that's a button you push this early. Like, and the term is golf. That's not a term the Kings would use. Like, I'm thinking about how agents play this stuff. There is a huge gap between what my client wants and what the team is paying. That's what that phrase means. If you go through the history of reports where you find words like that describing the difference between asking price and offering price
too, didn't he?
No,
it did. Or no, he was put broken down. Didn't Woj put one of them in quotes?
No, I'm reading the article. I'm not looking at a tweet.
Okay,
the article reads, like I said, that's the only line in it of any substance. After engaging in contract extension negotiations, the Sacramento Kings and coach Mike Brown remain with a golf on a potential deal and have tabled talks. The way that's phrased also doesn't imply that Mike Brown has walked away from the table, that the Sacramento Kings have walked away from the table. It has become more of a, all right, let's walk away for a second and regroup later. We'll come back. We'll talk more about this. We need to talk more about the Celtics advancing. We need to talk about Game 4 tonight of the Western Conference Finals. Could be our last basketball game for weeks and weeks and weeks. At least it feels like it. Stealing with KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino. Oh, it's Tuesday, by the way. Trysta Krick, the top of the 2 o'clock hour.
Trysta Tuesdays.
ESPN 1320.
So with them being tabled, obviously they'll come back and stuff like that. Does this need to be figured out before the season starts?
I think it needs
to be figured out long before then. Yeah.
You got about a month to figure it out.
Because to me, I don't understand how you have these conversations and Mike's people just go, you know what? We'll just coach out the final year.
Well, because my thing is, if it's tabled,
we'll bet on us.
If it's tabled now, obviously you guys have different numbers, and it's like you guys are gonna like come to the, I guess, the compromise like in a month. Like obviously someone needs to see something. If Woj is reporting as a golf, whatever the hell that means, or whatever, like, like how do you figure that out within a month or before free agency if you are tabling it now?
Yeah,
to me, that's kind of like, all right, Mike, you want that much? Prove it during the season, win some ball games or something.
Which
this is my thinking.
Which is I guess that not I guess that's feasible. I just it's probably more feasible given the fact that the hiring cycle is essentially over, right? So like, what's Mike gonna do? Like, go get another job? Like he's not.
Well, no, but
so coaching out the final year, you could certainly do. It just doesn't seem like the best look. Dr. David, I haven't gotten any new vinyl in a long time. Outside of the Taylor Swift record that Complex gave me, which is a shoot. Yeah, I've been a little preoccupied. Haven't gotten to go vinyl shopping like I'd like to. Also, I'm kind of broke now, so.
That's a lie. I don't think that's possible, to be honest with you.
I see you, Jay Cliff. Let's bring this. I'm gonna bring this back. Gonna bring that back.
That's the thing. I'm gonna need Woj to come out, like define what a golf is in NBA terms. How much money are we talking here, Woj? John, I'd be surprised if he wasn't back for game one. The way they've been talking and stuff like that.
Yeah, John, I think
he's gonna be doing 5-on-5s this week.
I think the second they went up 3-0, it was like, we don't need to do this.
Damn, he's gonna get what, extra week and a half.
Yeah, it's the 6th.
What day is that? Next
Thursday. Man.
Hey, there's a song that I thought about for the 420, but I don't know. It feels like it was only like really, really big in the clubs. Were you still doing the clubs when they would play? I played it on my Instagram driving in today. That Out the Ghetto, Birdman and Chop.
No, I think
you can take out the ghetto, but you can't.
No.
They go crazy for that. That's the only time I ever hear it. I've obviously never heard it on the radio. Don't hear people like riding around with it.
Here's the thing about. I'm gonna get my stuff off and finish that thought. Here's the thing about the 420 hit of the day on KSFM. If you have to ask that question, it's probably not a record we'll play.
I didn't think so.
For no other reason, then we probably won't be able to find the radio edit for it.
Well, and that was the funny. The radio, I don't know. That's a complex situation because there's a clean version, but I don't know if that's good enough for the radio.
Most of the it depends on the type of
version, right? There's not
depending on the type of program.
Substituted words. It's just blank.
Yeah, I think normally like we'll run the clean one, regardless of if it's edited for a radio or not. the point still gets across. Just every once in a while, we'll pick a record and realize, wow, that there are a lot more bad words in this song than I thought. I remember one of our first shows, we played Dreams and Nightmares. It was like, oof. All right. Probably a one and done with this record, given the amount of flips and silences that were in there.
Hold up, wait a minute.
916-909-1320 if you want to get in on the conversation. Trysta Krick joins us at the top of the 2 o'clock hour. Jason Jones joins us in the final hour of the show as well. Let's get our man Jamel in here. 916-909-1320. Jamel, what's up, baby?
What's up, boys? What's up, boys? Top of the afternoon to y'all.
Yes, sir. Yes,
Man,
sir.
you know, I don't know why this is getting so messy, man. I just wanted to chime in. This is obviously directed to the Kings organization. Pay the man, bro. I mean, if Mike Brown leaves, how fast do you think Fox is next? You know what I mean? I feel like Fox and Brown have something, and they know where each other is at each other's goals, which is the championship. If Brown leaves, I just kind of don't expect Fox is going to stay around too much longer. So I'm just pay the man. That's all I had. Thank y'all, boys. Keep doing what y'all doing.
I appreciate you, Brody.
Appreciate you, dog.
I think it winds up happening. We can go to
real quick. I want to say about that too. Is just, and I'm just trying to present all scenarios and everything that's going on. It's easy for us right now as fans, because I'm a fan of the Kings. I want to see the Kings win. I like Mike Brown. I want him here. Remember, we don't know what's being asked. We don't know what's being offered.
Yep.
So when people say just pay him, what if Mike Brown's team is like, we want $15 million a year? Now it has nothing to do with your cap. It has that's free money. You can pay people, pay coaches whatever you want.
It's free money, but it's not.
Right.
You know.
But there's no penalties for the coaches, so you can do whatever you want. But like, if Mike Brown was like, I want to be what I did here in Sacramento, I want to be top 3 highest coach in the game right now. Just pay him. Just do whatever. Like no negotiation at all. I would pay Mike Brown $10+ million, like around the vicinity of 10 being the lowest, right? But there is a point where it's like it's not just pay him.
I go ahead.
So I was gonna ask right now: is there an instance where you do let Mike Brown? Oh, this is way too much, Mike. You got to go.
Yeah.
I'd have a conversation with him, like, Mike, come on, don't do that. Like, we're willing to give you this, and then if they say no, we're not talking to you because this is what we want. There's a gulf between.
Well, that would be a failure on Mike's representation, because if I'm Vivek or whoever does this, I have no clue. But if I'm whoever is negotiating this on the side of the Kings, I'm like, Mike, you're asking for money that a 5-time NBA champion has, that a 4-time NBA champion has, and that a 3-time NBA champion has.
How do we know he said, I don't want $1 less than Monty Williams?
We don't. First of all, the answer to your question is we don't know that he's not doing that. Man, you got me playing the King side this time. I'd use the argument that we started the show with, and it's Monty's an outlier. The 3 highest paid coaches in the league have won no less than 3 NBA championships. Detroit offered him a contract that he turned down, and they got so desperate to hire him because no one else wanted the job. They came back and paid him one of the most absurd salaries in the coaching ranks. Now, Mike Budenholzer, Nick Nurse, Jesse confirmed Jason Kidd has signed an extension. We just don't know what the money is.
Yeah, I can't find the numbers on that anyway.
All appearances were his last contract was at 8. This was before where they're at now. So I know it took place during the playoffs. So this is, I think it's safe to say Jason Kidd is at least north of 10 million, probably south of the Monty Williams 13 million.
Jason Kidd where it starts for Mike Brown?
No, it starts. It's Mike Budenholzer. Mike Budenholzer is where if if I'm Mike Brown, I'm starting with Mike Budenholzer. Now, maybe if you're Mike Brown's representation, you're starting with Monty Williams with the idea of getting to Mike Budenholzer. If you really feel like you have to negotiate and play this stupid game of go low, go high, meet in the middle. But when you talk about Nick Nurse, Jay Kidd, Mike Budenholzer, that's the class of coach that you're talking about with Mike Brown.
And as representation for Mike Brown, I might say, yeah, I hear your little sob story about an outlier or whatever. I can make the argument you're just as desperate as Detroit was. Matter of fact, I'll show you. I'll put this report out here, and we'll see. I'll show you. You might have to make that same desperate play, and this is what we're asking for, not $1 less.
Okay, well, good for you, Mike's representation. Good for you, Mike's representation. We'll see you midway through the season when this team is on our way to a playoff run where we can revisit this and enjoy your offseason.
Well, you might not see me, dog. You might not see me.
Oh, you're welcome to quit.
Well, then I quit then.
All right, then. Well, this went south fast. This is a good thing we ain't in charge of nothing.
All right, tune in at 2:30. Who's going to be the Kings' next head coach?
Mike Brown quit within 5 minutes.
Mike Brown quit, and he wasn't even there.
Mike Brown wasn't even there.
It was his agent.
Mike Brown's agent quit
so
for him.
You might go back. Hey, Bill. How'd it go? Oh, I quit. Oh, well, I don't want you to be fired as agent. No,
you quit.
Yeah.
No, I quit for you.
That was the worst fake negotiation we've ever had on this show.
Well, that was pretty bad.
Usually they go a lot better than that.
That's hilarious. I don't know what Ramsey wants. Let's all find out together.
Ramsey might bring us into.
It's kind of like Ramsey.
He might bring us into Bill Walton.
Okay, all right.
That's what I think.
Well, at least it's along basketball lines. Yeah. What's up, Ramsey?
Kenny's correct.
There we go. That's two. It's 2 in a row, right?
I did want to talk. I did want to talk about just the wonderful life and some of the things I did hear about Bill Walton yesterday. I mean, one of the most poignant lines I heard was on SportsCenter last night from John Anderson when he said, Bill Walton and the Conference of Champions both gone on Memorial Day weekend, 2024. So, I mean, it's a sad day. Not just we lost a legend, not just on the basketball court, but broadcasting as well. Mm-hmm. And at the same time, his beloved UCLA and many other schools are not going to be able to play in what Bill deemed the Conference of Champions that he loved to his core. Mm-hmm. This past weekend with the Pac-12 baseball tournament being the last ever sanctioned Pac-12 or game sanctioned by 2 Pac-12 opponents played under Pac-12 sanctions. I mean, Bill did it all from high school in San Diego to UCLA to Portland to back home in San Diego with the Clippers to Boston. Mm-hmm. The man lived a wonderful life on and off the court. Yeah, and I did one last thing I do recommend. If anyone hasn't done it, read his autobiography. It shines light into his life. It's a wonderful read, and it just gives you more insight on who the Bill Walton is.
Mm. Yeah, that's perfectly said.
Back from the Dead is the title of the autobiography, by the way.
Perfectly said. I didn't see a lot of coverage because I was busy a lot over the weekend and even driving back yesterday, so I didn't see a lot of like coverage and memorials of Bill. But yeah, that wasn't lost on me either. That Bill got to see the last Pac-12 sporting event. You know what I mean? And it's a guy that, you know, I'm trying to think about it on the fly, but I don't think there's a person that loved the Pac 8, 10, 12 more than Bill Walton and had so much pride for, as Ramsey said, and as he would normally say, the Conference of Champions. And, you know, Bill being able to see the final game of that conference was it didn't get lost on me. So yeah, man, I was upset when I saw that Monday morning, man, and like, oh man, not Bill Walton. Damn.
Bill Walton, 71 years old, has such a unique place in the history of the Sacramento Kings, as he was once a broadcaster here, which is really just odd to think about. But he was. And of course, he is the father of former head coach Luke Walton. He spent plenty of time here in Sacramento.
Bill Walton was almost, I don't want to sound disrespectful to anybody when I say this, but a more accomplished version to a certain degree of John Madden, because Bill Walton was an unbelievable player. John Madden was a great coach. I don't know too much about his playing days, but Bill Walton was an unbelievable player. But he may be known to some more for his announcing.
I'm not sure what comparison you're trying to make.
Well, John Madden. John Madden was a Hall of Fame coach, but we know him as boom, bow. Like as like the greatest color guy of all time.
The part that threw me off, like, who's more accomplished?
Bill Walton's more accomplished as an athlete than
John
as an
Madden.
athlete. Yeah, he's
okay.
more accomplished as an athlete than John.
Yeah,
Madden
Bill Walton was one of the like Bill Walton was tracking to one of the greatest basketball players I think ever.
And ended up being there anyway.
Well, yeah, he did, but it like where it could have gone deteriorated pretty rapidly because of his foot situation, because of his injuries, essentially. But Bill, like Bill was something like when I was younger, I did not understand and had to do a lot of research as I got older to understand, like, and to hear the way they talked to him about it at UCLA, and then when he was finally able to find his footing in the league, like what he was, no pun intended, phenomenal.
Yeah. But the whole point though is like he's passed away, and we've seen a lot of like memorials and stuff about him over the last 24 hours. And I would say 90% of it, maybe 95% of it, is him on the mic. Like,
yeah,
we haven't seen a lot of game montage, and he was an unbelievable player. But what he did as a commentator, I don't want to say is his legacy, because like I said, he's one of the greatest players we've ever seen. But
it let you into his personality a little bit more. Like I think if back then sports coverage when Bill Walton was a player was different. You probably knew about Bill Walton's personality, especially from his times with the Celtics and so on. Like he was an outspoken guy, but when you're on the mic for 2 or 3 hours, you're gonna learn a lot about somebody, and that's where I don't think it's just his unique style of broadcasting. I think that that's where you really got to know Bill Walton. Like he is I mean, it was said 1,000 times yesterday by 1,000 different people, and it was accurate every time. He is in the very, very literal sense, Bill Walton is one of one. There is no one like him before him. There will be no one like him after him. He is one of the most unique figures in the history of professional sports.
I loved Bill Walton on the call of games. I thought he was phenomenal. I thought when he was with the NBC and was doing, all the playoff games with Marv and all this other stuff, I thought he was phenomenal. I'm a big believer and a big proponent of, as a young person, watching basketball, listening to these commentators, because that's how you learn the game. Me personally, I didn't have, my dad around to teach me the ins and outs. I had coaches who were really good coaches, but I don't know if they like taught me the game to a certain degree. They're just really nice guys. I would watch these games and listen to guys like Bill Walton, to listen to Mike Fratello, listen to Steve Snapper Jones, to Hubie Brown, to Dick Vitale when he was doing his thing, Bill Raftery. And that's how I would learn the game. Something would happen, and those guys as color commentators would tell you what just happened and why it was important. And Bill Walton was one of those guys. And to this day, I'm watching the game, and it doesn't have to be a Jason Williams behind the head type pass. It could be the extra pass. The extra pass that's a snap pass to the corner that is on the line. And I got it from Bill Walton, and I say it in my head the same way he said it. Nice pass. Like every time, like the extra pass, he always pointed out how great of a pass that was. And it's followed me to this day, trying to teach other kids about the simple pass can be a great pass. It can be a great, if it's a simple pass and it's the right pass, it can be a great pass. It doesn't have to be flashy. It could be a two-handed chest pass. It could be a bounce pass. It could be just a good pass that gets you from a good shot to a great shot. And Bill Walton was one of those guys that taught the game while he commentated.
Throw it down, big fella. Will live forever.
Mm-hmm.
And a fun little footnote. I was trying, just for the record. I thought we could have some fun. Couldn't pull it off.
$5.
Couldn't pull it off. But found this note, which I now that I read it, I knew. Moses Malone and Bill Walton. 1979-1980 season. The first players in the history of the NBA to earn $1 million in a season. Moses Malone and Bill Walton. Now, unfortunately, you can search Bill Walton that same year and find articles titled "Worst Contracts of All Time."
Oh, come on.
Because with Bill, it was like a constant, oh, if he gets right, boy, if he gets right, watch out.
Yeah.
And
what year was that?
79-80.
So that was after he won his championships.
That was 79-80. Yeah, he won his NBA champ. Well, he won the one you're referring to in 1977. Of course, he won another one with the Boston Celtics. He was the Finals MVP in 1977. He was the NBA MVP in 1978, and he signs that contract in 79-80, and pretty much nothing was the same after that.
Bill Walton is one of those guys. I have discussions with my with my homeboy about the kids today, because he does a lot of training, and we're around. We got kids in the AAU, and we see these kids all the time. I train kids, all this other stuff, and we talk about, like, he uses Derek Fisher as the example. He's like, there are kids right now in the 8th grade that have better handles than Derek Fisher. They can handle the ball better than Derek Fisher ever could in his career. They got it like that. But Derek Fisher played in the NBA for X amount of years because he understood how to play basketball. And a lot of these kids nowadays, they have skills that are supersedes anything we've seen from any of your favorite NBA players growing up. But they don't know how to play basketball. They don't understand, like, all the handles that you have in the world. I can make you a really, really good player that can get his school paid for, that you almost don't ever have to do that. You just need to know how to pump fake, knock down a jump shot, 1-2 dribbles, make the right decision, all this other stuff. I don't need the Kyrie package. I don't need the Kyrie handle bag, for you to be a good ball player. But some of them don't understand that. I bring that to Bill Walton because you watch him play, you understand how he played and why he was successful. He understood the game of basketball as good as anybody that's ever played. He understood the cuts, the passing, the just the little stuff, because he was tall, but he wasn't like this great athlete. But he understood basketball as good as anybody we've ever seen.
And time again, he credits one singular person for that.
Coach John Wooden.
Yep.
Yep.
I have never seen him have a conversation about basketball where he didn't credit John Wooden for what he did. I'm trying desperately. I keep seeing the same number, but it leads me to believe this 7-year, $7 million contract that Bill Walton signed. There may have been some football money in here, which wasn't real. Any guesses how much Bill Walton made with the Boston Celtics in 1986?
$3 million.
$3 million and like a 12-pack of Coors Light or something. I don't know.
$425,000.
Oh,
gross.
man.
His NBA earnings are being listed everywhere that I'm searching, which again leads me to believe something went awry with that contract he signed with the Clippers.
Oh, came back home.
Well, it wasn't that.
It was San
that
Diego.
Sterling?
It was San
That's what I'm saying,
Diego
it came in.
Clippers. Yeah.
Was that Sterling?
No, not.
It was a little.
I feel like Sterling was the
before
80s,
Sterling.
wasn't he?
Yeah. Well, didn't Winning Time bring that up? Wasn't it like mid 80s when Jerry Buss was like, "Hey, meet"?
It was
new
right
owner of the
after
Clippers.
It was 81. Yeah,
That's when Sterling took over. Or that's when Walton's contract was.
what? No, Walton's contract was 79, 80.
79, okay.
Sterling took over in 81.
Oh, well, that's why it went awry because he found a way to.
Well, he
screw him out
just
of that
probably never
contract.
paid him. It
Just never paid him.
it just keeps getting listed at $3 million. You're seeing regular yearly earnings of like $425,000 for.
You said
the
$3
one.
million for his career earnings?
Yeah.
That's what I said.
What?
That's what I said. I said $3 million.
Oh, okay.
Count it.
No, I
said
didn't
count
hit-
it.
I didn't hit no music.
I said
Count it.
3 million and a 12 pack. That's better.
No,
that's
no,
over.
no,
I got
no,
it. I got
no,
it. Nope.
no,
Count it.
no. I asked you what was his salary for the Boston Celtics.
No, don't worry about
and
that.
you
I
said $3 million.
I said $3 million.
Wait,
for his
wait, hold
career.
on. What was his
Count
total?
it. Count it.
$3 million.
Like that was the total he made over his.
Yes.
Okay,
I
yeah.
got it.
We both
Count
win
it.
then.
No,
you went
you
over.
both
You went
lose because I asked you what
Give me that
was his
win.
contract for what was his earnings for a single year, and you dummy said $3 million when it's $425,000. KC makes that now.
Stop
What are
it.
you talking about?
Once again,
Like,
not
yeah.
today, maybe not ever. We're not doing that.
I was gonna say though, I don't know if Dan wants to play these games.
I'm not allowing you guys over anymore. Shout out Bill Walton, man.
Shout out Bill Walton. One of the greatest to ever do it on the court and under the mic.
I guess Bill's not coaching the Kings, so
No. Mike Brown should be coaching the Kings.
Mike Brown will be coaching the Kings.
I agree.
They'll get this done. I don't know what a golf means. I don't know. I'll let you in on the. I mean, you know this. I'll let everybody in on the conversation around Harrison Barnes. And I never asked. I don't know. I guess I could ask. But when we were getting filled in on the Harrison Barnes situation last year, we were told they weren't close on money. And I don't know what that means. Like, I know what Harrison wanted. I know what Harrison's people were asking for. Obviously, we know what Harrison signed for. I don't know what the conversation opened at for someone to tell me, yeah, they're not really close on money.
Right.
And then it progressed. It paused, which we call the OG Anunoby pause. And then all of a sudden, remember how this went down. The negotiations picked back up. I think James reported that first. And then the next day or the day after, Harrison Barnes was signed to a contract extension.
I got a question for you. We can ask it when you come back. I got a question for you because you might have a better sense of what I'm about to ask.
Dum dum dum. Plus Trysta Krick at the top of the 2:00 hour. It's Dealing with KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino here on ESPN 1320. Go get my new juice.
You know, the whole time, I thought we didn't have to do a kicking it with KC because I was like, we do that on Tuesdays and Thursday. I forgot it was Tuesday.
You see the rumors of that Canelo Crawford card of what that could be?
I haven't.
I think they got Shakur versus Cruz up there. They got Plant versus Munguia, and then Canelo and Crawford.
That's crazy.
It's all just rumors at this point, though.
Okay, like stop it, stop it. It was cute. It was cute, and now it's actually being blasphemous.
It's all right. You bleed green just like me.
That's not even me.
You sound like Tommy Heinsohn, actually.
That's a Tommy point. I like guys like Tommy Heinsohn on the mic.
Yeah, Celtics broadcasting is going to be in the dump starting next season.
John Pauls, we were at the convention center. That was an experience. I ain't done one of the Reno tournaments before. I've done Vegas multiple times. I've done LA obviously multiple times. I ain't done one of the Reno joints. And that was pretty cool. It was pretty cool, man. The convention center setup. I think it was Jam on it. I think they do the same thing in Vegas at the end of July at their convention center. I think it was about, I want to say 50 courts, 50 basketball courts. Yeah, it was games going all day from 8 a.m. to 9 p.m. I was in heaven. I loved it. I loved it, man.
Lisa, I think they have a chance, but I think Boston's winning in 5 games.
Do you have Sprout Social, Jesse?
No.
Okay. Oh my God. It'd be helpful. I think once you learn to use it, it could make some of the social stuff you do a little easier. But God, this computer is such ass. Yeah, I just part of the thing, like, I don't is the access to it. So like you can schedule Twitter and Facebook to all go at the same time through Sprout. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh, yeah, I don't know how to do that. Yeah, I don't even know I don't know. I don't think I even have access to it anymore. Sales manager, Charlie. Let's see, there's James. Never figured out Instagram, Facebook page. Huh. Let's see if we can do it. No, I just asked Megan.
John Pauls, I'd say whatever I want to you as a ref. If you had a terrible call, I'd be like, that call was trash. Do better. I'm messing with you, man. Yeah.
Trysta Krick coming up at the top of the 2:00 hour. Jason Jones, final hour of the show. Shout out Urban Remedy. This is a unique little drink I got right here. Trying to switch it up.
Okay.
Drinking the same juice every day. Like, got to switch it up. Your body needs different nutrients. You teased us with something before.
Yeah. So, I mean, you talked about like the starting point, they might be asking for this, and Mike Brown and Mike Brown's representation might be asking for this or whatever the case may be. How does that normally go? Because I think, there's some people may have a thought that negotiation is like all had in a 2-hour sit down or something like that, and you go back and forth that way. Some people are like, why does this take so long?
Mm-hmm.
Is it a situation where the agent starts off, let's just use Mike Brown's case because it's what we're talking about, comes out and says, we want $12 million a year. There's a little back and forth as to why he should, why he shouldn't, whatever the case may be. And then after lunch is over, like, we'll talk again tomorrow. Mm-hmm. Have the same discussion. You're like, well, there's a gulf between, what you guys are offering and what we're asking. You guys walk away, and then 2 weeks later, there's like the agent, like, hey, Monty, all right, man. Well, look, what about 9.5?
Like, how does that go? Like, how do the offers
I think
change? Like, and do they change in the same day, or do they change weeks apart?
In my experience, and there's one in particular that comes to mind, I think they change over days. And
Well, okay, I don't mean to cut you off, but well, what happens in that one day, or is everybody just stuck on that one number and they just keep arguing back and forth?
because I think what a lot of it is there's a certain, if you're in charge of the money, like like you used this term earlier, we like to talk about, it's free money, right? It doesn't impact the salary cap. Well, no, it's somebody's money. And it impacts something. And it's also important because you're setting the market. Like, I praised Mark Davis for the contract he gave Becky Hammon. We laughed at it when he made it public, but that had an influence on the market of WNBA coaches. That was shown by Phoenix. The guy Matt Ishbia hired, he got paid like 1.3 or 1.2 million. That was a game changer. So you're mindful of what the market numbers are, overpaying and underpaying. Give you a perfect example. When we were negotiating a contract with the Connecticut Sun, it was simple. And it was the simplest thing, especially in that time with the WNBA, because just like in the NBA, there's max contracts. And with Kara Lawson, she's a max player. Like, this is easy. We're signing, to a max contract extension. Well, they didn't want to do that right out the gate. She was coming off like a knee injury that wasn't like exactly diagnosed, didn't know exactly what it was, but it was like out there. So they came with what I thought was a kind of a lowball offer. And for me, and of course, we discussed this at length before I went into the meeting. It was, yeah, I get it, but like, no, you just signed Asia Jones to a 4-year max contract. Asia's missed more games than Kara has, and she's older. So emphatically, like, if that's the contract you're offering, like, no, like, there's nothing to talk about. The answer is no. And, the conversation goes on. And when you make strong statements like no, things can get contentious, because then it becomes, well, we could just core you. Core was the WNBA's version of a franchise tag. And it's like, yeah, do whatever you want. Like, but what's not going to happen is she's not going to sign that contract. And then you discuss further and further, and they try to make their point, and you try to make your point. And then it's like, you know what? Let's get together next Friday. We'll talk about this some more. Came back Friday. You know what, man? She's a value part of this team. Here's what we'll do. We'll give her a max contract with the provisions of, if she gets hurt, like, the salary drops to this number, or if she misses this number of games, the salary drops to this number. Okay, cool. No. And the reason was simple. You gave an older player who's been injured more a fully guaranteed contract. You're going to do the same for her. All right. I got to talk about this with Mike, and you part ways. And the next meeting wound up just being a phone call. It was a phone call like 3 hours later. All right, we'll do a full 4-year max contract with no provisions to it. And that's what it was. So it was over the span of a week plus 3 hours. But again, with her, it's why the market is important. It's why the Monty Williams contract you can't just throw away. It sets the market. It's why so many coaches were salivating when Detroit did that. You can't operate under the idea, if you're the Sacramento Kings, that it's free money. It dictates the entire market. What Detroit did dictates the market. You can work with Pop and Steve Kerr and Eric Spoelstra. Those are the elite of the category. everybody, the next crop is and I know we've hit the point now where I'm just repeating myself. Nick Nurse, Jason Kidd, Mike Budenholzer, Mike Brown. Like, that is a category of people. That's a category of coaches that belong in the same financial tier. And that financial tier, as it stands right now, is about, without knowing what Jason Kidd got, by the way, it's about $8 to $10 million. Mike's agent, Warren Legary, I'm probably not throwing the Monty Williams deal out, though. And that could be where the golf is, right? That could be, because to me, 8 to 10 isn't a golf. And that's not something you put this type of information out there for. 13 to 8, though, yeah, that's a difference.
Yeah.
And if Mike is hell bent on that, which I love Mike Brown, he shouldn't be, nor should his agent. You've got to work off of that a little bit. Both parties have to work off of that a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. I just always wonder.
And I don't even know that directly answered your question, because I think what goes on behind the scenes from the money perspective is the number one question: is this worth it? Like, in my case, is having an injury provision on this contract, is it worth it? Is it more of a good faith to just say, look, we know your value to the team. Like, here's the contract. And that's there is a difference between what we're talking about, because there's no such thing as a max contract when you're talking about a coach. There's, like, once you're a certain player, if you're a WNBA player, you're of a certain A'ja Wilson does not need an agent, at least not for the WNBA. She needs an agent for all of her other stuff, but not the W. What's the most you could pay me? Becky, you're paying me that. Or it's not Becky, it's Nikki. Nikki, you're paying me that. I think you weigh, as simple as it sounds, you weigh the pros and cons of it. Is it worth the conversation within the Kings organization? Might be now, is this worth it? And for $2 million, it's not.
Right.
But for $5 million, then they're probably like, yeah, we'll just have to take this hit, because there's a big difference between $8 million and $13 million, which is why I would be surprised if Warren Legary is asking for $13 million when Mike Budenholzer should be the marker. It leads me to believe more that the Kings are in the vicinity of the $6 to $7 million, which is not where Mike, understandably, in my opinion, wants to be anymore.
My thought hearing all that is, like, to have that type of golf, and once again, we don't know, but to have that type of golf, the other side, the Mike Brown side, seemingly would have to be asking around $12 million, because if the King to have a $5 million golf, I mean, the King, if the Mike Brown side was asking 10, that means the Kings are offering 5, which is probably less than what they're already paying. So if he's at 6 and they're like, yeah, we'll give you a raise to 7.5.
But the golf might not be a dollar figure.
True.
The golf
it might be years on the contract.
Golf could be years on the contract, or it could be
guaranteed years.
The tier. Right? If you drop below 8, you're not in the tier anymore of it might only be 3 million or 2.5 million. But now all of a sudden you're not in the tier of the group of guys we just mentioned.
Right.
Now you're in the tier of, I don't know what he's making, and this he's a first year, he's going to be a first. Wait, you're gonna pay me in the same tier, Jordy Fernandez, the guy who I just got a job in Brooklyn, or who I can't remember who Charlotte hired, but whoever they hired,
the guy from Milwaukee, the brother
Charles Lee,
yeah,
Charles Lee. It could be that too.
Yeah, and I think whatever tier puts Mike Brown in the $9-10 million range, I'd say $10 million range, just because, Sacramento tax, what you did here, show appreciation for that. I know that's not necessarily always how things work, but to make you feel good about, what we're doing here, I'd have him at $10 million a year. And that's also
so Darvin Ham. This is from Sam and Shams and the crew at The Athletic. Darvin Ham made nearly That this is their word, nearly $5 million per year. I think that is somewhere around what Mike's current contract is at.
Darvin Ham, first time head coach too.
Mm-hmm.
So
I think Mike is. I swear James said 6, but these aren't public because it's not. You have to fish it out a little bit.
Which I'm not sure why they're not public.
Yeah, I don't understand that
not
either.
That I need to know, but if we know the player stuff,
yeah, I don't understand why they wouldn't be either. Yeah, I don't understand why they wouldn't be either. But there's a reason that the names that we're mentioning are public, because it's like, yeah, this is the upper. Of course, Eric Spoelstra wants that number out there. Of course, Steve Kerr, Greg Popovich, they want that number out there.
Yeah. Their agents want it out there.
Yeah, absolutely.
Absolutely.
But roughly $5 million for Darvin Ham, first year head coach. So like if you're at $7 million, you're closer to Darvin Ham than you are Monty Williams. If you're at $7 million, you're closer to Darvin Ham, a first year head coach, than you are Mike Budenholzer, who you have virtually the same exact win percentage as.
Right. And Budenholzer, and I understand what you're saying is, you as an agent, you can't dismiss Monty Williams. You got to use that towards your argument as to why you should be getting. But I would also look at, and I'm sure they are, Budenholzer, like you said, he's the one.
He's the one.
He's the one that I'm centering my whole deal around.
Yep.
You know what I mean? And that doesn't necessarily mean I need to make more than Budenholzer, but I need to be on that tier where he's at. And that's completely understandable. Completely understandable. And I would think if that's how it's being played out and how it's being negotiated or whatever, it should be understandable for the Kings as well.
Absolutely. Mike Brown is 54 years old. Mike Budenholzer is 54 years old. Mike Budenholzer has coached 801 games. Mike Brown has coached 727. Mike Budenholzer has a record of 484 and 317 with a win percentage of 604. Mike Brown, 441 and 286 with a win percentage of 607. Mike Budenholzer missed the playoffs once. Mike Brown missed the playoffs twice, and his second time was this season. His first time was that stupid ass time he went back to Cleveland. I want to bring TK on the screen, but she's eating. I don't want to interrupt her. Trysta, I don't know if Trysta got that good soup. Is that I was just trying to figure out where TK is. TK, where are you right now? You got the sweater on and like what?
I'm at home.
Oh, you're back home. Okay.
I'm back.
Back at home.
All right. Trysta Krick with us here. What are you eating? Is this more of TK's homemade
drink
soup?
is that? That's what I want to know. That looks like a
What did you say?
Only pop. What is
It's Soleil. It's Soleil. You know Soleil? Do you guys have that?
No, we ain't got no. Well, I haven't seen no Soleil. We
Sparkling
might have.
That might be a rich people drink. Yeah.
No, it's like
That's
Safeway.
like-
It's like Safeway sparkling
See,
water.
they got different stuff. See, like it is interesting. I don't think California has their own soda. I know when you go to New Orleans, they have Big Shot.
Okay.
The Big Shot is like a New Orleans soda. I think
Probably has extra sugar in it.
Maybe.
Deep fried soda.
On the East Coast, they got different. I thought that might have been what that is. It's just like an East Coast special.
No, it's just sparkling water. Just a little black cherry sparkling water. Let me turn this thing off so I can stop just getting emails and just messing up everything.
Oh, you're popping.
We're popping. We're popping. We're probably getting spammed. That's probably what's happening.
The streets are saying that it is a Safeway special. It is literally at Safeway here in
Literally, it's the Safeway brand. Yeah. Shout out to the Chatty House for keeping it correct and keeping D-Lo from slandering my good name. I'm bougie about a lot of things, but not always about.
Not your water.
Well, the truth is I prefer Polar, but we do what we do. They're out.
Polar.
That's the one with the trees, right? Is that polar?
No, I think it's just like a bear. I think it's just like a polar bear.
Okay. What's the one I'm thinking?
Well, no, I don't mind being bougie about water because there's some bottled water that's gross.
Dasani.
I do not think Dasani is gross.
Yeah,
Dasani is not gross. What is that?
I haven't had a bad
Alhambra, or that's nasty.
No, I don't do that. I haven't had a bad bottle of water.
Oh, I have.
Oh, because you don't know any better, Kenny. You don't know.
Well, I mean, it's all good with me. I like the smart water. I like the Dasani.
Yeah, smart water's fire.
I like I don't even know all the names of these things.
Essentia. Do you like Essentia? Because that's mine. That's the one I
I don't
like.
know if I've had Essentia.
Yeah,
I
it's
also
like,
don't venture far off. Like I get the one that's at Costco, and
that's Kirkland.
No, they got a different brand. I thought I had it with me. Maybe it is Kirkland. I don't know, but I get that one at Costco all the time, and it just does fine. And if I want to get fancy, if I want to get bougie, then I go get a literal smart water.
CJ's right. That's who I was thinking of. I said Alhambra. It's Arrowhead. Arrowhead is disgusting.
oh yeah. Arrowhead's bad.
Arrowhead is sewer water.
What?
Yep.
It is
Don't do
awful.
that.
It's disgusting. Don't do that. No, yo, you best believe you got Arrowhead at your house. You best believe I'm just gonna be parched. I'm just gonna be thirsty. Hey, you got a hose I can drink out of? Because I ain't drinking that. DK, what you think about what do you think about Woj's report about the Kings and Mike Brown and golf and tabling talks and all of that stuff?
I think I'm done with Woj. I think it's a strict unfollow.
There's a portion of the conversation we haven't covered yet. Just be done with Woj.
I think I'm strictly done with Woj. Between that and his tweet about how NBA executives were, what's the word, coveting, that they like to use the word covet in these NBA tweets, that they were interested in Bronny because he could sell out G League arenas. That's when it ended for me. That was the moment I said he's not a serious person anymore, because he knows that's not true. He knows that's direct from Rich Paul. And nobody
didn't Rich Paul say no? Wasn't Rich Paul like, no, he's not?
Well, then Rich Paul was like, yeah, he's probably, I don't know where he got it then. You're right, because Rich Paul was like, we're not doing the G League thing.
Well, look, he probably got it from a GM. That's not the most inconceivable thought. That you look at him as, no, it's not. If you look at him as like a second round, now you can say second day type draft player, and somebody that needs the G League to develop, like, yeah, he would help. Like, it doesn't have to be something like, this is why we're drafting him, but that's part of what you're drafting. Like, you're getting a guy in Bronny. Let's say the Kings got him. Stockton Kings would see attendance rise
with the hopes of LeBron James showing up to watch his son.
Correct. The only reason, like, he's not selling out Sierra Canyon, he's not selling out USC. He's averaging 5 points per game. I'm no shade to Bronny, but like, let's stop with this. It's not happening. Nobody's buying because he said merchandise revenue, like what, like Stockton Kings jerseys going up. No shade.
No, they would. They absolutely would. I mean, now where they're at, maybe at the bottom. So you're selling maybe 15 more jerseys than you did last year.
Thank you for pointing that out. No one ever thinks about that part where it says someone's jersey's up 100%. Yeah, they sold one last month, of course.
Right.
They sold two this month.
It literally is going up. Now it's not going to rival.
And it's because LeBron James is buying all the stuff.
Well, it don't matter.
Don't do that.
Well, it also doesn't matter why the money still works.
It's not real. That's not real. Anyway, back to Mike Brown and Woj. I'm out.
You're out on Woj or Mike Brown?
I'm out on Woj. I am definitely not out on Mike Brown.
How do we feel about Shams? Just I need this insider thing cleared up.
I'm a fan of Shams. Shams is for the people. Shams
so I
is
know.
You guys know how I feel about Shams. You saw me as Shams.
He's the clutch
that's
guy.
your boy. That's your boy.
He's the clutch guy.
I think Shams was the I think Trysta was the only one Shams talked to when he made that one trip across the baseline.
Well, he talked to somebody else.
Trysta and Vivek.
Well, I was going to say that's exactly right. Which is why if this Kings report had come from Shams, it'd be a whole different conversation about who it came from. But it didn't.
Right? Have we
came from
ever
Woj.
seen Woj at a Kings game?
I haven't.
I have.
No,
That's a good
sir.
question.
I haven't seen Vivek blush when he walked
Oh
the
man, he loves
sideline
Shams.
either.
He was like, respect, Indian brethren, let's go. Come on. No, I think that the reason that the Kings didn't make the playoffs this second year is not because of Mike Brown. And maybe you could say that the rotations early could have been different, and Chris Duarte shouldn't have gotten as much time, or he should have moved off of Kevin Huerter faster, whatever. But like, you traded for those guys. Like, we just saw Sam Presti have an exit press conference where he traded for Gordon Hayward. Then Gordon Hayward ended up getting DMP. So like, and that's not on Mike Brown. He didn't make that trade. Monty made that trade. So I think it was the pieces that needed to be different. We saw what happened with Dallas getting two guys from, the Hornets and in PJ Washington, and getting Daniel Gafford from Washington that really took him over the top. Those kind of moves I think needed to be made in order for this team to continue to get better. But listen, like, the West got better. The Mavs didn't make the playoffs last year, and now they're about to go to the finals. So I don't like that rhetoric around Mike Brown at all. I don't, especially when Malik Monk got hurt down the stretch. If everyone was healthy, and De'Aaron Fox got injured in the beginning of the season.
Trysta brings up a good point to the other report that came out about this, which is, if we're speculating on how all this stuff gets out, I think it came from the Mike Brown side as a negotiating ploy, to get the court of public opinion on Mike Brown's side. But Mark Stein's report got a little more specific than Adrian Wojnarowski's report. There he talks about the team is concerned because missing the playoffs, and he goes into that. That I don't think. How do I put this? I don't believe that Mike Brown's representation, if they're going to go out and put this information out here to do that, like I think originally, I don't think they'd make that up. Those specific points. It feels like that might have been something that was told to them in conversation, in negotiations.
Yeah, but perhaps, but to make sure, I feel like Mark paraphrased what James reported. I'm not saying Mark Stein didn't hear the same thing. I'm saying James reported that last week. And so with ownership not being happy about missing the playoffs, combined with this, is really what makes the whole thing uncomfortable.
I think they'll get there.
I didn't.
I think they're going to get there. I also think it would be a big mistake to go another direction. Right. It's just the culture shift alone. What he brings to the table that you can build off of. Who are you getting next? Like, who is that guy? I don't know who that would be. If say Mike Brown was no longer the head coach of the Kings for whatever reason, who would be the coach that you would think could do as good of a job in year one?
I don't know.
Ty Lue.
Coach would be good. I don't know who that coach would be, but I do think that the Kings would have an eye.
Come on down, Steve Clifford.
No. And I like Steve Clifford, but no, that ain't
no.
But I think I don't know if the guy would do as good of a job, but I do think.
What do you like about Steve Clifford?
Who, me?
Yes, you. What do you capable for Steve Clifford? What?
No, I said no, not Steve Clifford.
Steve Clifford, where you're like, let me go ahead and place that caveat into what I just said.
No, cool, because he preaches. He tried to tell them young kids, you guys gotta be adults. You have to be professionals in Charlotte. And they looked at him like, old man, shut up. But he was right. Like, play defense, LaMelo. Like, you have to play defense out here. Like, you got to be better. So I like that aspect. He wasn't wrong in his teachings. He just can't relate to those guys. He can't relate to get them to play. But I wouldn't want him here in Sacramento. But the whole point I was saying was, I do feel like, and this is not reporting, Greeny here, not reporting, no cap, by the way. Did you see him say no cap this morning?
I did not. Oh, you were watching Greeny this morning.
No, it was on Awful Announcing.
Oh,
he said, because I think Udonis Haslam was like, yeah, when the Celtics got
Drew Holiday, I cringed a little bit because he's saying I knew that was a big move for them.
Oh,
and then he was Greeny was like, yeah, no cap. He just brings so much to the team.
did he follow it up with a Black Twitter documentary read?
He might have watched Black Twitter,
He
and
might
that's why
have.
he's saying that. But I do think the King.
Good morning.
There's a world where the Kings look at Doug Christie as somebody that they have in their back pocket to take over.
Didn't I say that like 2 years ago and you guys ran me off this chat?
At that time, 2 years ago, probably so, because I don't think Doug would have been ready. I think, and I don't know if he's ready now, but 2 years later of being a true lead assistant or one of the true lead assistants, I think he could be looked at now as somebody that's ready for that responsibility. Because that year, 2 years ago, didn't he like just come out of the booth? Did he have 1 year?
Yeah, I think 1 year.
Yes.
He had 1 year with Luke, right? Yeah. He not that it was a bad idea.
And
on
then
your part.
16 more games to start the conversation.
Yeah.
That's where we're 17 games, I guess it was.
Yeah.
Before that conversation started. So,
but I could see that. I don't know if that's how they're thinking at all, but I could see that being part of the thought. Well, like if we can't figure it out, we'll just make Doug Christie. We'll give him the opportunity.
I think that's that's a big mistake. When is JJ Redick going to get announced as the head coach of the Lakers? When's that going to happen?
man, I'm hoping before the NBA finals.
No, that's how they're gonna do it.
Yeah,
That's how they're gonna
good.
do it.
Get him. I don't need him for 4, 5, 6, 7 games.
He'll finish it off.
No, don't do that.
He'll
Just
finish off the
we don't
season.
need it. Just let Doris and Mike do
Isn't
it.
that how they?
It's fine.
Isn't that how they do it? I'm trying to think. 'cause
Hey,
we
JJ,
never really-
they need you now. Go now. They need you. Go.
I am not effing with JJ on this broadcast whatsoever.
He's not that bad. I didn't think he was particularly good in the Pacers Celtics series. I think he got better as it went along, but he is not someone I want associated with the NBA finals.
He's not entertaining.
He's
not
nothing
charismatic. Or
he's
nothing.
literally just a voice.
Because it's not like what he's saying is ever wrong.
He might be AI. It just might be like a voice, like a computer generated, no freaking personality voice.
Right. It's like it's not what he's saying is wrong. Like he knows the game. He's making right points, but it's just boring.
It is like, JJ, why are you so mad? You know, why does it sound like, oh, Fox sighting, Fox?
Uh-oh.
Is it De'Aaron or Vivica?
I think it's De'Aaron. It's definitely a bigger one. The babies are out right now. By
The real Vivica said she's ready to get married.
Oh,
yeah.
Well,
she's
all right,
60.
fellas, you got a shot.
I think now she might have got some work. I think Vivica looks just fine. She looks great. It's here in the video commercial with Ice-T. She looks great.
She does.
Yeah. Some people will be like, "Oh, she got work done or whatever."
Oh, they all got work done.
Technicalities, right? Yeah. Who cares?
Vivica looks just fine.
I think JJ is just like, it just sounds like he's angry all the time. It doesn't sound like he's having a good time talking about the game. It's just very
Oh my gosh, I have to talk about basketball today.
He's here. He's like here for a paycheck. That's what he is. He's just
If
here for
I was in the booth with JJ, I'd be like, oh, okay, JJ, oh, okay. You know, you just like push him a little bit, like physically, like, hey, loosen up a little bit. Loosen up.
JJ is this generation's Rick Barry.
Oh God.
Except Rick Barry is a way better basketball player, but like Rick Barry is just,
he was terrible. Like
he was so angry about watching basketball and the way the game is played when he was broadcasting.
And salty. Brent Barry also very salty in the best way. Lots of great observations.
And John was a jackass.
Mm-hmm.
Like he was just a flat out jerk. Like that's all John was. He was just a jerk. He treated people
all more
so
entertaining
weird.
than JJ though.
And then yep.
No, that's
true.
facts. That's facts.
I do think that his podcast is pretty good. I listened to it. The Old Man and the Three. They break down some stuff. They have unique angles.
Do you listen to the one with the King?
Mm-mm.
No, that doesn't interest you. You don't like LeBron James, do you?
Oh no,
that's not true. That's not true.
You attacked his son the first 5 minutes of the show. So.
Why would D'Lo say that, Trysta? Why would he say that?
I don't know. That's what I'm asking.
D-Lo, why would you say that?
What is
He's seen enough to make him come to that conclusion.
Well, no, I just think in the crux, like the part of this conversation, it just feels like you don't particularly like LeBron.
I feel like there's other stuff that you see in those.
That's what I got from it. That's what I was asking. Like, what's the other average? What's the other points that makes him feel that way?
Just asking a question.
I think LeBron James, honestly, has lots of good traits.
Oh, well, D-Lo sounded more and more right here at this.
No, I mean it's just a funny. It's just a funny. Like you don't like him, you know. It's like you don't like.
He's got some good traits.
It's mostly the off the court stuff, right? It's mostly that.
Do you feel like he's like too calculated and he acts like oblivious to all his moves, but they're all calculated and all this other stuff.
And he acts like he's not paying attention to what other people are saying and is just like completely tuned out and locked into his own thing. And then so I met him. Oh my God, it's coming down right now.
Oh, Summer Rain, Carl Thomas, stand up.
Great song. So yeah, I met him. Chris Haynes introduced me because that's like Chris Haynes is the line with Clutch. And I'm like, hey, this is at the time I'm working for USA Today. So I'm like zero following, no following. What's I think 1,700 followers combined between everything. And he was like, oh, hey, this is Trysta. Hey, Trysta, this is Braun. Hey, he daps me up, gives me a hug. Very nice. And then I'm like, yeah, I work for USA Today. And then before I could even finish what I have to say, he goes, I know exactly who you are. And I was like, so he's not tuning. If my little old self at that point, that LeBron knows who that is and has heard and seen what I've done, he's tuned into everything. And I think he lies a lot. I think he's just he lies. He does lie a lot.
He stretches the truth from time to time.
The truth.
And I do think he's probably a great friend, but he's a very easy target in the media to make fun of. He's just kind of a little corny, just a little corny. I'm sure it's fine. If you know him and you're his friend, we all have that corny friend. It's not that smooth, you know?
Kenny and I are trying to figure out which one of us is the corny one.
No.
Wait a minute, because neither of us reacted. We were like, wait, do I?
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out.
If you don't have a corny friend, you may be the corny friend.
Maybe I am the corny friend.
I don't know. I don't have very many friends, so it doesn't
really. Well, yeah, you're kind of antisocial, D-Lo, and you got a million kids, Kenny.
Yeah, my circle's pretty tight, pretty small.
Tearing ACLs and MCLs.
Oh, Ryan, at the doctors as we speak.
Oh,
I never.
You got a kid tearing ACL?
No. We're not. We can't even confirm that a baby that young has an MCL.
Yes.
We're not even sure that it's there yet. No, baby's fine. Basketball injury, of course, in the Caraway family. But yeah, all
she's tough though. She's tough.
Trying to. I don't think I would associate corniness with LeBron James. But
what?
What's he do that's corny?
Oh, his whole aura is corny.
His aura is corny? Oh, yes. Okay.
He's
Would you consider the book situation corny?
No, that's just dumb. Bro, what are you doing?
All the things that he does.
Don't use the word Negro in a sentence because you're reading Malcolm X, bro. I can't stand that. Don't do that. You haven't used that word since or before. Don't do that.
No, what did he say? What was the guy?
He said someone asked him. Of course, it's 2020. So Malcolm X has the autobiography of Malcolm X in his hand
on the first page, of course.
On the first page, and he's asked about what he learns of that, what he learned from the book, which everyone knows he hasn't read, and he said something about understanding the plight of the Negro, and it's like, bro, what are you talking about? You don't talk like that. What are you, James Baldwin?
And then hold on. And then why all of a sudden, now it's gonna sound like I don't like LeBron, but I love LeBron. I just think he's hilarious. I find the things he does funny. But bro, you never
walk around with the book. You're not Cat Williams. You're not like, why today are you walking around?
Because it was 2020. And he wanted to remind everybody, I'm reading the autobiography of Malcolm X.
And
He's
the
in front of
whole, like,
Zoom cameras, I think.
he's done that with multiple books. Remember when he said that he had watched Scarface was his favorite movie? And
No,
he
it was
had
The Godfather.
The Godfather.
It was The
Godfather,
Godfather.
yeah,
Didn't he say he watches
Godfather.
every day?
He watched it every day during the
Every
final.
day. And they asked him, like, what his favorite quote
Too
was.
many.
He said, all of them.
Too many.
Too many of them. Too many.
He said, no, just one. Just one.
Just give us one
Can't.
moment.
Too many.
There's just, come on.
No,
like,
LeBron.
that's not
Literally,
crazy.
one quote, pal. Just one. Can't.
Or when he said he discovered Migos.
Oh. I forgot about that one. I was telling everybody. I was telling what do you say? I was telling everybody in Miami, watch out for these dudes.
Like, they're next. They're next. These Migo guys, they're next.
Well, no, Trysta, the best one, literally, we talk about this numerous times on the show. The best one is him saying he predicted Kobe's 81
Oh, that's
point.
the greatest.
Oh, yeah.
I was telling my friends, he looked like he's gonna go for 80 tonight.
Come on, man.
Maybe even 81.
That's not corny. That's funny.
But it is like if that was a regular person, like if that guy's not in the media, like if that's just a dude, you'd be
Oh,
like,
I'm making fun of that dude. Tough.
That is probably annoying.
Yeah, I'm making
that
fun
is
of that
annoying.
dude
Yeah,
every day.
we do. I do know people like that.
If
So
someone,
that's annoying. He's still my boy.
if
but that'd be
Rich,
annoying.
if Rich came in here and sat down and said, "Yeah, I was with my boys last night, man. We knew Kobe. I just looked at Kobe and was like, he gonna go
Bruh.
for 80 tonight."
Right, bro. I probably
Rich,
wouldn't
get
laugh.
out of my face.
I wouldn't laugh at that. But see,
Like, don't ever speak to me again.
but the thing that makes it funny with LeBron is you're LeBron James. You don't have to do these things, but you still feel the need to.
that's what I'm saying. There's like a latent, like an inherent desire to be liked and accepted and like seen as a certain thing. It's like you don't have to be insecure in these ways to do these things because that's a root level insecurity. If you're lying about things you have no reason to lie about, you've got no receipts, and it's now like a LeCappin, like that's literally
Oh,
your
yeah.
name.
Yep.
And he knows it. Oh, I've seen the tweets, LeCappin. It's like, yes, dude, stop it. Why? You're like top 3 player to ever do this. Why are we?
Calm down. Calm down.
What?
It's trying to sneak in their top 1 player to ever do this. That hasn't been decided yet. Settle down.
So I just think like all that stuff in whole is a little corny. Like the bringing the wine to the games, corny.
That's a flex.
No, and then when he was eating out of the paper, the to-go box on the bench.
On the bench.
That was a little
That was so disrespectful to the game.
so crazy. You didn't have to
So
do that.
disrespectful to the game.
And he wasn't even playing. He could have ate in the locker room.
He wanted to watch his team play.
All right, well,
He's
don't
be
bring
an
the
ultimate teammate.
Don't bring the food out. Yeah, that's
It's not like
I'm
he
with
was
James Worthy on that.
sneaking a hot dog like Russell Westbrook was on the sideline.
I probably would have been better. At least you're like, I know this is wrong. I'm gonna sneak this bite in real quick. LeBron's like, I don't care.
I think that's my favorite Russ gift.
That's classic. That's an all timer.
That's one
before
of my favorites.
before Trysta leaves. I gotta ask.
Oh crap!
I gotta.
I
ask.
didn't know what time it was.
I gotta ask. You gonna apologize to my boy yet?
No.
30, 10, and 6 in the Eastern Conference Finals. We ain't gonna apologize yet.
They're against Tyrese Halliburton less. You're going.
It don't matter. He would have done that against him. He had 39 in the first game with Tyrese there.
Will you give the Celtics or Tatum any credit if they win the NBA Finals?
It depends. So he had 26 last game. He was 3 for 11 from 3. Goodness gracious, rough efficiency. 23 in game 2, 1 for 7 from 3.
What do you do in game 3? Don't do that.
Yeah, 36 in game 3. So we just expect because that's 1 hit every 4-year average.
Oh,
what do you have? 39 in game 1. What are you, 37?
36 in game 1.
Come on, man. Don't do that.
No, you don't do that. I'm gonna need consistency. Like what we're seeing from Luka right now. Psh, come on, that's what we want from Tatum. That's what we expect from Tatum.
30, 10, and 6 in the Eastern
She's
Conference
gonna
Finals.
kill Tatum if they lose. Oh my gosh.
And you can already feel that it's like a possibility, can't you? Like
They
the way
ain't losing. They ain't
Kyrie
losing.
is playing
They
right
ain't
now.
There's a good chance the next time Trista's with us, only one game will have been played.
That sounds about right. I think it's over tonight.
Oh man, what a dramatic turn.
Because the Wolves could be up 2-1 right now, and they're down 3-0. Because Karl Anthony Towns is, I don't know, buns, I guess.
Oh
Buns.
man. Oh man.
Buns. I like that.
That's a technical term.
No, that's good. That's good. TK, we appreciate you. We'll be locked in. Heat Check Pod. BetQL, BetMGM tonight. We love you, homie.
Love you.
TK.
Trysta Krick.
outta
We'll
here
come
quick.
back. She's pulling up more Tatum stash. She's gonna fire off a whole Tatum Heat Check Pod. We'll come back. We've got much more ahead, more NBA stuff to talk about. We'll talk about the game tonight. And yeah, didn't predict this.
Nope.
If you told me the Eastern Conference Finals ended in 4 games, yeah, I could see that. But the Western Conference Finals, didn't see that, man. We'll talk about it. Steelo and KC here on ESPN 1320.
I don't know who that is. Courtney Corn?
I don't either. Cronin. Saw Justin Tinsley up there. It's my man. Hip hop writer. Oh, I do not like that jacket, Michael. I don't like that whole outfit, Michael. You probably got shorts on with it too. Frank absolutely looks like a New York sports reporter.
Who is I wish we could get like a thread or something going on of the most disrespectful moments from Peter Vesey.
Oh gosh.
Because some of
Why
it
do you
is
want
just,
that?
'cause, I mean, some of it is uncalled for. Some of it is just I'd probably laugh. Like that's cold. How are you
Wasn't
gonna
Peter Vesey on the original Inside the NBA? Or was he on NBC?
He was on NBC for sure. He might have been on Inside the NBA.
All right, help me out here. Who's Peter Vesey?
He's an old NBA writer / TV personality.
Who was like, he was, I think he was from New York. I think he was a New York writer. And he was just like, for instance, showing Tyrese Halliburton on the screen. Like Tyrese Halliburton, I mean, he's a good player, but we got to just be real. He has no heart. I mean, this guy, he's overpaid, he's overrated, and I don't care what the hamstring's going on. Look, NBA circles are telling you, and they're telling me he's got no heart whatsoever. And this isn't a guy that you would trust in a game 2, let alone a game 7.
Sounds perfect for ESPN.
Right.
No, he really would be
Right.
ESPN. Like I probably wouldn't agree with a lot of the stuff that he said, but I do. Peter Vesey would be pretty entertaining because he doesn't really say it like in a. Here's the thing I feel about Peter Vesey and the way he would talk. I don't think he was saying it to be entertaining. I think everything he said, he was saying it because he actually believed it. Now, he could have been a jackass. He could be being a jackass about the whole thing and be completely wrong. But it wasn't an act. It was, I'm from New York. I'm from New York City. And this is how we talk. And this is how I'm reporting things. Oh, thanks, Ramsey. Appreciate it. No, Tyrese. This is my Draymond Green. I'm calling cap on Cat getting 1,500 shots up a night. I don't care what he says. That is not true.
Thank you, Draymond.
So it seems like we're getting inside the NBA no matter what, right? Like even if they go to NBC.
That's what Adam Silver said in passing.
Now you still wouldn't be getting Ernie, I don't think.
Well, the way Charles Barkley's been talking to, not that it's for sure, but
We'll talk to Jason wrote about that a little bit. He wrote more about inside the NBA than like the actual TV contracts, but we'll talk to him about that in a little less than an hour.
As long as Drew Down continues to gas up my impressions, I'll do them forever. Thanks, Drew Down. You always need a Drew Down in your team. Somebody that's going to tell you, what you're doing is great.
Well, all right.
is Ultimate Warrior your only wrestling impression?
I'd argue we need more Bryans.
You said it's the Warrior?
Yeah, the Ultimate Warrior. That's your only wrestling impression, or do you use someone else?
Well, I mean, if you're not counting Stone Cold here, you're not counting good old Stone Cold, who comes out here and he talks about all your Peter Vessies, and you talk about your Frank Isolas, you talk about your Mike Wilbons. I don't give a damn about any of them.
Hey, it wasn't that bad.
Oh, hold on, though. You hear the pow, pow, pow. I'm locked in tonight. I'm locked in
is she on
tonight.
NXT today?
Pow, pow, pow. Get it sexy.
I think Sexyy Red is on NXT, if I'm not mistaken.
She is tonight.
Sexyy Red is on NXT.
Oh, we got a podcast title for today. That's how we do it.
Tonight.
Wait,
on the
is that a
US
shoot? Sexyy Red is on NXT.
Sexyy Red on NXT tonight. I don't know what she's doing.
Boy, Shawn Michaels is
He's working.
boy.
He's working.
HBK.
Sean, Kyle, Shannon, Michael.
Man. What?
Get it
How
sexy.
did this?
I don't know what she's doing, but she's on NXT.
Sexyy Red NXT. Rapper Sexyy Red comes to NXT. She's been a lifelong WWE fan.
Maybe she's performing that Shawn Michaels song live.
That was horrible, by the way. Like, so Sexyy Red is funny and stuff, but that was bad.
That was crazy.
It doesn't say.
No, we have no idea what she's doing. She could be like Pamela Anderson and Jenny McCarthy. She could be like Pete Rose. You think she's gonna take a bump?
Well, no, Pete Rose was at least part of a story. He got tombstoned.
Do you think she's gonna take a bump?
No.
She'll be on the winning end of whatever happens.
Yeah, I don't think. Maybe she'll come out with Trick. I don't know.
It's gonna be the highest rated NXT show of the year.
Rookie of the year, Sexyy Red, going for MVP in her second year. Wow.
Hey, I didn't think she'd last.
Two biggest stars in WWE, Logan Paul and Sexyy Red. Who knew?
I
watched a little.
Sexy. I didn't think she was gonna last into 2024.
I didn't either.
She's thriving.
Here we are. She teamed up with her boy again.
What a move by her though to get linked into WWE. That's a move. That's what you do.
Well, no, it seems like from what I just read, she loves WWE.
Yeah,
So
but
that's a
I'm
good
saying
look.
like to actually get on the show, like that's the
Well, Shawn Michaels,
Shawn Michaels, man. Boy, oh boy.
the Heartbreak Kid,
Shawn Michaels, just like us.
in every way imaginable. I watched a little bit of King and Queen of the Ring.
How was that?
Who I don't know nothing that happened. Who won?
Naya,
Okay.
which like
That's a little
Naya's
surprising, right?
Nah, she's been killing it. Like you knew, like she pinned Bianca clean like last week, I think it was. So it's like you can't waste that. She has to win. Gunther won, which was a good look.
Did he go against Jay in the finals?
No, he beat Jay on.
Oh, that's right. He beat him on TV.
Monday.
He beat
or
Randy in the
Friday.
finals.
Yeah, he beat Randy Orton. And I saw all of Cody versus Logan, which was fine. Logan's weird. Like Logan's really, really good, but it feels like there's always going to be a ceiling with him because he has so many things going on. Like you probably can't. Like he'll give Cody or Roman or whoever a great match, but he's like you don't think he's going to win.
Do you think it's because, not saying that like his role and what he does, I think he's taken seriously and he's done the most of it. But do you think it's because he doesn't take being a
true full-time wrestler seriously.
Oh, I think he takes it very seriously.
But like,
it still
he's always
kind of feels like he's an outsider.
Yeah, because he's always got the other stuff going on.
Yeah, but that's not like he takes
it as seriously enough
Yeah.
to put on good matches.
He's very,
to-
very
to
good.
put on, these middle of the card, type.
Well, it was a main
rivalries.
event.
That was
Like,
main
he was a
event.
main
But,
event.
but to your point, though, we don't believe he's gonna win.
But I didn't think
event.
he was going to beat Cody.
We think he can
Didn't think he
handle
was
that
gonna
stuff
beat
in the middle of the card because
I mean, he's the IC champ. Like, it's not nothing. It's just when he wrestles for the title, it's like there's no like suspense, and no matter how you tell the story, I'm not on the edge of my seat thinking Logan's gonna win.
He's almost like too good for like his self, because like there's like you said, there's like a ceiling for it, just because like he's just never like he's one of those celebrities. Like celebrities always come around in wrestling and stuff like that, but he's like the first one's like, oh wow, like he can actually do this.
Well, the funny thing is, he's probably more of a wrestler at this point than he is an outsider, but it's harder for me to see that. Like,
What's
I
about,
still
been
see
about 18 months, maybe 2 years.
Oh, at least. Yeah, at least.
Yeah, I think Logan's really
Overall, the show was, there's no reason to like Backlash. I felt like I had to go see the crowd. If you missed it, you're okay.
Were they were in Saudi?
Yeah. That's why I saw it. It was on so damn early. I was getting alerts like, what the hell is going on here? My dumb ass. So I cooked for the fellas on Friday.
It's good stuff too, by the way.
Yeah, thank you again.
I had to, and I told Casey this because I didn't really realize it, but I told Casey this Thursday. I think I miscalculated this whole thing. Making a brisket. He's I gotta put, and they came over. We were gonna eat at 12. He's I gotta put this thing on at like 2 a.m. And so it was just kind of like, all right, there's multiple ways to cook this, so we'll just see how the night goes. Well, of course I couldn't sleep, so I pop up out of bed at 2 o'clock. And I put the brisket on. It had been seasoned. It was ready. The whole thing.
Mind you, not center, but I haven't made a brisket. I'm green to all this. At 2 a.m. you got on the grill.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because the brisket needs to the way I wanted to make it. It for the size that it was
on the grill at 2
is about 8. It needs to go for about 8 to 10 hours.
I love that.
So. I just moved. My stupid ass forgot to put the grease bucket under the grill that catches all of the drip. So everything is going perfect. I go do a couple of things, get back, grab a couple extra things from the store. Everything, like, time is perfect. I get the alarm, the briskets hit the internal temperature. I go out there and I'm looking at the grill and the temperature's dropping. Go, crap, what is going on? And I take the meat in and I have to cut the flat off so I can make the burn ends and wrap it up and do the whole thing. And I'm like, something's wrong with the grill. It needs more pellets. Fill it back up. All right, no problem. It's all right. That's all right. Fill it up with pellets. And this was the beginning of everything going wrong.
Oh no.
Put the pellets, filled the thing back up with the pellets. Took 45 minutes to get the temperature thing going right again. Went to put the meat back on, and then that's when I saw that I had forgot to put the new grease bucket down. Tried to clean it up. Made a mess.
Oh no.
Spent the 3-day weekend because the patio it's nice.
It's phenomenal.
I spent the entire 3-day weekend scrubbing with laundry detergent.
Oh,
this is a shoot.
Jeez.
Because I watched 100 YouTube
gracious.
videos, took laundry detergent, put it all over the grease spots, and scrubbed it out and rinsed it off with a power washer. That was my
Damien out there looking like Cinderella.
Just absurd.
Trying to scrub with the little hand brush.
Oh, it was brutal. I think my fitness tracker said I burned like 1,200 calories out there scrubbing. I'm cleaning concrete for hours.
Man, that's crazy.
Jackass.
And that's why you and Jazz get along, because that's what she would make me do. I'd be like, well,
Yeah, there was no chance it was going to be that. Every time I saw it, for like while you guys were there, I was fuming.
We didn't even
We're,
see nothing.
We're trying to have conversations
No,
about
yeah, I
business.
would have been like,
I'm
we had no idea
fuming.
about this. The brisket was
Yeah.
fantastic. We don't know anything that went wrong.
if that's my house, I'm like, yeah, that's the one time I forgot to put a grease bucket or
Nope.
whatever. Yeah,
No
like, that's the
chance.
spot.
No chance.
Might
I'm out
have
there.
the
I took an L that day.
I might have kids just like start doing chalk pictures over it just to cover it up. I'm not Cinderella in that thing. You're amazing for that.
Yeah, amazingly stupid. We'll come back. It's D'Lo and KC here on ESPN 1320.
I had no idea. The brisket was fantastic.
Oh, thank God.
Everything was good.
Thank God. I did. I am not ham. I used that too, just to be sure. I used the degreaser, and I used the laundry, the combo, whether it was one or the other, it actually did work really well. I scrubbed the hell out of that patio, but it worked. And the power washer helped too, I'm sure. But yeah, that was some work. Dumbass. I did think the brisket came out well, though. Thought it came out really well. I can't imagine. I hope my neighbors didn't sleep that night with the window open, because that would have been weird. Especially since it was windy Friday morning. Yeah, that smoke was getting blown right into their bedroom. John, I used. Oh man, I used a brisket pepper, salt. It was the brisket. Did I use? I think I used a barbecue blend. I think that's what I used, was the barbecue blend, because I had two. It's like a caramel butter seasoning, but I think I decided to go against that because I wanted to do the burnt ends. So I did the barbecue blend, and then soaked the other one in the barbecue sauce, in the pan in the barbecue sauce. Dude, facts. They love putting on long shows. Anyone want to help? Anyone help Germs out with this? I don't want to say nothing. I get our friends mad at us again.
I don't want to play.
Yeah, that's kind of what it was. It's along the lines of what it was, because I wanted to use I wanted to make the burnt ends, because it was a good cut. It was a good cut of meat. It was like just shy of 10 pounds.
Were those peanut butter brownies you made, like chocolate brownies with the peanut butter inside, or was that the cookie one? Oh, that was fire too.
Yeah.
Cornbread was bomb.
Yeah, that was fire.
Good, man.
Yeah, I was really happy with how the cornbread came out. I was disappointed in how it looked. It didn't bubble up, because I think I I tried to be cute and put the honey inside the batter, and I think that messed it up a little bit.
Man, I'm about to get on the grill heavy this summer. We got a charcoal grill too now. We had the gas one.
Oh, you had that.
That was a little disappointing. Like, I don't like the gas. I want that charcoal feel. So we got a little charcoal, and I'm gonna get active. I might spend the whole summer on burgers and hot dogs. That may be what it is, but I'm gonna get active.
It's a good look. I like grilling. The brisket that's a lot, but like, I made my mom ribeyes on Mother's Day, and that was one significantly easier, like reverse serum. It was amazing. But I like to getting on the grill is fun. Ooh, I'm intrigued. I'm intrigued. I'm gonna need further explanation, Sean.
So is he saying like
you soak the burnt ends in Dr. Pepper?
Yeah, because people nowadays, well, not nowadays, but they show the videos were like, yeah, I put these ribs in a bucket of Corona.
Yeah. Yeah. Bourbon. I had a bourbon recipe. I think it was for the brisket. But
you've been to Reno before, right?
Reno? Mm-hmm. Boy, shout out Drake. Hang in there, buddy.
Oh man, Drake, he getting in the danger zone for me.
Hang in there,
You can't
Drake.
be doing this too many times.
Wow, look at that.
Well, you know, I had him.
Look at
What's
that.
going on? You know, I had him possibly being, at the top of everything
That's
before.
crazy talk, yeah.
Oh, settle down. After the loss to Kendrick, you can't even be top 5 all the time. You got 2 L's on your docket.
Wow.
And now, if too many of these reference tracks come out, well, you might not even be top 10.
The
what did I miss?
So the a reference track like the track Drake used for Mob Ties got leaked today. And Mob Ties is, I guess, there's some Drakey's. So that's one of their favorite songs. And they were, for whatever reason,
they like it that much.
They were convinced he wrote it and rapped it and did the whole thing. Meanwhile, the reference track drops today, and it's obviously it's another artist rapping the same words, same bar, same everything.
And that's the thing that I don't necessarily know too much about reference tracks. Like I'm not going to give you credit for it. It does take away a little bit, but it's not. The cadence and the flow is the same. The bars are different.
Barely.
What I heard, it's completely different bars.
Oh, I didn't. The bars I heard were exactly the same.
Oh, no, and maybe I heard different. The bars I heard, everything was the same. Like the way he flowed and everything was the same, but the actual lyrics were like not the same at all. Drake changed them completely, but still, like you can't have too many of those under your belt, and then me consider you to be this one of the top 10 greats like that. You're still a great rapper. You made a lot of money, but you can't get that same nod as those all-time greats if you got too many of those.
Are we hanging up the jacket for good? What's going on here?
No, the jacket.
Are we OV no?
The jacket
What's
is
going
dope.
on?
The jacket is dope. I like the jacket. I'll wear it again when it's cold.
Yeah, but you got it from Drake, so doesn't that make it kind of weird?
That's the whole point of this story. That's ridiculous. Is I didn't get it from Drake.
Why? Because you call him Aubrey?
I didn't get it from nobody.
What's
I
he
bought
stored
it
in your
myself.
phone as?
Yeah.
Don't have his number.
The boy.
Don't have his number.
The six
I don't know
guy.
nobody over there. Never been to Toronto. I don't know. I need to go to Toronto. I heard it's a great place. I'd asked you about Reno though, because I spent the weekend in Reno, and I hadn't been to Reno in a long time. It's kind of rough out there.
In what regards?
It's got Bakerville vibes.
Oh,
I'm with it. Yeah, Reno, you stink.
There's one thing you never want.
I had a good time. I had a good time, and the casinos, being in the casinos is dope. The basketball tournament itself was dope. It's a great place for the tournament. But I used to always say being in Reno was upsetting because it always reminded you that you weren't in Las Vegas, right? So I got out there and I didn't get those type of vibes. It was just
Reno sounds like it's cool if you go to school there, like for college.
Yeah. And even then I'm like, well, I might transfer.
Man, wow.
Local Reno correspondent Curtis out here. Yeah, I'm out here in Reno. Reno fell off.
Yeah. So
they called it Sad Vegas.
Yeah, that's what it is. So the wife asked a good question that I didn't have an answer to. What keeps Reno from being Las Vegas, like Northern Nevada, Las Vegas? Like, why don't they build themselves up? And they're in the middle of nowhere, just like Vegas is.
I mean, people take their kids to Reno now.
Well, I also don't think it's build themselves up. I mean, like Vegas is a multitude of like investors and builders.
True, but why won't those investors say Vegas is oversaturated? We can do the same thing, like
because Vegas is never oversaturated.
With Silver Legacy, the people that own Silver Legacy, let's just build another one. They got
didn't they? Isn't there one in Rigo?
That's what I'm saying. Oh, like, there's multiple MGM properties and stuff.
Yeah.
Like that. So
there's MGM properties now.
The
everywhere.
People who the properties of Silver Legacy, let me build a bigger, better one over here. And they got good casinos and hotels out there. Like Atlantis is dope. GSR is dope. I stayed at the Nugget. That was cool. It's whatever. They got a number of them, but like all this time, like what? I wonder why they haven't. The casinos and everybody else hasn't invested in Reno the way they have Las Vegas.
I just don't. I think it's just because it's not Las Vegas, and Vegas. it just gets bigger.
Mm.
So no, there's more room.
Yeah.
No, we could. Oh,
Well,
it doesn't
there's-
have to be on the strip. We could put it right here.
Yeah, there's literally more room. There's nothing out there.
Which is why it's probably not going to change.
Right.
I mean, yeah, no, now we got the strip off the strip.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's Vegas it's a different animal, man.
Shout out Vegas, man. I got to convince the wife. I might have to make that Vegas tournament, man. I might have to make that. It's a good look. I don't know. It's kind of tight right now, but I don't know. Anybody wants to sponsor a deal on KC? Hey, we could broadcast live.
No,
How did I get? No, we're going for WrestleMania too. We're live from WrestleMania.
Yeah, and we're also going for the Jam on It AU tournament at the end of July.
All right.
My mom, look, my mom came with us, right? She was like, "Hey, I found how much the booth was. You guys could do D'Lo and KC live here from the tournament next year." Sure.
How much was the booth?
I don't know.
Cheryl.
Sales has been cookie. They got us.
Sure.
I need to get my mom here and sell. She makes some money. My mom makes some money around here.
You have something to say, Dan?
Nope. It's wild how news travels in our company too.
Oh man,
we just
people.
we
Man.
just minding our business, eating brisket, and all of a sudden, James, hey, did you know, bro? What? Yeah, it was a wild Friday afternoon. Wild Friday afternoon.
Oh man, but shout out.
Then
shout
James
out.
started drinking bourbon, and
James he was talking. The boy was talking. Shout out James.
gave James a little bourbon at 1
Shout
o'clock
out
in the
James,
afternoon.
Boy was talking. But yeah, man, shout out Reno. I had a great time out there. It's just
Bakersfield is tough though, so we're giving it. I'm like, if that's what we're doing, we'll do that. But we're giving the Bakersfield tag.
Nah, yeah, it's definitely got Bakersfield vibe.
That's tough, man. That is tough. That is tough.
Bakersfield with a couple casinos.
Okay. Well, there goes
I
our
guess that
live
puts 'em-
broadcast from Reno.
That puts them over the top, though. The casinos puts them. I mean, that means they're not Bakersfield.
Okay.
Maybe
Shout out
Reno's
to
like maybe
Bakersfield.
Reno's like Fresno.
Nah, Fresno a little more popping.
We don't have to. Okay.
Fresno.
He's got people in Fresno. He
Yeah,
ain't gonna say-
I'll
he
leave
ain't
that
gonna say
one
nothing
alone.
No,
bad
Fresno
about
is a little more
Shout out
poppin'.
to the
I don't
Doghouse
know.
Grill, all that. Yeah.
The dog.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
Great. Yeah.
I haven't been there. I don't think I've been there since WWE Fully Loaded in the year Sable did the handprints. I can't even remember what year that was. 1998.
That
I
sounds
think it
about
was
right.
1998.
That sounds about right.
They had an Iron Man match with Triple H and The Rock that went
Oh,
30
they did
minutes.
another one?
Well, it was Triple H and The Rock. It was I think an IC title. It was the IC title because it led to their SummerSlam. It was a throwaway pay-per-view. I don't even remember what the main event was. Something with Kane and Steve Austin and Undertaker. But it's always remembered because that was the one where Sable had the handprints on her.
That was an all-timer.
That was the
That was
last
an
time I
all-timer
ever
then.
bought a seat in the second deck. It was like, well, this is over. No good pictures of this.
That was the joint. Those the old place that Fresno State used to play. The one downtown.
Yeah, it was downtown. I can't remember what it was
I
called,
forgot
but it
what
was
it's called, too.
downtown.
Oh, real quick, can I give a
Mhm.
shout out to the Giants?
Yeah, do that.
Big ups to the Giants, man. They won 9 of 11. They're a game over 500. It should be 2 games over 500. I can't believe they blew that game on Sunday, going for the sweep against the Mets. But yesterday,
No, I get it. They're either staging an insane comeback or blowing a lead. Like
that's really well.
they're just
Yesterday,
not going out there and winning
yesterday
games.
was a regular game, though.
Okay, I missed yesterday.
They
I was
handled
scrubbing concrete.
the best team in baseball, the Phillies. They came to town. Giants win. They cooking. Here's the thing about the Giants, and this is what I'm always leery of. Farhan and his Giants do this every year. Am I right or wrong? Every year, except for the year where they like continued it in 2021, I think it was, where they won 107 games or whatever. But since we've been doing this show, don't the Giants always, in these Farhan Giants, they have like a 2.5, 3 week span where they're cooking and they get me hyped in here, right? Like, oh boy, no, they shouldn't trade Bumgarner. They should try and make the playoffs. Let's go. And then they fall off. So I'm leery of that right now. But the thing that does give me a little pause is, like I said, they've got the young guys out there playing. And these young guys,
They might be the real deal. Everything we've been talking about for about 3, 4, 5 years. Luciano, Ramos, what's my other boy? Matos. They might be the real deal. Got Logan Webb there as well. And my boy Thairo Estrada, he's playing well. Wilmer Flores. So you got some guys there that may continue to cook, but I'm always worried about Farhan. Farhan's teams ain't got no staying power, man. Ain't got no staying power.
So just to confirm, Farhan is not Giants as of this moment.
Nah, he ain't Giants, man. Farhan ain't Giants. He not gonna be Giants. I don't think ever. That's Mitch's boy. That's Mitch's boy, man. He came from the Dodgers, man. But the Giants only 5 games behind the Dodgers, though. That's the crazy thing about it all.
So you're believing or not?
No, I don't believe. Okay. But I like to see them playing well. I like to see this right now. And they were like comeback kings for a week. That's all they did was get down by 4 or 5 runs and then come back. And
that was crazy.
Yeah, that's all they did for like a week. So, yeah, shout out to them. Shout out to the Giants.
You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento 98.5 FM, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, always live on the free Odyssey app. Shout out to those in the Chatty House, brought to you by Matthews Mattress. Find one of the 10 locations nearest you by heading over to MatthewsMattress.com. I had the opportunity on Saturday to celebrate the retirement of Dr. Taylor. My best friend's dad, he retired from Sac State. It was a star-studded event.
I saw that.
Yeah, it was fantastic.
Out here, boy.
I went to sit at my table and they assign you tables. That's how big of an event it was. Hey, my man Io greets me. He's like, what's wrong? Like, the table's full. So what do you mean? He's like, someone sat down. Well, who sat down? Well, it was President Wood, the president of Sac State. Took my seat. So went and sat with my crew over here. But I bring that up because there were 400 people in attendance from all over the world, from multiple continents, to celebrate Dr. Taylor's retirement. It was an amazing event to be a part of. And it pales in comparison to the celebration that took place yesterday when Angel Hernandez retired.
Oh, man. People couldn't wait.
I mean, the tweets, there was a thread, no less than 50 tweets of bad Angel Hernandez calls.
Oh, man.
Twitter was kind of investigating. I'm kind of onto it, too. Like, why are we announcing retirement when your last game was about 2 or 3 weeks ago?
Well, the other thing is why are we doing this in the middle of the season?
Yeah, why are we Friday news dumping your retirement?
Memorial Day weekend news dumping your retirement.
Man was fired.
So I didn't. What, people saying something fishy going on?
Well, they're saying he was fired and they're letting him go out with grace, saying he retired.
Okay. Either way, boy. Boy, the reaction last night was insane. Absolutely insane.
Yeah, I didn't go through the threads. I got them I got them saved. I gotta see some of these things, man.
You don't have enough time in your day on a work day to go through all of those.
When Scott Foster retires, whenever that day is, does that top this?
Yeah.
We already do have Scott Foster highlight tapes.
Is Scott Foster the most famous ref?
No, Donaghy still is. I mean, current ref? Yeah, Scott Foster is then, yeah.
Oh, currently,
more than Tony Brothers?
Yeah.
Scott Foster for sure.
Ray Gucci?
Like, yeah, stop calling that man that.
Why?
What is his name?
I don't know. It's Gucci.
Gucci 2.0.
I mean, is he he's not is he more famous than Joey Crawford?
I mean, maybe not to us, but to Jesse, yes.
Sure. Okay. Do you know who Joey Crawford is?
Yeah, I know Joey Crawford.
Oh, okay.
Do you think he's more famous than Joey Crawford?
No, I think at their peaks, probably Joey Crawford's probably more famous.
Is Scott Foster as known as he is because of Chris Paul, or the stuff with Chris Paul?
I think
That and being the guy who is able to extend series. I won't say his nickname, but yeah,
Oh,
being able
well,
to keep series going.
what
I will not say that.
You know what they
I will
call
not
dog?
say it. No, I'm a
Wow.
pro's pro. All right, I've been here
Wow.
Well, if
before.
you're a pro, then just you're reporting. You're doing a job. Just say it.
No, gosh, no. Chat, help me out.
Man is afraid to say the
Which-
extender.
I believe
on
they
the
sell those at
radio.
7-Elevens as well.
Oh wow.
Well,
Which I think he hasn't been a part of in like the last 4 opportunities. I don't think. Is he shedding that label?
I don't know.
'Cause
I didn't even
it feels like
recognize
it
that.
gets brought up every time he's in that situation, and in the last 2 or 3 seasons, like it doesn't happen.
Mhm.
Maybe
Yeah,
he
I
does
don't
need
know.
to go to the gas station.
Well, head over to bluechew.com and
Oh man, we need we need one of those. Not one of
I'm
those.
sorry.
I'm no,
I'm sorry.
not one of them. One of the endorsements, bro.
Hey, you wild for that. Hey, you wild for that. Man.
One of the endorsements I'm saying, like you see that a lot, you hear it a lot on the podcast and all this other stuff. Yes. I don't know, man. I don't know who needs one. Maybe you do. Don't no shame in
It
that.
ain't even about need.
No shame in
Hey,
that.
hey.
Not here to say, do what you got to do.
After I just got done talking about being a pro's pro and being there before, you dropped that. You dropped that.
Now Drew Down says happens to the best of us.
I really got tears going down my face right now.
Hey man, I'm not judging anybody. I'm not judging anybody. Do what you got to
Someone
do.
says, who is we?
Hey, do what you got to do,
Hey.
man. Hey, shout out. No, that's a different station.
PEDs, performance enhancing drugs.
Hey,
Nothing wrong with that.
Ooh.
Nothing wrong with that. Well, I'm gonna try to regroup from that wild
TC's
moment
on the
there.
line.
TC. Well, might not be the best time to go to TC, but why not? 916-909-1320. What's up, brother?
Hey, what's up with my two brothers? Nice brisket story. Hey, I know you was hot, D-Lo, but hey, Kenny and everybody was enjoying that meat. I know they was.
Oh, hey! Whoa! Hey! What the hell is going on here?
Don't put my name in that sentence, dog. Don't put my name in that sentence. Don't put my name in that sentence, fam.
Hey!
Yo.
Wow!
We've lost all control.
This show.
Oh, man, finish your point, TC. Don't put my name in that sentence.
hey, I got you. Hey, but now listen. Hey, let's keep it short and sweet. But Vet, get the deal done, bro. Listen, I was giving the Uncle V. I was talking highly of you with a picture at the golf course, saying you ready to spin. Listen, bro. I know it might be Mike Brown. That shouldn't even been leaked. The deal should have been done yesterday. Give Mike Brown $10 million, bro, and let's move on. We move on from that guy. We have no answer. I'm with you, Kenny, on Doug Christie, but that's not it, bro. Mike is the guy. Period. Point blank. Any Kings fan that can see that, everybody's gonna fan how they gonna fan, big dog, right? But I can't tell everybody. But you on this one, D-Lo, Kenny, Jesse, you have to be real with yourself. Who's better than Mike? Who are we going to get in here better than Mike? So if you're a Kings fan talking about Mike has to leave and $10 million is too much, I don't know what to tell you, dog. But Beck, get the deal done. Go ahead, Kenny. I'm sorry.
TC, don't leave. But what I would say is I want Mike Brown here too. I think $10 million is what would get it done. Well, that's what I'm assuming. That's what should be able to get it done. I think that's a fair enough contract. But what if we don't know. We don't know. What if he is telling the Kings like, yo, I'm not taking $1 less than Monty Williams. You just pay him?
I get it. You got to have conversations right there. But hey, hold on. Let me answer the question with a question. Now, look, D-Lo. Now it's hold on. So say if it was $13 million, what do y'all think? Do y'all think $13 million is too much for Mike, or give it to him? Because
in this situation, I'm kind of like D-Lo, especially because the coaches contracts they don't affect the cap or anything. Like it's not my I don't care. Like it doesn't. You're not penalized. legally with the cap and everything for doing it. So I would give him the 13 million just because, like, if I really believe in him.
actuality, it's probably 12 to 15 million, though, right?
Well, how you figure?
Well, because we're talking per.
True.
So we're
True,
talking
true,
a multi.
true,
So
true.
we're talking a different. We're spending someone else's money, regardless of whether they have it or not, to the tune of $12 to $15 more than we feel like what his market price should be. I'm a huge fan of Mike Brown. He's not getting $13 million on the open market. But for what Mike has accomplished here, and really more importantly to me, for what Mike has accomplished in his career, $10 million is a more than fair,
I think so too,
price point.
Absolutely.
Again, but to your point, I don't know what the Kings are offering or what Mike's people are asking for. I just don't think it's plus or minus depending on what side of the argument you're on or what side of the negotiation you're on. I don't think it's plus or minus 2 million because you don't run to Woj over $2 million unless it's 8 million and they're offering like 6. That then, like, it's still $2 million, but like as we talked about earlier, now you're entering, like, you're falling out of a certain tier of coaches, and you're looked at, with all due respect, I'm not trying to like shade. Now you're in like the Darvin Ham tier,
right?
And it's like, no, that's a first-year head coach who has accomplished nothing. Now, you could talk about Mike's shortcomings if you want to. This is a man who's won 60 games multiple times, and as we pointed out earlier, he's only missed the playoffs twice. Once just happened, and the other time was that ill-fated trip back to Cleveland, which lasted a single season. Those are the only 2 times he missed the playoffs, and I'm not counting when the Lakers fired him after 5 games.
No, yeah,
because he sure as hell made the playoffs the year before.
Yeah, you're right. I agree with you. I think 10 million is more than fair. And, we don't know what's being talked about, but it seems like it's more than fair. It seems like that shouldn't be a deterrent to getting this deal done. It feels like one side, I don't know which one, is on, it could be both actually, is on the extreme. That's kind of what it feels like. You know what I mean? Whether the Kings on the extreme low, like a little bit more than Darvin Ham,
which is what
ridiculous.
I'm concerned about.
Yeah. Or, I mean, we say, that's an outlier, but you brought up a good point. That agent isn't going to just completely disregard Monty Williams. He's going to look at it and be like, Monty's making 12, 13 million. My client is way more accomplished than this guy. That's where we're starting. He may be saying
and it's fine to start there, but you have to, there has to be like an understanding of what you're willing to work to. Because again, Monty is the only person in that upper tier of coaches that doesn't have multiple championship rings. One of the most interesting things I think would be to know what Jason Kidd got in his extension. And Jesse confirmed that the extension happened, but we couldn't find the money anywhere. And again, this isn't just regularly public. Even the Darvin Ham stuff, it's, we believe it's about $5 million. It's not, it's, for some reason, they're not treated like players.
I got a question about Mike Brown that maybe, I know Jason Jones is going to join us, but he can answer the question as well, or have his thoughts on it too. But about Mike Brown and his options, so to speak.
Okay, we'll talk about it. As Casey mentioned, Jason Jones joins us when Dealing with Casey return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. I haven't seen Complex at all today.
I'm dying to know. I don't even want to say, but what that situation's all about. We kind of stumbled across last week on the calendar. What the hell's going on there?
calendar?
Yeah.
The work calendar?
Yeah. I think. Let me see. I think it.
Right.
Dying to know what that's
Yeah.
about.
Yeah. Yeah, I saw that earlier and I wanted to run by and ask him, but But I have D-Lo and Casey on stage.
Yo, Zay, chill, bro. Chill.
Can y'all hit the thumbs up while you're here, please? Subscribe, all that stuff. Make Acrobat Reader your default PDF app. Well, Ty, we'll take it. If they want to rock with us, we'll rock.
I know some people that have talked to me about some things. So if it came to that, be a good look. Summer's here, all that.
I was listening to that album on the way in. What's the record? Black and Blue? Is that what the new one's called? The single? That's pretty hot. I can't say I was really into the album. I got to give it a listen under different.
I haven't listened yet.
Different environment. We did, CJ. We did. KC's ready to join the right side.
Oh, don't do that. I'm all for everybody here.
Mm-hmm. Now, Julian, that feels like you went too far there.
Yo, chill, bro. Chill.
We're
gonna fight.
No, that's true, Patrick. That is true. If the Mavs versus Celtics, are you going to root for your guy Kyrie? No, I'm rooting for the Celtics. Yeah, Jason's allowed to appear wherever he wants to. We don't. Jason's been on this show from jump for fun. I think he's been over there before. It's all good. He's never asked for anything from us, so he's allowed to go on whatever show he wants. We don't block people from appearing on the shows. Well, I don't miss Drake bars, but I do miss the wins that came before the Drake bars.
Drake bars, good times, man. Good times. Good times. Maybe it'll come back another time. I don't know.
I know you had some stuff on Mike Brown. We'll wait till Jason Jones gets here before we dive into that. Coming up, top of the 5 o'clock hour, we've got Game 4, which could be the end of the Western Conference Finals here between the Dallas Mavericks and the Minnesota Timberwolves. I did not see this coming at all.
I didn't either.
What a overly dramatic team the Minnesota Timberwolves are. You go out and you beat the Denver Nuggets 2 straight times. Then you lose the next 3. And you're able to grab that series in 7 and just can't seem to get off the ground against the Dallas Mavericks, who not only is Dallas beating you, like Dallas is like, they're tougher than you in the final minutes. Like which is, again, it's not something I'd expect. I do think this Dallas team is tough. But if you said like, who's you got 2 teams squaring off and fighting it out in the final 2-3 minutes of a game, 4 minutes of a game. Oh man, it's probably going to favor Minnesota. You got Ant-Man and Chris Finch. But my goodness, man, the way what Gafford is doing and what PJ is doing, what all those guys are doing over there, combined to the new greatest backcourt of all time, Luka Doncic and Kyrie Irving.
Would you say they're tougher or they're just executing better and they're more
Both.
experienced? Could be more experienced. I mean, you look at.
I don't want to do that.
Well,
I don't. I just have a tough time with the experience thing. Like, you telling me you just can't play ball at the end of a game because you haven't played in this moment before?
Sometimes you're not sure where to go and how to go about
Did
it.
Indiana lose because they're inexperienced?
No, they lost because they weren't good enough. They weren't good enough. They weren't better than Boston.
So why do we pick and choose when we
because it happened kind of multiple times with Minnesota.
Well, didn't it happen with Indiana too? Indiana was in 3 of these games that they lost.
But you could say it's an experience with them.
But that's what I'm pushing back against, is like, I don't, and maybe it is. What do I know? I just watch TV.
No,
I just don't think it's as big of a thing. Like, oh, the inexperience forced them to they missed the pass to Siakam. Like, okay, Dallas had nothing to do with why they missed the pass to Siakam, or not Dallas. Boston had nothing to do with it.
Yeah,
all right. I guess it was
with
just inexperience.
I mean, so when you have the way I look at it, and it could be inexperience, it could be a combination of both. Like the end of Game 3 with Boston, maybe Nimhart should call a timeout or whatever the case may be. Whatever. That was a great play by Drew Holiday. He made a great defensive play in that situation to take the ball, seal that game, or whatever the case may be. You look at Game 2 and what happened with Ant, that looked like indecision. It looked like I'm not sure what to do here. I don't want to do too much. Let me get rid of the ball, and it's not even on the same page as my teammate. That's where it looks like, and you compare that to.
Wait, was that the Nas shot? Which
no,
one?
that was Game 2. At the end of Game 2, the Timberwolves are up. Ant-Man throws the ball away, which led to Luka knowing exactly what he wants to do.
Yeah,
I'm gonna get this switch so I can get it, and there was no hesitation.
Killer. Dude is in the
and that's what the Timberwolves get though for switching. I can't. This goes back as long as when the Cavs and the Warriors would play each other, and Steph would just destroy Tristan Thompson and Kevin Love because they would switch. Like, why are you switching? They're trying to get that pick and roll for a reason. You're just going to willingly give them what they're looking for. In that situation,
that man is never, ever, ever, ever going to see a defensive player of the year trophy again.
So here's the thing here with Rudy. These are the things that I talked about, and I was like, well, maybe because of the Timberwolves' success, like, well, maybe I was wrong or a little harsh, or maybe they figured some things out. But it's the same things. This guy, when the game gets at its highest level, is a bit of a liability. And he's not his style of defense is perfect for the regular season. It can get exploited easily in the postseason. easily. And people seem to do it every postseason. Like, oh, Rudy out there. Well, in this case, it's Dallas doing it again. They knew how to. They did it the first time when he was in Utah. They exploited him. Now they found a way to exploit him here. And yes, he's great at what he does, but I don't see him in the same vein of defensive player as Giannis. I'll even give old boy this as Draymond, as other Marcus Smart, those guys. Like those guys, you can't play them off the court. Can't play them off the court, and that's why I never looked at Rudy in that vein.
I'm not trying to hate on Rudy. He's like a good defender. I'm not even sure he's a better defensive center than Bam. I feel like Bam can stay like it's Luka or whatever, but I feel like Bam is better equipped to deal with stuff like that too.
I sound like a broken record. I know I've said it a lot. That was jarring when I saw it with him in Utah, and he gets played off the court. I can't name another top defender that gets played off the court in the biggest moments of the year.
Jason Jones of The Athletic with us. Jay, were you like the rest of NBA Twitter? Were you laughing at the Minnesota Timberwolves and Rudy Gobert on the switch when Luka just went Luka on him?
I felt bad for Rudy because we knew it was going to happen. And
the entire NBA knew it was
the fact that we all knew it was going to happen, and Chris Finch did nothing to prevent it. Because I'm sitting there when I see I'm sitting there going to myself, is McDaniels going to stay? Because at that point, make him throw the pass over to a 7'2" guy, make Lively beat you. I am not letting Luka have the ball and beat me. And I was more disappointed at the lack of the adjustment. Like when TV announcers are saying, "Oh, we know what's coming right now." Jamal Crawford's like step back three. We all know what you didn't make him uncomfortable at all. This isn't what 4 or 5 years ago or 6 years ago where you say, you know what, if Luka's shooting the step back three, we're happy. Like that's the shot he wants. So I just kind of said, man, that's just bad. I mean, and it's he had Rudy on skates from the start.
Rudy was this close to hitting the ground.
Somebody said Rudy was crip walking. I mean,
and look, the other thing about that is, and it's easier said than done. I get that, but if I'm Rudy, you're not shooting a three. You may blow by me and go tie this game up, but I'm not taking a step back behind this 3-point line. Like you're not shooting a three. Yeah, I may be sitting in concrete and you blow by me and get inside the 3-point line and do whatever you do then. But the only thing that beats you is a three. Tie, we'll go to overtime and we'll take our chances. Hell, you may go in for a layup. We'll get another shot to win it with the game tied. You can't give up a three, but I mean, big man might not be thinking like that necessarily.
That's why I'm saying on the switch, I'm thinking this trap. Make him give the ball up. If he can somehow get the ball to Lively on that roll for a layup, or you haven't lost the game. Like I said, what do I know? I said maybe I'm just overthinking it, but it just seemed you would think that you would not want to give the ball to the best player on their team and say, okay, you know what? ISO, let him go against in a complete mismatch at that. It wasn't like he was going against Ann or McDaniels. Complete mismatch. No chance. Rudy has no chance. And that it's almost like you said, another playoff, series where his whole reputation is just being smeared and tarnished. But I mean, he's an easy target, but I think my bigger issue with them is that Karl Anthony Towns has decided to be Vladimir Radmanovich. And I'm just like, what are you doing? Like, what are you doing? Like, I'm like shooting 20% from three. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna keep on shooting them. You're 7 feet tall. I thought going into this series, their advantage, Cat had probably the biggest advantage. Because even if you had to play Gobert off the court, they don't have anyone who, if Cat goes on the block, who can stop him. Meanwhile, there's times where he's got Derrick Jones Jr. on him, and you're just making it easy for him. Like, all right, you want to stand there at 7 feet tall? Like this is not the All-Star game, Cat.
Right.
This is not back in February. get on the block.
He's having a rough series.
He is, man.
He is having a rough series.
And that's like Jason said, that's inexcusable. You can't have a lack of awareness and recognition of what's going on where you can't get on the block. You can't work the mid range or nothing like that. At 7 feet tall, like that's
and then for
that's
him
the
to
problem.
drop. I've been shooting 1,500 shots a day, and everyone laughing at him like, so.
Yeah,
And then
shoot.
the TNT
1,500
called my
drop steps a day. How about that?
come on. Okay, this is. It's like in the last like 7+ days or so, you saw the best of Cat all the way back to the reason why everybody talks about him. It all happened within a week.
And this thing, we talk about this. This team got a lot of baggage between Cat and Rudy.
That's why I wonder, like, do you strike while the iron's hot here if you're Minnesota and try and move on from one of them? It seems silly to say.
I don't know that Rudy Gobert iron is hot though.
You're not getting all of what they got to give up for him. You're not getting all that back, I mean, what did my man Bomani Jones call him? 14 feet of disappointment. Like,
oh man.
Oh man.
Man.
I'm like, come on, man. These guys got families reading this. Come on, man. Let's not, someone said Rudy should just go be a father the rest of the postseason. I'm like, God.
That's cold.
They are cooking. And I mean, then those two have been so bad. We're forgetting that Anthony Edwards has gone from like the next Jordan to like, I don't know what this is like.
John Paxson.
This is like, great. He's like become like to like Jordan Kobe to like great value Kobe. Like, I don't know what this is.
He had a moment in game 3, and then the fourth quarter came and he wasn't able to.
This is just they've all kind of just they look like a bunch of guys who have never been there, which for the most part they are. But still, some of it's just like I think I was watching one of the telecasts. They were saying at some point you got to make an adjustment, right? Tell your 7-foot all-star to go post up someone. Like, you want to shoot threes, you can sit next to me. You might as well just play Kyle Anderson in his spot.
Does Dallas get any credit for the way Minnesota's playing?
I definitely think they do. I think Jason Kidd has done doing a hell of a coaching job. I think going into this series, if you would have asked me who the two better teams were, I would have said Dallas has the two best players, but Minnesota has the better depth and the better overall team. And the way Dallas has played between Kyrie and Luka, you don't even realize they've got a former Wizard and a former Hornet out there and a rookie and a guy like a Derrick Jones who's bounced around on minimum deals. I mean, they even what's the man from the G League from the Ignite, Hardy?
Yeah, Hardy. Yeah.
They're even getting him in the game now. So I mean, they've done a great job just in terms of maximizing their strengths. I thought they lost Lively in the last game with a quote neck strain. I mean, that's keep him out of protocol and call it a neck strain. But they kept it going. I mean, they just dusted off the Dwight Powell and said, "Okay, you go out there and give us a minute." I mean, they're doing all the right things.
And Luka has found a way to do the things that I wasn't sure he was able to do, but I thought he needed to. Trust somebody in the way he trusts Kyrie, so Luka doesn't always have the ball, but he's still obviously that dude. So when he gets the ball, he's a problem. So he's still able to get his points just based off of being a little bit more efficient and not having to have the ball all the time and all this other stuff. He's trusting his teammates, and in return, it's made him even more deadly. He's done a phenomenal job in these playoffs at trusting Kyrie, trusting PJ Washington, Derrick Jones, even sometimes, and it's elevated his own individual play. I feel like,
and the same can be said for Kyrie. I mean, he's I listened to an interview where he said he realized when they missed the playoffs last year, he's like, "Hey, I got to become a leader. Like, I can't, be this guy that I can't approach it the same way I've approached it." And that might be Luka. It might be their best player, but that kind of shift in mindset has made Kyrie just as good or just as important. Because we watch the games in Brooklyn. He'll come back from a stint and he'll go get 50 and like, all right, so what? And he's picked his like that whole, it's like, and he's been able to adapt. That whole OKC series, he was like, okay, I'm gonna let things go, and the second half is going to be mine. And he did it almost every game. This one, I mean, game 1 of this series, Ant called him out, said, I got Kyrie. Said, okay, I'm gonna remind you who I am. And I think in some ways Anson hasn't recovered from that. I mean, now you've got a 22-year-old all-star to keep saying he's tired. I mean, both of those guys, like I said, you got really just 3 brilliant point guards. You got Jason Kidd, Kyrie and Luka. I would love to sit down and just listen to them, how they break this stuff down, how they're going to approach it, because it's been something to watch. I like what to add. Dallas hasn't had, I don't think they haven't had home court the entire playoffs, right?
No.
So, I mean, that takes another level of just mental toughness to know you got to go at least get the split every series, and they've done that. They got the first 2 in this one, so yeah. Especially, we all know where Jason Kidd attended college. He's automatically the smartest coach in the NBA. So
yeah, shout out to Jason Kidd. Big ups to him.
Go Bears. Not Go Bears. Go Bears.
I look, I got love for Jason, even though I might have slandered him a little bit earlier in the show.
Well, he did, you did. But let's not forget, this was the same guy who said he was just watching like everybody else during the season. This is when the team stunk in January, so I guess he decided to start coaching after the makeover in February. But he has done a hell of a job.
And just to be clear, I'm gonna pull a shot here. I'm gonna say it to Jason Jones's face, not behind it, not hearsay. I'm gonna tell you what I said, Jason. I said Dame Lillard is better than Jason Kidd.
Better shooter, yeah.
I ain't better player.
I think Jay Kidd's a better defender, better passer, better rebounder.
We had to remove someone off of. I said Kyrie should have been a top 75 player.
I agree.
And instinctively, I took Dame Lillard off, and then Casey got really upset and started going through the list, and then decided to take Jason Kidd off.
And I also said Jason Kidd was better than John Stockton, so you don't have to take off.
But you can't. You can't. John.
I understand.
In spite of his, his interesting theories on life, he still has 15,000 assists.
I understand that. And actually, to be honest with you, John Stockton was a problem. Like I like early John Stockton, like when he was like really, really quick. I remember watching like some of those games. I think they played the Lakers, and he had like a crazy Lakers playoff game where they just couldn't stay in front of him.
Yeah, he would. Yeah, John was a problem. But I have no. I mean, yeah, I think Kyrie didn't make the list. Obviously because Kyrie is Kyrie.
Yeah.
But that's why I also love all these revisionists. Don't you all owe Kyrie an apology? No, he was acting up. You don't get to erase what was happening because he's playing well now, but it's also proof that when you play well, we'll forget a lot. And people are like, oh, all you guys doubted him. I said, I don't think one person doubted Kyrie Irving's talent. I mean, he was probably the first star to ever say, I don't want to play with LeBron. Get me out of here. And then, you had the stuff in Boston.
Well, that's true. I think he also knew, hey, this guy's out of here.
Oh yeah, I'm not knocking him for it, but most guys don't think like that. Most guys would be like, you know what, I'm gonna ride it out and then see what he was like. No, get me out of here. I don't want to go down with this. I mean, he's always been, I've only dealt with him like in limited interaction, but everybody will tell you he's always been he's an outside the box type thinker. And I think what's happened to him in the previous years, because of some of the other stuff, you have people who think that you were labeling Kyrie as a bad human being. They were like, well, he must be a terrible person because he posted that thing on his, I don't think anyone I've ever talked to thinks that Kyrie is a bad person.
I don't think he knew what that was.
I think he
knew what it was.
I think he was ignorant to what was going on. And then when he felt attacked, he dug in and says, you're not going to call me this, this, and this. You can't make me.
I think he had a general idea and someone shared something with him that was in it, and that was it. He didn't know the depths of which that book delved into.
Yeah, and I think what happened through all that, some people thought he was a bad person. But the people I've always talked to say he's not a bad person at all. It's just he also was, he came into the league at 19, and what is he now? 31, 32?
Yeah,
man, that's crazy.
You kind of start to grow. You start to grow up, and I
He
think
looks happy. As stupid as that sounds, like he looks like he's having fun, like he's smiling when he talks. Like I don't know that I've ever seen this version of Kyrie Irving before.
No, I mean it's amazing. Just kind of just seeing, because even from last season to this season, you see a difference. And the fact that you look at what Brooklyn got for him in a trade, it's like laughable now.
Yeah,
It's like that's what you got for him. But they also did. They were also determined not to trade him to where he wanted to go. So they, asked the Lakers for reportedly their entire team except LeBron and AD, and then settled for the Dallas package.
That'll show him.
Yeah, we'll send you to Dallas instead. You get to go play with Luka instead
That's
of
like
LeBron.
strike 15 on Sean Marks. Like this guy's invincible.
Yeah, he's another. I went to school with him, so I mean, it pains me to see a Bear go through this. But I'm like, I don't know. I don't know how he survived all of this. How he survived Steve Nash. How he survived ending up with
Harden.
How you survived James Harden and ended up with Ben Simmons. I mean, that one thing that Josh Hart played more playoff minutes than Ben played in the entire regular season. So someone said they said Ben spent more minutes at the Met Gala than he did on the court.
Well, they got new pictures and videos on the court right now, working out.
Doing that again.
It's the offseason, he's going to win the offseason workout social media war. I mean, he'll be shooting threes probably on Instagram, and I'm ready, and then get to training camp, it'll be like, okay, Ben's unavailable.
Yeah, man.
I wish someone would tell him to stop.
Yeah, there's a complete lack of awareness if Ben Simmons thinks people want to see him posting videos of his workouts.
No.
We were talking about the Mavericks and the Timberwolves series and everything that Minnesota's doing wrong. And Damien asked the question, is anybody going to give Dallas any credit? Well, Boston quietly is having like this historic season. And I'm going to ask you the question. They win the NBA championship. Is anybody going to give the Celtics any credit?
If they win the championship. But I mean, no one's going to pat them on the back for being a team that deep and beating, a Miami team without Rozier and without Jimmy Butler, and then beating who did they play the next round? I don't remember anymore.
Cleveland.
Oh yeah, Cleveland without and they didn't struggling those last couple of games with Mitchell out, no Jared Allen. This one, Tyrese gets no one's going to give them any credit.
Struggle is all relative. I mean, they haven't lost a game on the road in the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
They've lost 2. What are they? 12-2.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah,
like they're damn near 4-4-4, and people are like, they didn't beat them by 20.
They didn't win by enough. Yeah.
No one's impressed with them, and I'm not a big believer in they played those teams like it invalidates what they did. It's not their fault, Now we'd be laughing at them if they had lost to Miami.
Mm-hmm.
They were supposed to win, but I think they got to win a championship just because if they get that, assuming that Minnesota doesn't pull off a miracle, you get Luka and you get Kyrie, they still should have an advantage. You've got Drew Holiday, you got Jaylen Brown, you got Jason Tatum, you got Al Horford, you probably got Derek White. They would be favored to beat Dallas. But then, Boston's a tricky place. They'll lose a game. The whole fan base will want to get rid of Joe Mazzulla. And, and the question becomes, will Jason Tatum be the good Tatum or will be the Tatum we saw in the last time in the finals who insisted on putting his head down and driving into Andrew Wiggins' chest every play? So there's going to be then you've got, there's a lot of Cal guys, Jaylen Brown. And it pains me to root against Jaylen Brown as a Cal guy, but he plays for that.
You don't have to.
I will. I will not. I can't. I can never. I was born in Los Angeles. I can never, under any good conscience, hope the Boston Celtics ever win anything. Even though they got a lot of guys there I like, or or people I've known from the past. Great people, but they're still
Funny, you
Boston.
sound just like Kenny. It's weird.
What you talking? I
It's
just
just
don't
weird.
like the Celtics. What you talking about?
No, it's weird that the Southern. I don't know. I couldn't be the
I'm
only one.
born and raised in
Yeah,
Sacramento.
as the two resident Laker fans talking right
Yeah,
now,
that's
Ain't no Laker fan
we
around
would
here.
see things the same. We would see it the same.
You are
Ridiculous.
you are as familiar as anyone with annoying King stories, and hell, you wrote a lot of them. One popped up Friday with Adrian Wojnarowski saying that the Sacramento Kings and Mike Brown are tabling talks of a contract extension. You've been through stuff like this a million times with this organization. I'll hit you with the PTI line. Big deal, little deal, or no deal?
I think it's a little deal as of today. I think what you saw on Friday was the agent making sure that the public sentiment started dumping on the Kings. I think that's what I think happened. Yeah, because now everyone's acting like Mike Brown's a free agent and he's leaving tomorrow. I mean, it's just, and everyone's just pouring it on the organization now. Same old Kings. I mean, it's a great PR ploy. Great PR ploy. You say, let's get this out there that, we're far apart in talks and, and remind everyone this team only has 10 winning seasons, 8 with Rick Adelman, 2 with Mike Brown. Why would you treat it's, you put the story out there and let the media do its work. And, Mike Brown becomes the sympathetic figure. And I'm not saying that he shouldn't be. I mean, I don't want to get paid too, but yeah, it's not like, Mike is leaving. And I don't think I forget off the top of my head what his deal is. Isn't it 4 years with the team option for the last year?
It keeps getting termed as a mutual option.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yeah,
So I don't think I've ever heard of that before, but everyone is writing it exactly the same way, that there's a mutual option in the 4th year.
Which means the agent told everyone it's called a mutual option. But what happens if Mike says yes and the Kings say no, or vice versa?
Well,
Someone's got to have the right to say. I mean,
the way that it was explained was
right. Like, what are the Kings going to go? Hey, we're not picking up the option, and Mike goes, "Oh, yes, you are."
He's going to sit in his office. I'm not leaving.
That's the question that I had. I think
this
asked
isn't
James.
mutual.
I think I asked James. I was like, wouldn't they have to agree for it to be mutual? And what Jason is getting at is it's really just a club option.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I'm pretty sure if Mike Brown is like, I want to leave, and they won 55, 60 games, the Kings are going to like, you know what, fine, go, bye.
Yeah.
We understand this, it's like, yeah, I mean, that's just a weird terminology. It's just like a mutual. Is anything really mutual though? I mean, there's nothing. I mean,
mutual breakups are not mutual. Someone initiated that conversation.
Yeah, someone initiated the I don't want to do this anymore talk. It wasn't. Yeah, I mean, it's. I don't think it's a huge deal. I think right now we're in the PR phase of it. I think the Mike Brown agent side. I'm not saying it was Mike, but somebody over there wanted Woj to put that out there.
Well, we've been saying for 3 hours it was probably Mike's agent. So it's
so
okay.
you put that.
I mean,
that's what we think.
We weighed what
reporting.
it looks like, and we explained what it would look like coming from the Kings. But if it did come from the Kings, 1, I think it would have gone to Shams and not Woj. 2, this was a terrible miscalculation.
If it would have come from the Kings, it would have been sources told The Athletic. And this screams completely the agent, and it benefits the Kings none to put this out there unless Mike Brown had asked for like $20 million a year.
Yeah,
you want to paint him as some crazy greedy coach.
Well, then even then, if that's the case, you would put out that dollar figure.
Yeah, you put that.
Yeah, you would put the dollar figure.
He's been asking for north of $17 million a year. Something.
Yeah, just the idea that it's this big big gap in pay is relative. The agent.
Oh, you can make it worse by saying Mike wants to be the highest paid coach in the league.
There's that.
You don't even have to use the number. People. I don't even know if the number would register with people unless
Mike
you knew
Brown
what Pop and Kerr got made.
The highest
yeah. Then
he'd
you'd
be
be like,
laughed out of the. solar system for that.
Yeah. I don't. If Mike Brown's like, yeah, you give me that Popovich money and we got a deal. Like, yeah, and no one's, and I think, like I said, it's relative to an agent. $100,000 might be a huge gap.
Mm-hmm.
And because to most of us, so that is a huge gap. So I mean, like I said, to me, it's complete PR spin. It's completely getting ahead of that, and let's face it, two winning seasons does not erase all the Kings talk and the reputation and people waiting for the Kings to mess something up. And I just think you put that out there, you get that fan base and some of the media going, oh no, see, they're going to mess this up again. See what they're doing. And here's what it also does. It takes attention off the fact that I think Mike did a pretty good job last year. You're now talking about money, and it's like, it's really, I don't think it's that big of a deal in May right now. Now, if we get to, next year, and we're still talking about there's a huge gap in between the negotiations, to me, it's a bigger deal. And like you said, depends on who reports it. When I saw where it came from, I knew exactly where it came from. I said, okay, I'll go about my day. I think this, nothing's going to happen. We know what this is. And I think more fans are getting smart to that too, though.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Well, let me ask you this though, because I think me and D'Lo are of the belief that Mike isn't going to coach this team without a new contract this year. You think that's the case?
I don't know. I mean, what's his options?
Well, that was our other question.
I mean, what's he going to do? Sit out? I mean,
there's we're past the hiring cycle.
And that goes into what I was going to ask both of you guys too. And we just kind of assume like Mike is asking, just for argument's sake, he's asking for $13 million. And it almost comes to like the Malik Monk question that you've asked, Damon, a couple times. If you're asking for 13, well, we got it on good authority. Nobody's going to give you more than 10. Why would we give you 13? Like you can't get 13 in the open market. Yeah. We're offering you 10. Like, don't try to stick us up for an extra $3 million, man. Take this 10 because that's the max of what you could get in the open market. Do you guys think that that's how it will play? Like, do you think Mike Brown is a $13 million coach, $13 million a year coach to anybody else in the league? Charlotte, maybe something like that.
No, Charlotte's got a coach now, and
I do have a coach.
And I mean the other openings out there. I don't think the Lakers aren't going to take them. I mean, they're doing some other weird stuff apparently, but I don't think Mike's in a Doc Rivers position where he's like, you know what? Hey, you don't want to pay me? There's another team that's going to give you draft picks for me or compensation and pay me what I'm asking for. Like Doc did with the Clippers years ago. I don't know if you have a trade Mike Brown scenario out there. Like, what other jobs are even open? I mean, what, the Wizards? And I don't think, how much would you have to pay Mike Brown to say, you know what, I'll take the Wizards? I just don't. Like I said, that's why I just really feel like this is really gamesmanship and really about making the Kings look bad. For not extending a coach who has a full year left on his deal and another option after that. I just really think it's gamesmanship, and PR. I don't think there's a whole lot of other options right there. What? Maybe Kenny Atkinson goes somewhere, then Mike goes back to Golden State. I mean, I just don't see it right now. I could be wrong, but this really feels a whole lot of just, PR game. Like as one of my friends said, everything that they're a work or a shoot. This feels more like a work.
There you go. It just feels like it's my biggest thing, Jay, was it feels early for this.
Yeah, it's real early.
We didn't need to push this button yet.
Yeah, it's like, like I said, it's not. If you say you're breaking off talks in January or February and the team has a really good record, that's way more alarming to me than right now, because then that whole what's the option thing has come to play. I don't think there's a scenario where Mike Brown's not coaching the Kings next season. So I don't, to go into that, before Memorial Day, just seems a bit excessive. But like I said, the 4-letter network has always had its time, dumping on the Sacramento Kings, and what better way to come off the top rope right before the 3-day weekend than to say the Kings are being cheap?
Oh, like Edge? That was
cool. Oh God, they did some stuff on that pay-per-view. I'm like, I don't even.
Bro, they set someone on fire.
they had a man hanging from his feet and kicked him in. I'm like, what are they doing?
Oh man,
that's
it's just like, man, it's like, I was like, I sincerely think Darby Allin's going to get really, really hurt one day.
Oh, absolutely. Like they'll.
Like, not even funny. Like, I think he's really going to get hurt one day.
No, I don't think they're going to be happy till he just dies on their show. Like,
yeah, I mean, through the glass. I mean, hanging a man from his feet, letting him swing, and say, "Hey, let's just kick him in the head real quick."
Well,
jeez.
Then you let that same man set someone on fire. Like, why do you have a flamethrower in a professional wrestling? Like, is this an episode of BMF? What are we doing here?
Well, if it was BMF, no one would have got hurt there either.
Yo, the flamethrower. That was a crazy scene.
I'm like, we got a flamethrower on the show. I'm like, wow, they're wilding right now.
Good old gun wasn't good enough.
Yeah, because we know a lot of gang members rolling around with flamethrowers.
That's an underrated scene right there. I forgot about that scene.
Because in all the years of like street violence, mafia, all that stuff, mobsters and gangsters just rolled around with flamethrowers. A bullet wasn't enough. We're gonna set you on. We're just setting people on fire.
Well, send a message. This seems like a good time to end the show. We'll end it on Darby Allin and flamethrowers. Jay, we appreciate you, my man. Thank you as always.
All right, y'all take care.
Yes, sir. That's our man Jay, repping for his Cal Bears. Pretty tough today.
Yeah, man.
Hey, we've got game 4. You said this is it tonight.
Yeah, series over tonight, man. Series over tonight. I haven't been right about much in this playoffs, though, so you never know. But I think the series is over.
Adam Silver needs to make a call to one of his refs and be like, "Hey, call travel on Lucas stepbacks. We need a couple of games."
But at this
now
point,
Thursday.
what would it even matter?
It would give us content.
Maybe you can get 2 more games out of this, and then you get if Dallas doesn't get it in game 6, all the momentum's going to be on Minnesota and all the pressure. So if where's Scott Foster?
All right,
not sure.
We're going to do another radio.
What do they call him, guys?
I don't know, bro. I don't know.
Stilo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Vamos, Gigantes.
All right, that was eventful. That was eventful.
Bow, bow, bow.
Oh, I know where'd you go? I can guarantee you that's over. I think we took Mr. Halliburton off the board.
Oh, man.
I'm sorry, Mr. Halliburton. Wish we still had it.
Oh, okay. Vamos drew down at bowling night. Okay.
Let's go, Drew.
Down to business.
Okay. We have to go because our day just changed a little bit. Man, why you been doing KC like this all day? You ain't even.
You know how I be, man.
Man, cold world.
Lazy,
cold world.
You don't want nothing to do with your boy no more, man.
Well, that's Leland. Is this Leezy or Leland?
What time is it? It's not 4 o'clock, so it's probably Leland still.
All right, y'all. We'll see you guys tomorrow. See you at 10 a.m. Okay. He hit you with the my bad, though.